Shut the front door. It's already episode 34. We got Kaplan and GDK alongside Chris Puckett, your host tonight. Kaplan, that flow is ridiculous. How we feeling in Italy?
I'm feeling good, man. I've got about 12 mosquito bites already, and summer hasn't even started yet. So
Okay.
I'm kind of delicious for the mosquitoes out here, which is why I stay indoors. But it's going all right. How about you? No one ever asked you how you're doing, Puckett.
I was told that mosquitoes find us by our stink. Something weird about that. I'm doing all right. I just got back from Maine. GDK, Maine has American bald eagles, the most graceful bird on the planet, but it doesn't have internet. So I couldn't play any Deadlock, and I was thinking about that quite a bit. I played 3 games last night from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. I'm sleep deprived, but I'm ready for tonight's show. Have you been grinding?
I haven't actually. I've been dude. I've been addicted to using Claude Code to build things. But I'm actually curious, Puckett, because I know you're trying to play a lot of Deadlock right now. What is it about Deadlock that kind of makes you just want to just constantly spam games? Because a lot of people will get into this right now. Like a lot of people are rediscovering that this game is actually super addicting. I'm curious what it is for you.
I think it's like losing the game just makes you so mad. You got to instantly re-queue. Dying to like a parry is an instant, like, I'm just going to charge back out and probably die on this next life. No, the game is incredibly rewarding, especially when you get away with a close fight, especially a 1v1 for me. And I like the challenge of learning all the new characters. The items, it's a little overwhelming, I'll be honest, Kaplan, but I'm getting better at it. I'm starting to understand it. I have to watch a lot of Deathy and Metro streams, and of course, watching the pros tonight. We'll find out what is the most recent meta. Let's talk about the format though, because we've got some familiar teams. And last week there was a lot of drama around these Ruskis, the Russians, the Abrahams came in. They went with the mid lane strategy that gave them some extra souls. We decided that wasn't fair. Yoshi decided it wasn't fair. He fixed the game while we were live on the show, and we went on to see Lowkey W win last week. But now we have Abrahams versus Leviathan in the opening rounds. Let's start here with that matchup. What are we excited about in this showdown, Kaplan?
A fair game, first of all, I think is what I'm kind of excited about in this one. I'm kind of interested to see how Abrahams is going to bounce back and kind of what their take is on the recent changes, because Celeste has been hit a little bit here or there. We've seen even some slight buffs to McGinnis, which Abrahams has played in the past, but I think this is for them more of a redemption arc, because Lowkey W, I didn't really necessarily expect them to win multiple weeks in a row, and Abrahams, they're used to being the top dog in EU.
You know, they could be like John Jones early in his career. They have a loss, but it's only because it was a disqualification. They beat the crap out of their opponent in a cheating way. We'll talk about these players in just a moment, but first we got to give a shout out to our sponsor. We've got 2 of them, and the big one is Shopify. Shopify coming on board and helping us out in a big way. DDK, we got Shoppy joining the show once again.
Yeah, Shoppy's here to deliver the good vibes. I think, Shoppy's always a good omen. And I'm really happy to see Shoppy dancing around. It brings the light of life back into my life.
Kaplan, for anyone who missed last week's show, can you tell us a little bit about Shopify? Who are they? What do they do?
You know what? Shopify is here in a major way helping support the Deadlock scene. I think they saw us out there. Shopee, calm down. I'm talking right now, okay? This is my part. They came in and saw us, put on some Deadlock shows, and they wanted to support us in doing so. They enabled us to get our biggest weekly prize pool to date. So in each region, it's now 1250, up from the 1000 before. And the really cool thing about Shopify is I think they saw in us of taking this idea of wanting to put on some of the best Deadlock content we can, get the best teams going head to head and really support Deadlock earlier on, and taking this idea and turn it into existence. And that's something that Shopify can help you with as well, taking an idea that you have and turn it into a real business and make it really easy for you to sell online. And I think they also have one of the coolest features out there. They have Sidekick to kind of let you focus on you and let it handle the rest. So you focus on what you do best. Don't worry about any of the business aspects. It's there to assist you and help promote you and help you do your best. And you can focus on what you enjoy and what you would like to do with your life. So a big shout out to them, really helping us out here. You can do !Shopify and learn some more over in our chats.
I'm pretty lazy. I love AI helping me out, making life a little bit easier. DDK, we've got a good matchup on our hands. Let's give a shout out, though, to the people who have helped us get this far. It's episode 34 of The Night Shift. Before this show, we did a different show. We don't talk about that, but we do talk about the people who gave us some of the big money early on. All of the residents coming in with the $5 donations. The Shift Chiefs came in with $10. Our Patreons with $25 are our shift managers, but it's really the executives and the board members that allowed us to increase the prize pool and give these players something to fight for every week.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a grassroots effort, and it has been for so long, and so it's really rewarding that you guys have trusted us and in the product to support us so that we can keep going. And I hope, hopefully just over time, this will just grow and grow and grow. This is not going to be, I think, a short journey. I think this game is really epic, and it's just great to have you all along for the ride.
Shout out Tetsio as well, one of our board members. I was watching a Deathy video and his name was on a big old whiteboard. He must have been donating in that stream as well. Tetsio putting Deadlock on the map financially. Who's going to win our money tonight? It's time to find out. And we've got some bonus pay, some pick priority, and some items to discuss. Kaplan, when it comes to the characters, who's getting played and what are they playing for when it comes to the money tonight?
Well, obviously $12.50 plus any additional donations. We also have our bonus pay on the side, which I believe is currently 0 over in EU because Lowkey W did dethrone and claim the bounty before. I believe it has been updated from last week where they did defend their title. So EU bonus pay should be at about 100 right now, which means if Abrahams or Leviathan come into the money match and they take one map off of them, they get half of that amount. They take the entire series, they get the obviously weekly prize pool plus the 100 on top of that. So it's a little bit of extra to help teams chase the top of the table and kind of knock down our returning champions week after week after week. When it comes to heroes, man, Mirage. Are we still going to see Mirage? We're still going to see Venator. I don't think we're going to see any big changes when it comes to meta necessarily here, Dan. I don't know if you have any different thoughts.
I don't have any different thoughts. I think we will probably see a bit more crystallization. Although, I mean, it's Deadlock, so you kind of never know. There are always so many different things that can kind of go under the radar that some of the teams might be experimenting with and could pull out. I mean, I could see a world where Viper comes out. I think Viper's been a little bit, not necessarily undervalued, but I think maybe not finding a place in the draft because I've seen her being used to great effect. So I think Viper, if I had to throw, a hero out there that I could hazard a guess might be making an appearance today.
Who's got the best movement on the slippery snake? Because I had the most annoying Viper in my game. We haven't seen it a ton at the pro level, but knowing these guys' movement, they got to be able to just abuse it. Hey, pretty girl. You need help with your applesauce? I got you.
I think we're most likely to see it on NA if we do see it. I don't think EU plays it that often, but I don't think we're going to see it though, Dan, because the only player that I've seen using it is Gibbs. And that's mostly been in scrims, and he's actually done extremely well on Viper, to be fair. So I was kind of hoping to see them get a chance to bring it out.
We saw a lot of Shiv last week. Lady Geist was 2-8, but apparently she's still a good character. That's yet to be seen. No, honestly, she's got a great kit. She seems pretty strong, just statistically has not found favor on our show. Let's take a look at the people who have. I feel like Venator may have the highest success rate, if not the Kelvin was pretty dominant in last week's performances. Silver was getting in a lot of games as the bans were hitting Mirage. Any expectations for change, DDK, from last week to this week? Does Apollo get played 6 times?
I mean, so Celeste did get kind of adjusted quite a bit, some nerfs and so on. So maybe less Celeste because she was so in focus. I think at the top position of wanting to pick or ban her, that I could see Celeste actually fall off of the high value that she had previously. Mirage has some changes too. I don't know if it's going to be significant enough to remove his priority. I think, to be honest, one thing I missed as well is Victor. We didn't really talk about Victor, but Victor did get quite a few buffs, and I think there's going to be much more of an argument to bring him back into play.
Victor, devastating. Or is he just going to suck again? We'll find out. We've got our rosters ready to go. Let's introduce you to the players and, of course, who is going to be on each side of the fight. We got Sonya Sniper together, Saint, Taz, Arzo, and ZXC Bobby. They haven't lost a game, but they've been DQ'd for running down mid together. Today, they're going to be playing 2 per lane. Who's got the strongest lane? Who do you like to see paired up here, Kaplan?
I think from what we saw in NA last week, I'm looking towards like Together to kind of be a mid-game tempo player for them. I think like also, forget Together. I'm gonna go back on my statement here. I'm gonna look at Arzo and Bobby, because coming into this roster, it is very difficult to do in such a short amount of time. They've had so much tenure across the board of these 4 players that they're now coming into play with. They're playing against the best teams in EU as well. And obviously Bobby and Arzo we've seen in the past with, I believe, Fearless Furies, but they've never really had the success to actually take wins and to take titles, and now they have to do so with the champion-studded lineup by their sides. But for them, they need to have a good game, I'd say, because we know Saint Together, Sonya, and Tass are going to have good matches. It's about the other 2.
And of course, on the other side of this fight, we've got Leviathan once again. This is OC's Overseas, Size, Irazumi, Rake, and Fremok. A lot of people are talking about Zergy right now in the chat. Dan, he's actually playing for Lowkey W, our returning champions tonight, in place of Empty Dreams.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. Empty Dreams, big shoes to fill. I'm not sure if you've been seeing any scrims, Jason? What's your read on it?
I've not seen any scrims, but bro, it's Zergy. He's the trackball master. And honestly, for me, Empty Dreams wasn't an M1 carry player. He was more of like the spirit carry that he was slotted into the M1 carry role within Lowkey W. So honestly, I think it's definitely an easy upgrade for them to actually take. How well is he going to play in scrims with a limited amount of time is another question.
Now, when I first joined the Deadlock scene, Zergy was constantly the MVP. You talked about his trackball, his incredible accuracy, but he was also playing characters like Seven that didn't seem like they required a ton of accuracy. Can he bring Seven back in the meta? If not, what else is in Zergy's repertoire? Because I know this game is not quite ready. We got a little bit of time to fill here, Kaplan.
Venator, Mirage, like you give him any M1 hero, I think he can do God's work with it. I think even Geist, if you want to give him that as well. I think the interesting thing is we didn't see him in the later stages of Buff Enjoyers. The meta wasn't in favor of having like a strong M1 hero to carry a game. We didn't really see Wraith, we didn't really see Seven, we didn't really see the normal status quo when it came to when they had the rise in success. So that's kind of come back now into the mix, seeing things like Venator, seeing things like Mirage being played. Also Infernus is definitely in his kit, and we've seen a lot more of him over the last few weeks. So I think this meta actually does favor him decently well. But I am curious, when we get to those games later on with Lowkey W, are they going to get him a comfort hero early on in these picks?
It'll be a best of 3 when we get to that grand final. This, though, is a best of 1, and we're going to be kicking it off with a Mo 1v1. DDK, the draft is something that we really focus in on here on the night shift, and it all begins with this fight. For those that are new, break it down. What are we watching here from the Abrahams and Leviathan?
So, I mean, you got to win the 1v1 to get your choice of whether you're going to pick first or second. And it's pretty important. Depending on the meta, one could favor the other. Depending on the team you're drafting against, one could favor the other because of how the bans will go across in the priority.
Razumi's getting beat down from the back. It's gonna be Saint who remains undefeated. Yeah. The best mowing krill hands in the game. He's got to be 20-0 on the show. We actually don't know. But we're going to start compiling this statistics, and we're going to start putting a bounty. No more bonus play or pay if you just win the tournament. You have to beat Saint in a 1v1. Leviathan, they are going to go with the first ban, which means Abrahams are going to be able to get a pick right away. Let's get into this with Infernus is going to be locked out. The Bernie boy prioritized early here by EU, at least making sure he doesn't see the field. What's that all about, DDK?
I mean, it's interesting because Infernus hasn't really been changed all that much. He's good. I actually think that people are undervaluing him. I think that what we're kind of seeing is the correction, maybe an overcorrection. We'll have to find out.
People remembered. Oh yeah, he's good.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and I do think there's a lot of. I think people are mostly going for not like the dash build, but a dash build even is kind of viable as well. But it's more of a traditional build with just a catalyst and a couple like 1 point into the afterburn. Because you get the plus 16 DPS off of that. So just a really annoying hero that can kind of be active throughout the entirety of the game.
Now, Abrahams, they decided to let Leviathan ban first and pick first. This rewards them with back-to-back picks. So, Captain, what are you going with here?
If we're going to find out if we still have value on Celeste, I would say Celeste would definitely be a top 2. Maybe Silver as well. I think a Silver Celeste wouldn't be necessarily bad. And I think...
Is Mirage still good? Because he got banned out constantly.
Yeah, he's
I think
still
we might see no Celeste today. I got a feeling, Jason, that... Because usually people overreact to nerfs. So...
Well, they nerfed her... So they made her have no longer negative bullet resist. But they also nerfed her M1 damage early in the game. But it gets back on track later on. So she's kind of like... She doesn't do as much damage, but she's not as weak early. So they did definitely tweak her a bit when it came to like the numbers on her. But a Shiv, I mean, yeah, it's Abrahams. Why would we not see a Shiv come through?
The ult damage was increased as well, so it wasn't all bad as well. But yeah, Shiv is still really good. I love the golden egg into the decay. It's actually a really awesome build.
This is so weird though. But we saw for what 4 weeks at least Billy heavily prioritized over Abrams, and then in the last 2 weeks alone, Abrams has kind of come back into play. I think it's been more of the Siphon Life, like the one ability, putting a little bit of spirit around that because you have extra longevity in these fights, and of course, Phantom Strike does give you somewhat of an initiate that maybe Billy. Well, I mean Billy can obviously with Chain Gang, but the lash on top of that as well. I mean, you're already looking to set things up here for Leviathan.
Yeah, I think the Phantom Strike is a really great point because it does turn Abrams into a super nasty pick later that in a way that Billy doesn't have that utility.
Guys, how did you let Mirage go 6th there? I feel like if I'm Abrahams and I was watching last week's games, I'd say they've already won this game.
I mean, my guess is you see Venator, probably not going to pick Mirage with Venator. You're probably not going to go like the double M1, so you can kind of afford to leave it a little bit later and go for something like Shiv, which is definitely highly prioritized. A Viscous ban as well. Like I guess that's over towards Psy.
I mean, Viscous is good. You know, like he has a lot of utility. I suppose maybe it's the case that I guess the save. I mean, I'm not really sure if this is like a targeted ban or like a general thing, or if there's something in the meta that's developed over the last few days, as that does tend to happen. But a Geist gets banned, and that's actually quite a nice ban as well, I think. So you can definitely play Geist as kind of the off carry alongside them. You know, if you have the Mirage as the main kind of solo M1 carry.
I mean, I'm happy to see it actually banned because I hate seeing overseas play it. I just feel like they don't put him in a position to succeed with Geist. Whereas if OCs was playing it, which we now know he's going to be on Venator, he definitely plays more of a late game carry with her. So I'm just happy to see it, honestly. But with the Sinclair being picked this early on, I mean, so this is going to be a steal on what? Death Slam, so you're going to have to build into a Majestic Leap if you want to have success there. Even Era Domini can do a lot of damage on top of this. But
Celeste is in.
There we go.
I was going to ask chat, does Celeste make it in tonight? She breaks into the first game. She's going as pick 8. Mirage went as pick number 6. And keep in mind, Silver and Shiv were prioritized by Abrahams, with Venator being the very first pick. We take a look here at the remaining. What do you build here if you're Leviathan? You got 2 spots. Haze is not something we've seen a ton of. Is that the buff? Is it nerfs? What have we seen in the recent patch?
So she did get the most changes and a full rework. And it's interesting because I don't think it really affected the super top level of play, because it's kind of the ult builds that were just ravaging every other level of play, but that you didn't really see that in the pro level. So I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm just reading the patch changes real quick. Yeah, the Sleep Dagger basically got better, essentially. So you can do a lot more catch and pick with Haze than previously. And I think the Smoke Bomb and the Gangs is just generally amped up as well. Have I missed anything, Jason, that's more significant?
Bullet Dance, man. The Bullet Dance was changed. It's no longer a 360-degree angle. It's now a cone, so you have to be actually accurate with the way you go about it. It means you can fight a Haze when she's ulting if you get behind her and there's multiple targets. You have to choose who you want to kill as well. I think that's going to be really interesting to see how you play around that as a Haze. Is there a world we see Ricochet come back into the mix to kind of feed off of that? Is Ricochet maybe like an item that you have to get as a core item for her to make your ultimate act that way? I don't know, but this is cool to see that, you know, Hayes gets hit with some changes and we get to see her finally played again.
How would you describe these two teams? Leviathan going for burst damage, a lot of sleeps and picks, or what are we breaking down? What are we expecting here in the early game, GDK?
I think in the early game, yeah, you got a lot of roam potential and macro potential from Leviathan, and pressure as well. You know, Lash, Celeste, Abrams are going to be really nice to harass. Hayes also very good in that respect. Rem can help to push lanes, and then because a lot of the game is ensuring that Venator can farm with the least pressure possible to like really come online. So I think if you're talking about the early game, I think that's a really big objective that they have. I think in the other end of things with Abrahams, you know, there's a lot of obviously Mirage is really amazing because of the 30 seconds cooldown on the ult, which allows him to kind of be anywhere at any time while still heavily farming, and you can still get really active with Silver and Ivy. Ivy has like also amazing mobility and macro potential, so the Mirage Ivy combo there gives them lots of macro options, and then Yamato has a lot of catch and gank ability, especially I think. But the harder to deal with here is like Celeste and Lash. You know, I think Yamato's going to be really good at bursting them down.
Kaplan, it seems like the chat is most excited about the Hayes pick here. They're saying that they're coming in to deny the M1 player on the other side. The cone is seen as a buff by a few players. Does it do more damage? Like, if you haven't played against a Hayes in a minute, are you going to be more scared of her or less scared of her this week in episode 34?
I want to kind of say more, because like there's also some changes like fixation, which worked really well with bullet dance, that you can kind of get more weapon damage per stack. That was increased by 0.02. But then but then they did, you know, obviously nerf fixation at tier 3 just slightly. So I feel like you could see a lot of early damage. And if I'm looking at like the comp they have too with Leviathan, you have like Rem and Lash to really set your team up extremely well. You open with a nap time, which also got buffed in this last patch. You hit with a Death Slam, and then you have, of course, like Venator with a Trap, you have Celeste with a Shining Wonder, you have Hayes with a Bullet Dance. Like, there's a lot of wombo combo around their composition. And I think more importantly, Hayes also has the opportunity to deal really well with Mirage, because you're not going to see Hayes coming. If you get in there in time, you can get a quick kill onto him as well if you can dodge around the tornadoes. I think there's a lot of potential to use Hayes as like a counter to Mirage if you can get those 1v1s.
Yamato, I've heard, has seen some buffs with the new slide changes as well. DDK, do you expect those to come into play after just a week of these pros getting their hands on it?
I think it's a great quality of life change. You mean like where you can like slide at the power slash and stuff like that? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if that'll change things too much, but I think it's a really nice quality of life change. I do think Yamato's a really nice pick because I think just the burst spirit's going to be really good to burst down Rem. I mean, Hayes is also kind of squishy as well, as is Celeste. Celeste's base HP dropped by like 80 or 90 or something like that. And also Celeste and Lash, they're hard to catch. And with Flying Strike, Yamato is uniquely suited to actually just catch them and do that burst damage. So I think the Yamato pick was really nice here for Abrahams, and that'd actually be for me one of the focal points.
I like these call outs. Chat, keep your comments coming. I'll be reading them out loud throughout the tournament. Reminder, keep those subs coming. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Prime sub. Put it to use as we jump into the games. It is Abrahams versus Leviathan, the EU Challenger match here on episode 34.
I like that, Dan. A pre-Prime sub.
A what?
Yeah. No. Yeah, obviously... thank you so much for the support, everyone that does do it with us here over on the night shift as we're jumping into our first match, man. And obviously a little bit of an interesting play when we came to last week if you guys joined us, but I'm curious to see, you know, on an even playing field now, how things are really going to wind out. As Dan, we already do have lanes already set up as well. It looks like it's going to be a Celeste Lash on the left-hand side here for Leviathan with an Abrams Hayes in middle, man. Sleep Dagger into a shoulder charge. That's a lot of kill potential.
Yeah, that's very nice setup. I can't wait actually to see how well Sai will do with the Haze. I think with the smoke bomb and the kind of sleep dagger, the roam and pick potential there is going to be super fun to watch that dynamic play out. And you know, Rem, okay, yeah, look at that. I think have we looked at the Rem? Did we get it last week?
I believe we had it. I think it was Paige we only saw like once that we didn't get to actually take too much of a look on. But yeah, Rem looks great. I love the new skin, of course, by Ozzy Lion. Coming in big for us, the Shopify mod on Rem. The little helpers you don't see right now, they have the little sidekick mask too, which is always sick. Does an amazing job.
Good old Rem. Everyone seems to hate Rem. Why do they hate Rem so much, Jason? Because I actually don't hate playing against Rem. What am I missing?
It depends. Are we talking pro play or are we talking like your own games? Because I think in your own
matchmaking,
games,
it just feels like everybody hates playing Rem in matchmaking.
because most Rem players will take their own sinners and not enemy sinners, and then you're just taking sinners away from your own carries.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's where they hit them.
Ah, so you're kind of just getting griefed by your teammates. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that is actually really funny. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, this Venator lane is going to be really important to make sure that OCs does OCs things. I think, as I highlighted, we've seen this in the past with OCs. If you're able to just play a style where you keep the pressure off of him, he will deliver for you into the late game. And where the team struggle the most, oftentimes, is when OCs just gets like the rest of his team loses control of the pressure in the tempo game, and then OCs gets harassed too much and it doesn't get ahead enough. So. That's something. Hang on, why are we down here? We box running down here? Holy.
Yeah, that's a win. Okay.
What is going on, James? Why is he going back?
I don't know why they're even skirmishing in this position. Another blade going to be dodged away from. Sai, I think most likely will escape this one. But
what was that?
To go back to your note though of like this late game OCs kind of play, I don't like that to be a win condition for a team. And I think with Rayek on the roster, it's kind of helped ease the pain of OCs being the solo carry within the team. But for that to be your win condition, I feel like it's not going to really net you success long term.
I was muted, Jason.
Oh, good.
That's why there was no quick pause. Yeah, it's a very fair point. And okay, there's a quick sleep dagger. There's that charge you were talking about. Maybe not the ideal combo. And in terms of the health trades here, not looking actually that amazing for the Leviathan side here in mid. And as we get to the 3:30 mark, you've done most of the box running at this point, for now at least. Players getting back to lanes. Might be a potential gank coming on through here actually. The Celeste player, Ray, is actually making his way over to that left lane.
Yeah, I think he's just heading back to his lane actually. To make sure to not miss it on this farm here, trying to secure that own tier 1 camp. I think Sai is the one I'm looking at when it comes to ganks, since we do see him heading down the left-hand side. It looks like he might even go quickly back here, looking for the rotation, potentially on a Sonya Sniper, which is also something we need to point out, right? It's Arzo on the Mirage. Typically, Sonya Sniper will play the M1 carry for the team, but this is quite a big change in how they normally play here within the Abraham side.
Really an option for them today.
Bit of box running there. Good burst damage coming on through. Okay. Lots of damage out of Fremont. Actually very annoying to lane against a good lash. Can see monster rounds here on Saints on the Sinclair. If you have a teammate that's doing the box running, you should be buying monster rounds. Doesn't really matter who you're playing. And the reason, by the way, I'm not. This is what Pierre told me when he was coaching me for the Content Creator Cup. It's like you got to buy the monster rounds because you're going to be solo against the waves. So you have to be able to like get that damage in so that the wave can't crash onto the tower, and they can't dive you whilst your teammate's box running. That's like one of the main reasons. It's like wave management.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Speaking of management, buff management going the way of Abraham's here, securing both buffs, which you can see on the top hand side of our screen now under the Portrait of Together and Sonya Sniper. Big shout out to Tracklock for that one, making that happen. The elevating our broadcasts. Trying to see which buff had gone where was impossible before that, honestly.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. And it's a big deal too because it can indicate to us, like we talk about power spikes and stuff. Having a buff does definitely give you an advantage over your opponent. So it might create windows where that player might be looking to do something depending on what the buff is. So great that we have the technology now.
Mm-hmm. And we also now know it's going to be casting Bullet next at the 10-minute mark, which is amazing to have when it comes to that first turn coming up. ODC pressure happening. It looks like it'll be a subtle dive here on Overseas. Well, not so subtle. The shoulder charges back away from the team. Even the signs of impact being thrown in this one just to make sure he can escape. And he will do so. But this Guardian is going to be dropped to at least half HP before any sort of help comes in.
Yeah, so I was coming across again on this haze. And very weak on the... it's Bob on the Shiv, but we'll be able to escape here. This is pretty oppressive, actually, coming in from Abrahams. Doing a lot of work here in this middle lane. And looks like that Guardian is going to go down. Pretty decently fast Guardian, mid Guardian down. Which is very nice to have, because especially when that first urn is coming up, you want to have that mid priority. So it just helps, you know, I mean, that's a bit far away at this point, but still, very, very helpful to have mid priority on the waves. Now you feel those mid players a little bit too.
It was a big investment about it together to actually stick around for so long to commit to that. Probably because they lost the right-hand Guardian already. And you can see that instead it's going to be now Arzo just left to solo farm. So by kind of doing that, you give him a lot of the solo farm here at this point in the game. You allow Together to be a playmaker, which honestly I feel like he is within the Abraham's team, though he has shied away from that in the past. Noce is already being chased down. Naptime coming on through. The shadow transformation can be used to actually get away from that once the stun doesn't come on in. And Together's actually able to take down the rat. Irazumi goes down, and Together making some big plays now around the map.
Yeah, oh, wow, what on earth was that catch? But there's the save, the catch, and Together's gonna survive on a slither of health. But I do love this about Yamato. You have so much capacity for the early roams and ganks. It's very, very annoying to deal with. Although we'll be back to the fountain for Together for the time being. In the meantime, we're 2 minutes away from that first urn coming out. Still a lot of play here on these side lanes. As we will get the Lycan Curse coming on.
I actually had to correct myself. I didn't realize. Did you notice, Dan? That was actually Saint audience participating that nap time. I didn't realize he actually stole that one away, which is why. Well, no, Arzo was also Slack. I don't know. I'm really confused. I thought I saw Arzo was Slack. Actually, no, it was. I guess we saw 2 nap times being used. But either way, back into the mix here as I try to, you know, get my bearings in this one. Moby does help get down this guard on the left-hand side, and they do make the pressure be seen. Potentially looking for the invade onto these centers since we're at the 8-minute mark, and you can already see Sai is wanting to protect these on his side of the map.
Yeah, I love this aggression. This is brilliant work to like try to deal with these sinners, especially again with like as you've like highlighted the Rem on the server. You want to absolutely make sure that Rem is not getting that macro advantage. Again, there is that mid Guardian advantage that Abrams have at the moment, as the teams are trying to fan out and collect some of these sinners. And they're just taking stock of, you know, the pacing for OCs, 8.1k, so doing very well on his side of things. But also, even better, 8.7k on the Mirage. So the M1's really going pound for pound at the moment.
Look at Sai.
A minute.
He's on the hunt here, Dan. He's looking for tasks. Stoneformer to come out. You know, Sai's coming, gets the stun onto him. Sleep Dagger, not even going to be used here. It's going to be the Bolt Dance. You can now slide within the Bolt Dance, if I'm not mistaken, though it doesn't go for it down the ramp. Instead, it's caught by the Tornado. Dust Devil going to be enough to help finish Sai off here, down to just like 10 HP, and eventually going to be finished off by Together once again, participating in these fights all around the map. Continues to go on forward, trying to catch out Overseas once again. And Together, I'm really digging this playstyle for him more and more, honestly, Dan. It feels like the original Together that we used to see.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Needs to catch up a little bit on the souls, though. That's one of the unfortunate realities of the roam, is that you might go a little bit just without the souls per minute that you'd otherwise want. But you can always catch up. It really just depends on what opportunities you're also creating for your team as well. With that said, earn in 10 seconds. See which team is going to be in better set to go for this one. It's pretty light presence. A lot of effort on mid, looking for those bridge buffs, the priority on the bridge buffs first. And there's that unspawn. Abrahams with the control around that position, as well as the bridge buff. And what are Leviathan going to try to get instead? They're going to try to just get value elsewhere. They're chasing down the M1. They're chasing down Arzo, who is 9.9k at the moment. Able to escape that harass. And now it really is up to Leviathan to try to block this urn.
Whiskey's already making his presence known on his right-hand side, getting that Walker down to below half HP while the urn is being ferried across the actual map. It's going to get caught out, though. Bobby coming on through, looking to hit these threaded knives, and an early Dispel Magic coming through actually does net him a cleanse of this one. Only 2 more knives left to throw here for Bo, but he's not going to connect the next one. Surely should be hitting the follows. Actually, no, he was connecting him. Just looks a little bit weird on spec mode. And the urn was dunked while all this was happening by Saint. The macro play around the map, I think they got maybe a mid Guardian, but that was it. They're looking to actually transition to a big hit this left-hand side.
There we go. There it's falls, and Arzo starts to rotate back across to the shop here, the secret shop, and definitely definitely looking like pretty good right now for Abrahams. Like you say, on the macro game's kind of nice, and it's getting a little bit quieter from together. I think he's been catching up a little bit on the souls somewhat. With all that said, you know, as you mentioned, that Walker on the right side is quite weakened, honestly. That you're going to be kind of careful of that at this point. And we're going to get OC's going back onto that right lane. Again, playing it solo. He's going to be up in the 1v1 against Arzo on the Mirage. So 2M1s will be kind of pushing and pulling on the right side.
I'd say the really rough part about this right now, though, Dan, is you got to look at Psy. 6,000 souls hasn't really accomplished anything in the game so far. And to put Psy on a haze to try to bring that out here and not really have the impact you need, like, he can't 1v1 Arzo. I mean, he's half the net worth, 6k to 12k. All you can really do is facilitate a kill with OCs, maybe onto Arzo. So you see him hovering this right-hand side, maybe looking for that catch. But he needs to be able to do something. They need some sort of way to get him back into the game here with the way they currently have things set up. He's just not going to have an impact against anyone. I think he can't necessarily 1v1 anyone against Abrahams actually with the current souls he has.
Yeah, I think it's much more of a setup haze, especially with some of the changes, you know, buffing the dagger a little bit, and we also see, you know, it's a balance of, you know, who can get the souls as well, and the farm on the team. And I think maybe going to get a bit more pro on maybe the Abrams now and the Celeste potentially, and supporting OCs is incredibly important. Slumming Hex has been online here for Psy also, so that's an option after the dagger lands to try to complete a kill. And a lot of attention on the right side lane at the moment from both teams, as there's a potential push coming on through, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to do too much here. Leviathan can fall back to the Walker, and in the meantime, mid pressure's coming through, and that might be something that could be problematic, but they'll disperse before a response can be had by Abrahams. So a lot of map presence here for Leviathan, but not getting anything just yet.
Oh, how did he hyperline? Oh my god! He catches Psy with the right click. I don't think there was any world side meant to do that, to get on that hyperline, which is kind of why you rebind it, but gets caught out and gets decimated here. And I think the really worrying thing right now for me is when you look at Leviathan's squad, or sorry, I mean, they're not really getting the team fights they want. Abrahams are really able to kind of, you know, keep themselves spread apart to not allow these like big wombo combos to actually land and let this farm to continue to come through for, you know, Arzo at 14k. I mean, even Sonya's at 13k himself. No one's really behind on the side of Abrahams as they're sitting on a 6k lead.
Yeah, it does feel like Arzo's it's just like too, he's not being hindered enough. He's just able to kind of do whatever he wants. And that's kind of problematic because he's also mostly out farming OCs. They are equal at the moment, but okay, here we go. We get the catch coming on through, and that could be a really good find here. The ult is coming out from Haze, but very underfed. Psy is not able to do maybe as much as he otherwise would have wanted to. And although with that said, you know, they do take down the Shiv, so that's something to be said there for that player. 1-for-1. We do have the urn coming up here, and the wave priority is going to be with Abrahams here. They're going to have all the macro advantage to start capitalizing even further, Jason.
Yeah, I will give credit to Leviathan, even though they are down, albeit only 3k. They've been doing a great job of preventing Abrahams to go for these like split pushes. I mean, you can see they really haven't done too much chip damage on any of these walkers, with mid one currently being the lowest. But constantly leaving these waves shoved. They're not allowing, you know, Mirage to just do his thing as well as I do. Can get around the map so quickly. And well, right now I think OC's wished he could get around the map a little bit faster here. There's no way he escapes this, right?
Doesn't look like it, but you know, OC's tried. He tried. That's all that counts, Jason. You have the urn in play again. And there's the seismic slam. That makes quick work with Sonya's sniper. The focus fire there was super effective. Oh wow, Solomon just subscribed for 8 months.
I saw.
Wow.
At least he's watching the show, even though he's not on the show today.
Yeah, Solomon's typically the lead producer. Got Lowkey stepping in today. Right, well, we got the assault. This is that weakened walker that OC's chipped down quite a lot previously. And looks like it's going to be saved for now, but it's on a slither of health as the urn is being collected. And it will be dunked here by Leviathan. I don't think there's nothing there to stop that. So Leviathan looking to potentially take maybe a lead here after all of these problems. And they're still applying pressure, Jason, to that right side walker. That is going to be gone here. So for all the control Abrahams had, it actually feels like we're getting somewhat of a switch up here for Leviathan for them to take control. And in fact, they've actually been pushed off the urn deposit.
I think that was honestly a great play by Psy. to know kind of the limits he could move on this left-hand side to actually bait them over in that direction. With OC's also picking up a kill into the others, actually might be the play for the Leviathan to get themselves back in the game. And Death Slam going to be coming on through. Low, I think it was going to be canceled out because Fremont had been eliminated. And now Ars was in the fight. He's got a little bit of protection here, so he does get slept off to the side, but no one's really focusing this man down. And the Urn back in the hands of Rayek. They're looking to turn this in with this pressure they're applying. Leviathan getting the lead for the first time in this game here. This is really well done on the macro level.
They've been hanging in there. They really have, and it's working out. More skirmishing, though. Neither really teams looking to give this one up. It looks like OC's will fall. That's a great pickup there for Abrahams to find. That's going to force the rest of Leviathan to fall off after that, losing their M1. Position 1. And the waves looking kind of nice here for Abrahams overall. That right side lane getting taken care of.
Let's take out Yamato.
You have Fremont to tangle with Sunny Sniper on the Silver, but some assistance is coming together on the Yamatos, moving on through as we see Celeste escaping the two-player hit here onto this left side walker pressure. Abraham's trying to split push at the moment. Very chaotic, actually, but the main fight is towards that right side. Looks like Leviathan are likely going to lose the left side walker. It's getting very, very low at this point as a 3v3 is also happening at the same time on the right side. That walker not under attack just yet. But Abrahams, if they can pick up these kills, they're going around the side. The power slash coming on through, diving behind the walker. OC is chasing them down, able to take down together. Very forward position to potentially punish. Sanya Sniper falls out of the Lycan Curse and trying to leap away. Good movement options on the Silver, but that's a snipe there. Iradomini for the finish. And that is a defense there on the right side for Leviathan, but they did lose the left walker.
Great read by OC's there to actually know the angle they're going to be coming through on. You can see where the majority of the kills are currently sitting. OC's at 4, together at 4, and the rest of the team is going to be around the 1 or the 0 mark. So two players definitely catching the majority of the kills at the moment. But also, what I kind of want to see is maybe we can do the breakdown of net worth across the players and just get an idea of which team has the most players in like top 5. And currently it's going to be 3 for the side of Leviathan. With OC's at 21k. I mean, him and Rake being at 21 and 19k is phenomenal. And then you're on the other side, it's just going to be Mirage and Silver at 19 and about 16 respectively. So this is not really a great sign. If you see Shiv at about 15k here, Bobby's definitely fallen behind with how these fights have broken out.
What's the early thought on the Celeste nerf, boys? Is it real? Chat doesn't think so.
Well, it's interesting because it definitely, I think, you could see it got prioritized less heavily in the draft, but it does still seem quite effective. And the blinding light, the ult did get better, so it's team fight. The team fight actually is a bit more dangerous now.
And with the mobility that, excuse me, Celeste has as well, you've seen Rake just kind of be a nuisance. And made out ultimates, it was an airdrop coming through, trying to get a catch on the Rake under the walker. I think the hypermobility of her as a hero in general is just... It's so important to have on a hero because of how aggressive and how many things you can technically bait out. That's going to be a Death Slam coming on through. Stolen by Saint. Going to get a catch onto Overseas. Death Slam is up, though, for Fremont. They catch onto one and just throws them away and looks to retreat away from this one, realizing they've overcommitted into this fight.
Huge stuff. Mid push comes on through still, though, from Abrahams looking for these fights. However, very defensible position now. Leviathan all grouped up as 4, and together he's really deep position on the Yamato. Going to be forced to find his way back out to back off of that, and just again looking at the waves here. You've got these buffs coming up, and major control in middle for Abrahams. They're going to get one of the bridge buffs, looking to play Urn side. I'm pretty sure it's the left side for the Urn.
Yeah, should be. Even numbers are left, odd numbers are right. Also, big shout out to Christina14 once again. Another donation to the prize pool of $50. I didn't get to see your note, but I'm just gonna assume it's saying thank you, Jason. I love you. You're great. Dan's okay.
Big ups, Christina, and now into the Urn fight we go. Big team fight here. Lots of ults online for Leviathan. That blinding light is online actually. It's a really big potential threat here. As together, just in that front line, just causing problems, chasing down Abrams in the Seismic Slam animation. And the power slash is continuing to ward players away, but can only stay out there for so long. Ooh, missing the jump to the jump pad there. I think that's it. together with just a Crimson's Splash, able to stay alive, up to 700 HP. The heal's coming on through there, and somehow, some way, Together still alive. Surely Together's going to go down here. The rest of the team of Abraham's collapsing on, or rather Leviathan collapsing onto him to take him out, and everybody's still up here for Leviathan. Every ult has been ripped, though, for both sides.
Yeah, Uzi's been getting so much protection in these fights, too. No one's able to get in towards the backline to actually deal with him. Even though Sai went for a questionable bullet dance, which I believe he immediately canceled out on. They're still going to come out ahead of the fight. Sai's going to go for the earn turn and then probably clean up the right-hand side. I don't think we're quite at the point in the game, though, Dan, for mid-boss to be taken at a fight like this. But I'd say anywhere, you know, at the 24-minute mark is when we have that real possibility of mid-boss being taken. But honestly, again, positioning. And Overseas, he baited out so much damage. He absorbed so much and was able to heal it again with the Siphon Life. And, you know, Arzo kind of joined the fight. I don't want to say late, but you saw Together was hanging on by a thread by the time that Arzo actually appeared.
And I actually feel like, you know, now we're really getting into dangerous territory for Abrahams, because Leviathan are very scary. If you think about the late game options they have, OC's obviously great damage output. Like you said, he gets a lot of protection as well in this lineup. The front line's kind of nasty, you know, if you think about how the presence of Abrams, the charge threat, the seismic slam threat, you've got Lash as well. Sai can also do a lot with the sleep daggers for disruption. And once Overseas gets onto that Phantom Strike, it kind of, you know, things kind of really change. It gives a lot of options to open fights in the late game where maybe Lash wouldn't be able to do that as safely.
Damn, look at this spiffy new soul difference tracker we have with the help of track lock. You can see around that 16-minute mark is when we had that big change up happen, and Leviathan were able to get ahead in the lead here, and quite a lead it is. You know, 13,000 at one point. Another fight's gonna break off once again here Together. Trying to get a connection on to someone, but there's just everyone in the air. So you can hear the bullet dance going off while in the midst of all this fight is taking place. Fremont's to be the first one to go down here, and Abrams, this is the real opportunity for them to get back in the game here. A big team fight win could turn into a mid-boss and could easily turn into a victory for themselves.
Yeah, the Iradomini ticking in the distance there. As Arzo is trying to reposition here, a bit exposed. You don't want to be fighting out in the open by yourself on Mirage, so we'll get now the re-engage from Leviathan, just dropping in on top of the Abrahams players. And, oh no, Bobby's going to get slept. Yeah, massive.
I mean, it kicks on to 4, but there was no follow-up there, Dan. I was expecting actually a kill to come on through. You can see shoulder charge is up, even Scourge being purchased. I hope Overseas do extra damage one in the enemy territories. They do get a kill on Together. With him down, actually, there's a real possibility. We could see them go for a mid-boss. No way to really steal. Task would have to come in. A huge stone form to pull this off. Leviathan are set up for a position to do this here. This is gonna be a big commit out of them. They don't have Death Slam. All they have is Seismic Impact to lock this one on down. Abrahams, I think, honestly have a real chance of contesting this.
They're gonna have to try. They really need to get it done. 20 seconds until Together can get online here into this fight. I don't know if that's gonna be long enough. Leviathan starting to hit the mid-boss again, but the harass threat is coming back through just time and again, trying to slow them down. Again, if they can buy time for Together, I don't know if he's going to have Shadow Form online, but there's a good possibility that he might be able to, but instead, looks like the Rejuve Crystals will drop here, and the delay maybe not quite good enough here. They'll try to do everything they can to steal away these Rejuve Crystals to drop on top of it, and we get 3 Rejuve Crystals for Abrahams. Absolutely massive work. I cannot believe it. And Together's going to be back into the fight as well. Shadow Form is going to be an option. Massive swing potential in this fight here for Abrahams to get back into this game. And there goes Ray. 2 players are down for Leviathan. They are fully routed at this point. They've got to get out of this fight. I don't know if they can fully disengage, though. They're getting pushed sideways across the map as the fight continues. And the pursuit is there. And speaking of pursuit, what is that? The flying strike doesn't obey the laws of physics. And that is just disgusting. And I don't know if Sai can escape this one. Into the teleporter he's going to go, but going with him is Together, Jason.
I think it doesn't obey the laws of physics, but maybe quantum physics is what we're seeing there, man. That, I don't know how the hell you hit that fine slash like that. But what a throw out of Leviathan. I mean, Overseas, he was tanking the mid-boss. He was down below half HP when they finally picked it off. And how the hell are you going to survive against 5 players of Abraham's there to contest you? He tries to go for the Seismic Impact to actually dislodge anyone off of the Rejuve. But he goes early, pulls the trigger too early. Stoneform connects after that from Task, and then they had 3-4 players of Abraham surrounding the Rejuve Crystal to secure it. Leviathan, that was a massive throw. And honestly, I think they didn't necessarily need to go for mid boss there, even though they had the opportunity. A little bit slow to go. And they gave Abrahams every chance to get back in this game now. An urn going to be turned in off the back of this. That soul lead is quickly gonna displace and disperse.
Yeah,
that's a big mental hit for Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because the scaling to me feels very scary from Abrahams as well. I think, you know, the potential for Silver, for Yamato, Shiv, Mirage to be really problematic on more even footing soul-wise. We'll see how that goes because another fight breaks out here. Abraham's, you know, happy to take this fight. They have the numbers and, of course, the Regen Crystal as well. So, got to be careful with the harass, and Fremog maybe going a little bit too far for that one. Gets taken out. And there's that mid-walker. It will be claimed. So, Abrahams will lose that. So, that's a nice snipe coming through from Leviathan to try to stay active, to try to reduce the amount of value from these Regen Crystals.
I mean, it is 2 walkers now for them, so they have the flex shot advantage, though I don't know if they have the economy to actually use it. Is that a counter nap time coming on through? No, it wasn't. It was actually, I don't know how the hell Together actually ranged that one. He doesn't have counter spell. Then he gets the flying strike on top of Irazumi and a quick kill onto the rat. And now Abraham's turned the aggression that Leviathan just had against them, taking their own mid-walker. Maybe a push on the right-hand side as well.
This game is opened right up here. No cooldowns really for Together. I think Together was queuing up Return Fire earlier. I think we might see more Return Fire, especially with some of the changes. More bullet damage from the haze. So 60% I think on the Return Fire now instead of 50%.
Yep, and they reduced the cooldown by 2 seconds. So I think it was actually Bobby who got one earlier on. Gave a couple of metal skins being picked up, and oh my gosh, look at the damage ours is able to do up against Overseas. It's not quite heavy just yet, but he just have escalating. And all he needs to do is hit these Scarabs. They dispel magic, so Scarab's really going to start stacking the damage on through. But obviously, Overseas, he wants to get this walker down. And Arzo can't really defend against it by himself. It'll get a hell of a lot of damage and at least force a kill or 2 before they can get away with this one.
Yeah, just completely ignoring him. Okay, I don't think this is going to work. That Jin's Mark just deletes Sai. Very squishy, especially at the soul disparity that still exists. Much more fighting here on this left side. There's Lycan Curse coming on through the Sanya snipers, so you don't want to mess with that. And after all is said and done, you know, with those Regen Crystals, still 3 Regen Crystals up at this point. All the walkers cleaned up. The soul disparity, I mean, they were behind like 25k souls, I think, at least. And now they are up a few K themselves. So, I don't know. I don't know how this game's going to go, Jason. How do you feel about the scaling difference between Abrahams and Leviathan?
Well, I talk about that. Can we actually see the soul difference once again? Because we're talking about like the disparity of souls between the teams, and I want to see this roller coaster we got going on as Abrahams have swung it back in their favor, albeit but not that much, but still almost 15-16k soul swing is massive for Abrahams around that mid boss. But when it comes to scaling, I mean, obviously Arzo is just going to become unstoppable. So is Together, and even Bobby's going to get tanky enough that he's still going to be relevant as the game continues. I think one problem I see is that Overseas isn't as tanky anymore as I'd like, or he's I don't know, he's taking too much damage before they get the skirmishes they want off, and Fremog hasn't really been able to hit any big ultimates just yet, as far as I've been able to see in this game. So this whole game plan of like nap time into Death Slam or vice versa hasn't worked out too well for them. And I think when we get to the level of if counter spells are going to be invested out of Abrahams, nap time's not going to mean anything, and neither will Death Slam.
I'm curious.
So I think Abrahams is where I'm going with scaling here.
Yeah, no, I totally see the vision on that one. I'm curious if Overseas has that Phantom Strike online just yet. Obviously, just a bit of push and pull there in mid. Again, you want that mid priority. You know, it's always a big focus at the 30-second mark before an urn, which is where we're at before the urn and the bridge buffs. Both teams are going to want to play for control of these high ground positions to get those buffs.
Oh, that's a big investment for Arzo, and they're not even going to get it either. This is a huge throw into this fight. They're really committing to get this pick, especially because Urn's going to be coming up in just a few seconds. But a battle at the secret shop here. I think Seattle's going to be very happy about finding this position, man.
Yeah, certainly. And looking really healthy still. Ern is ready for the taking. We'll see which team is able to get on top of it. Abrahams. Oh, that's a nice power slash, catching 2 players with that. Big damage done. The Blinding Light's being sent out, though. That's going to be chipping away at these players, but Abraham certainly looking way stronger here. The health bars tell the story. Everybody from Leviathan is very, very weak at this point, and it feels like the momentum shift, even though the soul difference is pretty negligible at this stage of the game, the difference in power from the scaling, like you said, is enormous.
Let's go yellow.
Yeah, it doesn't. The thing is, the soul difference is like negligible, but it doesn't feel like it's been. Like, it doesn't feel like the soul difference really reflects how these fights are going. It feels like it's been very strong now for Abrahams when it comes to the actual fight. I think Saint honestly has been doing some really good work here with his rapid hexes. He's been catching quite a few targets in really prime positions, and even thinking, you know, if Phantom Strike comes online, which we don't have seems anytime soon for overseas, he actually went for a Witchmail. Good luck, you Phantom Strike in, and you're just gonna get hexed once you hit a wall.
Side pressing basically every button you can to try to get out of this one. His teammates come in though and actually turning things onto Bobby, and oh my god, okay, he's gonna die from just the passive. Okay, maybe not. Very, very close. There's some barriers helping out too. That's unfortunate that Bobby doesn't get taken out there. That's gonna feel bad for Leviathan, but I'm not sure if it's gonna change too much here. Let's look at the burst damage there coming out from them, the focus fire. Bobby once again in trouble, getting targeted here by Rake, and looks like things might get turned around on Rake. It's stuck in close quarters. That's just absolutely not where you want to be as Celeste. And that's going to be a wrap here. And with mid boss up, I think this has got to be it, Jason. The beginning of the end.
Yeah, 20k in the pockets now for Abrahams. Leviathan. Honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I feel like you kind of have to contest. You need to take away some of these rejues, but with a little bit of a bait and switch here, Abraham's actually going to go full steam ahead to go for the fight themselves. But catching a Sonic Sniper to Leviathan, let's put things a little bit closer to equal. Bobby returns to the fight. It's not a bad kill here at Leviathan. I mean, they commit for that. They get away. And they do delay the mid-boss to force those respawns to come in, but they're still so far away.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, this is desperate. Kind of have to try to do something. Lash ults from the top. I mean, I don't know how effective this will be. We'll see. Kind of drop in on top of the Rejuve crystals, and Abrahams will take every single one. Thank you very much. Lash ult not really connecting with too much, and right now this is looking clean. Abrahams, I mean, they've won this game from that mid boss steal. If we look at the game, you know, ages ago, yeah, there's that mid boss steal that really turned everything around.
It's just, you look back at it now, Dan, and it's just. I don't remember if Saint was up for that fight with Sinclair, but if he was, a Sinclair and an Ivy, are you really going to be able to take mid-boss from that? And as we saw, the answer is just, it's just no. If anything, Leviathan should have baited the mid-boss and then turned for a fight and then maybe finished mid-boss after that. But that one little play is definitely going to haunt them here, and we can now take a look at some of these items. OC's glass cannon, great, but the problem is you're not going to be able to stack that anytime soon because of how this game is playing out.
Yeah, totally. And you know, one item press, you know, I was looking at as well. I mentioned the Abrams.
Oh my gosh!
It's pretty brutal.
Sorry, Dan.
Pretty brutal. No, I feel you on that one. It's not fun. The Celeste, hooray. Yeah. If your Celeste can't get away, you definitely have some problems. But I was just going to mention instead of Phantom Strike, we actually saw Witchmail coming out instead, which is probably makes a lot more sense, I think, with the way the game's been going. But oof, nice connection from Bobby on some of these Civ daggers. Oh, they're getting absolutely just pushed so hard right now.
I can have to see the vision of Witchmail because it's about longevity in fights and not looking for a pick necessarily, because they have the Lash and the Rem to facilitate the pick. So he just wants to be able to get his Siphon Light back off cooldown as quick as possible, and Witchmail definitely facilitates that. But at 30k, down almost 30k souls, actually over 30k souls now, the first shrine going on down is really not matter what you buy anymore unless you can get some picks to come on through. And Overseas has been locked on down. Shared Inspiration coming on through with a stolen Death Slam, and together doesn't want to let the big blue man run away. But he will survive for now back into base. He's done his job.
Yeah, such a great recovery here from Abrahams in this game as they destroy the base. I think we all know how this one is going to end at this point. 3 Rejuve Crystals still up and running, so every base guardian is dealt with. The shrines being dealt with, and to be honest, they might just stay in the base. They have half the duration of the Rejuves left as well, so those rabbit hexes so irritating. The lockdown here is painful. Blinding Light gets sent out, but obviously not going to really do enough work here. right at the final stages, trying to get back onto the... Can we just kill this shrine already? To get us getting just knocked back and forth by all sorts of stuff. I think he got hit by the nap tie, by the curse, by all sorts of shenanigans.
He's back out of the gate with another fine strike on into the ground. 3-man connection with the Crimson Slash on top of that. Just a devastating time here for Leviathan, but this is a chance, honestly. Abraham's no reachers left. They have a couple of low-on players here. Leviathan, there's definite opportunity to turn this around, but they need to confirm these kills quickly and look for some pushes. They need to, more importantly, cleanly, if they can do so. You can see Bobby just dashing on through multiple targets. Oh, he's just caught out. That's the big carry. Leviathan down and out. And overseas, you're looking good with most of your charged movement, but it's not going to save you here. I don't think we're quite see the finish of the game, but Abrahams have to have a ton of money to spend now.
And the troopers, whilst all that was going on, they knocked the first patron down, so... Or the first stage down, so... It's definitely not fun here. Abraham's 3 players dead, but they've got the whole map. The urn is it's a comeback urn, actually. That would be quite nice to get, but the pressure is still here on the Hidden King as the fight really just won't stop. Leviathan getting cleaned up here, and it looks like Abrahams might just be able to finish things here right now. Jason, there's no one else to defend this one. I mean, Irozumi is somewhere trying to stop this one, just dancing around the pit, but it doesn't matter. They can kind of ignore him. Another player dropping in there. Ray gets onto the action. That does make it invulnerable here, so they'll have to deal with one of those players. However, OCs and overseas also coming back up, so they might not be able to finish it after all.
Seeing Bobby stick around though. Maybe gets the catch. If he can kill OCs, it's pretty much a game over. Overseas actually charged out. I mean, the thing is, they realize we have to fight. It's do or die time. Arthur rejoin the fight once again. Boundless Spirit, Transcendent cooldown. Did everything in this kit he needs to absolutely punish Leviathan. But they're not going to confirm any of these kills.
Yeah, definitely a little bit sketchy here, but it does seem like there's no problems ultimately for Abrahams as they push back into the base, looking to finish things off here as they clear out the remainder of Leviathan, trying to just survive in the pit here. Rigake as well as Fremont, or rather overseas on the Abrams, just trying to stay in the pit. That's really the only objective, but it is looking really rough here. Psychic Slam comes out, but that's trying to escape, but goodbye overseas. There's a good effort. More players diving into the pit, but again, still feels inevitable here as Leviathan are not letting up on this, or rather Abraham's not letting up on this one. Arzo pumping the damage. There's a double tornado coming on as well. Couple more kills. OC's gone. Hirozumi gone. And that is the game gone. Abraham's picking it up, and they are going to get themselves into the money match here for the EU shift.
37 minutes and 54 seconds. That's all it took. Abraham's lock it in. They didn't need to push mid together to get it done. Kaplan, the mid boss, though, was kind of the game-changing moment here. You called it out in the moment. Can you walk me through? Because if you're like a beginner, it looks like they're doing everything right. You had 5 players down for Leviathan down at the mid boss. How do you let it go in the hands of Abraham's?
Well, I think we have maybe a replay of it that we could take a look at and kind of walk through it. But I think the problem was that they took too long to make the decision to go fight the mid boss. Overseas got too low that I think he basically died right after seismic impact. And then again, you're fighting into an Ivy who can just stomp on top of your entire team. I don't remember Saint was alive. If he was, with how he played this whole game, I'm pretty sure he hit a nutty rabbit hex. But it's not easy. Yeah, they didn't have together. They didn't have the shadow transformation, so you have the invulnerability to take the rejuves, but they still had a lot of other things in their kit to facilitate the take.
DDK, was Sinclair brought out to counter somebody, or is he just a good character?
I think Sinclair is kind of nice because of the potential ults, obviously, that can be stolen. I think there's also a lot of good mobility and split pushing that's possible. I think there's a lot of utility for the Sinclair in general. So I actually don't think it's a bad pick. It's also quite strong in lane as well. You get really good poke. But I think like Jason was kind of highlighting in the game, something that Saint managed to do really effectively in a lot of the team fights was ensuring that the rabbit hexes were just timed to perfection, and that can really control the fights by disrupting them and giving your team a really big edge. So I think Saint definitely the support act in more ways than one that really made the difference.
Absolutely. Let's take a look here at some of our highlights, and of course our sidekick of game 1. This is the EU Challenger. And shout out to Lowkey, by the way. He's filling in as our production button pushers. What do we call him? Director tonight? Yeah, he's the man behind the buttons. Anyway, here is that big play, the mid boss at 25 minutes. Walk me through the chaos.
Yeah, so like look at overseas. He's in the pit. He's already below half HP. He's on like a third health. All you have is seismic impact. They have Sinclair. He's here in the vicinity. This you should just stopped. You should just stopped and went for a fight instead, because you have the man advantage. Together's not here. And if they commit to it, he seismic impacts up. I don't know if we have actually the position of what Sinclair is. You can see Saint actually is around the vicinity. Actually does get a rabbit hex off onto overseas after the seismic impact, so there's no chance for him to actually go for the punch. I mean, it was a bad call. The thing is, those can make or break games for you. And for Leviathan, unfortunately, it definitely broke their game here. We've seen it happen multiple times across every team. And Abrahams is definitely one of those teams that have made those mistakes in the past too.
Dan, as we go back in time, this is 17 minutes into the game. We were just 4K souls separating the two squads. Leviathan had an early upper hand. Then we saw the mid-boss fight. But who shined as an individuals today? Because these are familiar faces from EU.
Yeah, I think of course, Arzo did a great job on Mirage. I think that goes without saying. Kind of did his work throughout the whole game, stayed on parity with OCs even when they were behind. Arzo was actually still even with OCs' farm. And then we also had a great performance from Together, just being very mobile, very good on the roam with the Yamato, which I think is essential as a Yamato player. And I think, like Jason said, seeing him get more active like that is really encouraging, because Together is so good at that, especially on the Yamato. And Saint, I think, was the other big standout for me on the Sinclair. I think if I had to look at 3 players, I'd probably highlight those 3.
ZXC Bobby coming in, allowing Together to flex over to the Yamato while he plays Shiv, a dangerous front line. The Bruisers doing damage. Mirage topping everybody when it came to souls. And it's only a matter of time before Leviathan taps out. 37 minutes, 54 seconds was the final game time. That is the time to beat. Do we have a faster game when we get to the EU finals with Zergy in the mix here for Lowkey W, Kaplan?
You know, I could not tell you. I don't know what shape Zergy is in, the Goon Master himself, but I'll tell you what, if I had faith in any M1 player to come into a team and be able to defend a title, I'd definitely put it on him. But I think one thing they have to pay attention to is, as Dan already pointed out, I think Together had a really good game. He was one of the original OG Yamato players in the EU region. Then he kind of shined away from it for the most part within his own team, but he looked like a completely different player compared to the last week. So I really got to give a big shout out to him in particular.
And was it the power slash during slides, or is it just Yamato still the business?
Just him. He's just him, I'd say.
Yeah, there it is. Game 1 is in the books. We have our stats coming in just a little bit. In the meantime, do we have our official Shopify sidekick ready? Did you guys decide? DDK, who would you nominate as an official sidekick from Game 1?
I'm probably Saint. I feel like we're kind of teasing at that already. I don't know who it's going to be. I feel like it should be Saint.
Kaplan?
I'm going to say TAS. Not because I don't agree with Saint, but because we have more flashy clips of TAS is what I'm seeing over with our production team. But I think definitely, obviously Saint had great rabbit hexes, but to be fair, TAS is what started all off, man. He deserves the sidekick of the match, because if he wasn't hitting those stone forms as well as the hexes on top of that, they would have had the ability to take that mid boss and actually get back in the game.
Once stuck on Paradox, now flexing over to Ivy. Taz is going to earn your Shopify sidekick of the match, and that is Game 1 in the books. We have our bracket ready, and when we come back from break, it is going to be the EU Grand Final matchup. This should be a good one. Lowkey W with Zergy in the mix, taking on Abrahams, who have officially made it to a grand final without a DQ. DDK, they're unbeaten. Can they keep it up? Do they get their characters? Why should people stay tuned?
They should stay tuned, because Abraham's looking really good. Lowkey W have been going from strength to strength, and they are even better. Or are they? Is their streak going to get broken? You got to stay tuned to find out.
All right, I'm told we've got a lot more highlights coming your way, and then the break is on its way. In the meantime, drop those primes. Thank you to all the new members over on youtube.com/@DeadlockNightShift, and of course, twitch.tv/DeadlockNightShift. We're coming your way every Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. It's the EU final, followed by NA. We're not even halfway into the show. Stay locked.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the TrackLock app today.
TrackLock, helping you get better at the game faster than ever. Deadlock. It's challenging. There's a lot to learn. TrackLock's going to break it down for you in a real simple way. Kaplan, if you haven't heard about TrackLock, why should I download it right now?
There's a lot of things you can do in it, man. There's a lot of cool little bits. There's, for instance, if you ever play the game and you're wondering, how many golden statue buffs do I have? TrackLock's got you covered. You can check that out in game. You can check out your opponents and your friends as well over on their app. You can head over to TrackLock. Actually, type !TrackLock in chat and click that link there. You can even see the heroes that your opponents are on and your enemies are on. Are they good at it? Are they bad at it? What's their win rate in the last 30 days? There's a lot of cool little things you can see in Scout. You can even track out like, okay, I see Dan. I see his win rate on something he's been playing lately. I should stay away from him and maybe go towards Puckett in his lane, who has like a 10% win rate on Celeste. Or no, on Geist, I should say. Because now I know that where the Geist hate comes from.
I forgot about the Geist hate.
Yeah, guys, she sucks. Let's keep the show moving, though, as we take a look at people who don't suck. They're in your grand finals for a reason. Abrahams have brought in 2 new bodies. They haven't lost yet. They got DQ'd once, and tonight, after taking the mid-boss, they go on to beat Leviathan in the opening round. That means Lowkey W has to deal with Sonya Sniper together. Saint, Taz, Arzo, and ZXC Bobby. But on the other side of the fight, we've got the returning champions with a new lineup. Who's in it? Zergy, one of the original buff enjoyers, one of the greats here on the Deadlock night shift, makes his return after what feels like 25 episodes being AFK. DDK, you got who? You got Zergy, you got Holistic Cosmetical. Who are you most excited to watch tonight?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is such a fan favorite, kind of just a team filled with, I think, so many recognizable names at this point. It's really tough. It just comes down to like, what do you like to see? I mean, who obviously has so much in the way of shenanigans across multiple different heroes. I think he's so talented where his specialty is whatever he finds fun at the moment, which changes constantly. He doesn't like to play the same thing. So very interesting for him. Zergy obviously has been away from this level of play on Night Shift. We haven't seen him for ages, but previously an M1 like superstar with the trackball as well. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows who Zergy is. I don't think he needs an introduction. Cosmetical, when you're talking about like crazy like pocket play, just like some of the playmaker stuff, you got the Mina portrait there as well. Like absolutely, awesome player to watch. Great mechanics. Oberkin, one of the best supports in the business. I mean, this is a crazy fun team to watch. And if you're new to Deadlock Esports, it is the team to watch in EU.
But guys,
now, Vrake just had a haze picture there. Do we actually expect Vrake to be running a haze tonight, Kaplan? What are we thinking about this squad?
I don't think so. I don't think we're to see him on Haze, honestly. I think it's just maybe one of his favorite heroes. But looking at this roster, you're gonna be watching Zergy. I'm gonna be watching Vrake because he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Because 5 of his teammates, 5 of the 5 teammates he has, have all been on buff enjoyers. Is there a world he doesn't play well? And guess what? Shark's coming to the team, or Mikhail S has made his return.
Mikhail S.
I would be nervous to be him, man, because everyone's looking at him like, just get rid of him, bring in one of the 2 buff enjoyers guys, and we got the full squad back together. But I think he's definitely earned his spot within the team. But yeah, I think he's got probably the most pressure on him, honestly.
It's kind of interesting because for those who are unfamiliar, we've been doing this for 60 plus episodes, and there have been familiar faces on all the top squads. What happens though is as soon as they start losing, they start to switch up their rosters. So Kaplan, with Empty Dreams, did he get kind of pushed to the sideline? Is he taking a week off? Or could we see him on a new lineup next week for episode 35?
Empty Dreams joining Abrahams or Leviathan? It's possible. The thing is, I don't know why he got removed from the roster. I don't know if he stepped down himself. I think the role he was trying to fulfill within the team, he wasn't bad at, but I feel like that's not the kind of player he was when we used to see him at the top of his game. He was more towards playing like pocket, playing like spirit heavy heroes, not the M1 carry. But what brought Zergy back, man, I don't know. I should have probably asked him, like, why'd you decide to come back into the mix here?
It was our charisma. It was
Could be.
us. DDK, he missed your interviews. He missed the graveyard shift. He had one of the great interviews to kick off the Deadlock night shift. Tonight, though, we get into this match. It's a best of 3, and we know who is going to get first pick, who is going to get first ban. Anything you learned from this opening EU matchup that is different episode 34 than what we saw last week in episode 33?
I think that the players think Hayes is pickable. I think that wasn't obviously a great game, so I got kind of behind it. We didn't get to see, I think, the vision for that. But Hayes is pickable. I think Celeste is not the same level of value where you're going to instantly pick or ban her. That's kind of at least if we're just taking the sample size of 1 of the last game, that's kind of what it indicated to us, I think. And Abrams is so much more in desire, so much higher value than before. I think, Jason, you made this point in the last draft. I think those are some of the key takeaways from the draft of the previous game.
We'll be jumping into the draft when it's ready. In the meantime, I got to give a shout out to Shopify. Kaplan, we have a new record prize pool coming at you every single week, thanks to our friends at Shopify. And Shoppy is joining us here to celebrate. For those who don't know, what is Shopify? How do you get in on it?
Well, you type exclamation point Shopify in chat, first of all, and you can learn how Shopify can help you bet on yourself, I think is maybe a good way to put it. If you have something out there, you don't know anything about business, you just know about what you do, whether you're an artist, whether you create something, where you craft, all you have to worry about is what you do yourself, and let Sidekick, the AI helper, do the rest for you. For instance, I don't know how to write a compelling product description. Shopee might. I don't know how to make a website work on mobile. But come on, why has he got a 6-7 in the middle of this? But Sidekick and Shopify can, so you can just check it all out there. A big support here for the night shift, and we're so happy to have them on board. Because we also get to have this guy on board next to us.
Yeah, thank you, Shopify, for coming on board, supporting early Deadlock Esports.
Thank you,
we're still in alpha, guys. The game is not out, and we are growing in numbers. So thank you all for spreading the word, telling your friends, and tuning in every single week. We're getting into your EU final. After this, we have 3 teams battling in NA. Each is going to be battling for their own set of prize money. And, of course, you guys can add to that prize pool, !donate along the way. Keep those exclamations flowing in the chat and let us know what are you excited to see in this draft. Low 2, are our players almost ready?
Does Shopee have 5 fingers or 4 fingers? I can't tell. It moves too fast.
4 and a thumb?
4.
Oh.
Hey, 4 fingers. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you, Shopee. I'm sorry, bro. Chill. Yeah, no, actually, can we take a look at the history of EU? Because I think that'll, that'll really show us how EU has kind of developed since number 1, which honestly feels like half a year ago. And it actually probably was over half a year ago. But you see, like, Abraham's from, number 14, winning every single one up till 27. That is like 14 of them, if you count 14 itself, in a row. And then finally being dethroned by Leviathan. And it's been, 3, 4, 5, 6, I mean, technically 7 weeks now where they haven't been on top. I think maybe the most impressive part of this for me, Dan, is the fact that they haven't broken up as a team, because we've seen other teams just disband the second they started losing.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very interesting to see how these different teams have been reacting recently, especially because the game itself has been changing a lot. And we've heard some reports that some teams feel a bit more stagnant, or there's communication issues on some teams. Like it's super interesting as we get to follow it here. But I don't know. I feel like things are stabilized, like in a place to stabilize. I mean, I don't really know if I should make that statement, but I kind of feel like things are looking pretty good between these top 3 teams. They all seem extremely competitive. Lowkey W against Abrahams. I mean, I could see it going either way at this point, even though Lowkey W have really been, I think, showing a good improvement. I think Abrahams have been working on that too. Just like you said, they were on top for an extremely long period of time. They got the kick up the rear end of losing a few times in a row, and now finally they're back in a money match, ready to go.
Guys, my guess is Zergy isn't ready. Just gonna throw it on one of the 12 players.
I think he's waiting for more subs on his channel before we actually
Just
look
a few
into
more.
the game here of the draft.
Just a few more. We got the draft ready to go. Shoppy's going to be joining us here for Lowkey W Abrahams. It's a best of 3, and with Lowkey W returning as champions, they are at the disadvantage. They're going to be given the first ban, though, and it looks like Abrahams choose to go back-to-back with the first 2 picks. So, DDK, what are we getting out of the way here if you're Lowkey W? What do you not want to play against from the Abrahams and Furnace?
Oh, that's actually something else we could have taken away from the previous draft. The first ban in Furnace, it looks like it's going to remain here, and it's from Lowkey W this time. And if the pattern follows, we'll get a Kelvin ban to follow that, which makes sense. Kelvin did get a slight nerf, but it really honestly it didn't touch why he's so good. But no, they go for the Venator ban instead, so they give up the Kelvin potentially, which is a really interesting approach.
Yeah. Do you want to first pick Kelvin? I mean, who played it both times last week? It worked out both times. They also ran Dynamo in both games last week. So there's quite a few different heroes they could, pull out in this one.
There's the Kelvin. Great call from Kaplan. On the other side, Abrahams, you've watched the footage. You sat around and you watched the best of 3. It only went to 2 games last time. What did you learn?
Oh, Shoppy, come back. Where are you going? All right, Shoppy's out. All right. I mean, this has to be a Mirage, right?
I mean, you saw Kelvin go to Lowkey W. He's like, it's over. I'm out.
He's like, I'm out. I'll see you in NA.
Back to back here. So Silver and last time they went Silver Shiv.
Oh, Dad.
DDK is pulling a Shoppy.
I'm here.
What's happening? You? I don't see your camera.
Okay, everything looks fine on my end, doesn't it? Can you hear me
still?
still?
Take you out.
You look good.
There we go. I'm back.
Thank you, Low, too.
Let's go.
Shiv and Silver are the back-to-back picks, so that's back-to-back games. Abraham starting off with a similar draft. On the other side, Lowkey W, do you punish? You don't let Mirage go in the 6th spot.
I mean, why would they not go for Mirage at some point here in top 3? Because you also have such crazy global presence with Kelvin, how fast Hoot plays it, and then we just have a Mirage as well. But then there's also Ivy open, but a Sinclair as a second pick for Lowkey W. I didn't expect that, Dan, honestly.
Yeah, I think the thing that you were mentioning before with regards to how the Kelvin played, they go for they'll add another support, like we could consider more supporty character with it, and they tempo it out with the Kelvin being very aggressive around objectives, and it was very effective. And the Abrams as well. It feels like an unconventional first 3 for sure from Lowkey W, but they've got their front line. Abrams will not die with the Kelvin on the team as well, so. It's going to be pretty interesting to see what Abrahams go for here, because there's no M1 yet for either side. No one's picked that position 1 level carry yet, and you've got a few options Mirage available for that. The Mirage is definitely at the top. They could ban the Mirage here. I mean,
yeah, they could.
They could definitely do it.
Will they do it though?
I'm not ready for a team fight.
They banned Celeste. Okay.
Are the M1s less important right now? What is the key to your draft, do you think?
I mean, I wouldn't say less important. I think we had a first ban on both teams in towards an M1. I think it's maybe Lowkey W thinking, well, actually, I don't know why we're not seeing it picked in like top 6. They're definitely prioritizing some other things, maybe more towards the mid game here. But now Mirage taken away, what's left to play as M1? Warden Geist, maybe?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a Yamato again. I don't know when Abrahams would go for it, but I think it could be a nice pick for sure. I
think they grab it right here.
Apollo is also, I think. I wonder where Apollo's valued right now, because
he didn't get touched.
He's really good, but he's not being picked up as much.
He was used 4 of the 6 games last week.
Yeah, and Obikin played it in the first game against Leviathan last week too. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Apollo's disappeared so far this week. Oh my god, he's actually doing it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you got Mirage band, you got Venator bands, and you want that super dedicated, like that mega M1 character. Because like Mina, for example, can be like an off carry, but you want to get more active. You're not like sitting in the lane just taking all the economy. So it makes sense. And there's the Yamato. They take it. I think that's a good pickup from Lowkey W.
So you got their bunnies. You got the Yamato. Abrahams, what do you put in instead?
It's got to be a Geist. I feel like it almost has to be a Geist.
Yeah, that makes sense. You could go mega, carry Geist. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that's smart.
What are they missing here in their comp, though?
For those at home, that is a accurate 2-9 record for Lady Geist in her last 11 matches. We'll see though if Abrahams can fix that here in episode 34. First time we're seeing her.
We need like a sub goal. Maybe, like at a certain amount of subs, Puckett has to play Geist for like 10 games straight.
As long as they don't have to dress up as her.
No,
So-
no.
Yeah.
The Mo and
Mo
Krill's
and
a
Krill
really
come
nice
in.
pickup because you get that lockdown for Wraith and Yamato. I think that's actually a very smart pickup from Abrahams.
Is it
Pocket. Okay.
So I'm torn on that though, Dan, because I'm thinking to myself, you have a Kelvin Dome. You're going to be sectioned off from the rest of your team. You're also giving Sinclair a combo now. And he also likes to build superior duration because of his Rabbit Hex, which is perfectly fitting into combo. I think Mo actually almost indirectly works against them at some points, though I obviously do see the success of if you lock down Pocket, you lock down Wraith, you can get some quick and easy kills, especially Sinclair too, to take him out of the equation. But I'm
would you
worried
have
about how
picked
successful he
instead?
can be against this.
What would you have liked to see instead of the Mo?
That's
and
the thing is,
Krill?
I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, maybe Billy wouldn't be bad because then you have like a Billy, Guy, Shiv, Silver frontline, and then you have Lasher support to like facilitate. But
It is funny how Billy is just nowhere to be seen. But I think because they already have Shiv and Silver, they're maybe not thinking of getting. But then you've got the Mo and Krill, so like, yeah.
For the noobs in chat like myself, should we be playing Infernus and Venador after seeing them banned out opening rounds?
Yeah, I'd be Venator for sure. I think Dan pointed out before, people slept on Infernus. I think people just forgot that he was really good. Even though there was some nerfs to Toxic Bullets again in this last patch, making it harder to build up, the dash build in Infernus is still really strong. You don't need to build into Toxic Bullets. It gives you a lot of zone control. It makes you very hard to lock down in fights. And Zergy plays a really good Infernus too. Like he knows the limits he can kind of push himself. So yeah, I mean, to see Infernus also banned from last week to this week, 100% of the time so far, I did not expect.
Dan, do you think Wraith is now played by Zergy? If not, who does Zergy take control of with his mouse?
It's 100% Zergy. Yeah, I think that's a good call out. I mean, I think as well with the rest of the lineup and how they play tempo with the Kelvin, Zergy's going to get all the space to farm that he wants. I think it should be pretty easy for him to get the game, to get the setup he needs. But I just want to add a quick point because Jason, I think I know why they wouldn't have gone Billy here and why they would have gone Mo maybe over the Billy. I'm not sure, but I think maybe Billy's chain gang is not going to be as good against a team that has a Kelvin, where if you're pulling everybody in all together, it just makes it much easier for Kelvin to get like impactful domes. So if you're looking for,
I think you also kind of help the Pocket out as well. I mean,
True,
obviously they
yeah.
picked Mo and Krill before Pocket, but it kind of indirectly help Pocket. It's like your team is gonna group up on that fight, but also you are running Silver, Shiv, Geist, Mo. So you're kind of already prime pickings for Pocket because you're going to be grouped up in close proximity. The only thing is, I don't know who's going to be on who necessarily for Lowkey W. I think Rake's on Sinclair, Hoot's on Kelvin, Zergy on Wraith, but then I guess Cosmetical Pocket. Yeah. And then obviously Yamato Abrams can kind of flex.
Is there a reason we don't have a Dynamo in tonight's games from Europe? Because I feel like he had an 80% win rate last week.
I think it could
It's a good
fare well
question.
in this, honestly. I think they're a little bit squishier, though, I think, by leaning into Sinclair and Wraith. So having like a beefier front line, I think, would be much more helpful. Because when they ran last week, I mean, they were relatively squishy too. Infernus, Venator, Kelvin, Dynamo, Apollo, and Shiv. But I don't know how well a Dynamo would work into this without like, I don't know, I'm looking at what they played against. There was Rems in both games. There was Vindictus in both games. The other team also had a really squishy lineup, whereas I think Abraham's are a little bit more beefy this time.
D Forrest says teams don't want to pick Dynamo when Sinclair is already in the mix. DDK, is there some truth to that, you think? Is Sinclair a Dynamo counter?
It makes total sense to me. I mean, just it's such a nice ult to steal, and with the way that Sinclair ult works,
Enough
I think it's
filling.
Nice.
The EU Grand Final is ready. It's Lowkey W returning champions taking on Abrahams. The first final for Arzo and Bobby. Let's get it on the mic. It's DDK and Kaplan.
What would
It's a
be
big
our
game, Jason.
What would be like our fusion name?
That plan?
Kaplan.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
supposed to
Is there
go.
even a good one? I really
I don't know.
Daplack for sure. Well done, guys.
There's like what
Isn't
would
it kind of cringe
Jake
to
be?
do it?
Jake P? Jasp? No. Zipic? No, I don't got one. Our names really don't blend well together, I think.
No.
Chat, we don't ship it, do we? Do we ship it?
Alrighty, well let's have a look at these lanes. Okay, so Silver and Mo. Actually, Any lane with the Silver on is really nice to play with because Silver's so good at getting just great pressure and just damage on the opponents. I think Mo has so much also good wave clearance and tank ability that it's actually kind of can be kind of annoying to play up against it. And the dive potential when you get Lycan Curse and you get the combo is also actually really nice as well. So I'm kind of a fan of playing that lane. I got to do it a lot recently in some of those scrims.
Interesting. Also, we're seeing Vrayek going to be on the pocket. Cosmetical will be on the Yamato. And for some reason, I forgot about Obi-Kim when it came to the actual trying to figure out who was going to be on who. But Vrayek on pocket, okay. I mean, Cosmetical obviously a very good pocket player too. So is Hoot. So there's always the potential to flex it around based on what they need. And honestly, when you look at EU, I think Lowkey W for sure have the most versatile team out there. And NA may be a little bit different though.
Very true. So tell us about the Kelvin, the way that who's going to play the Kelvin, Jason, because I feel like you were calling it out before we even saw it in the first time we saw it.
I don't know if he did it last time, but it's like typically like you go like a monster rounds, so you can get really aggressive if you want to push early for a tower. But I think with a pocket on your team in that lane, I don't really think you're necessarily looking to be super aggressive in your lane. I think you're probably trying to interact with some other lanes or have other people come into your lane. I don't think you can shove necessarily as easily when, I mean, I guess it's Mo and Silver, so they do have not the greatest of wave clears since Scorn is on a long cooldown. But I don't think it's the lane that you necessarily play that same style. Or I feel like it wouldn't be.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. Get the extra regen first, actually, from Hoots. Curious what the second item will be if he gets the monster rounds.
Maybe some
monster
action.
rounds is so good. Oh, you didn't get C. Just situation just before. Did you see?
We'll see it. We'll see it.
Okay, it was monster rounds. Monster rounds is goated in lanes for that lane pressure.
I mean, does Vrayek also have monster rounds? Because then that would just be beastly for them to shove the lane extremely hard. I mean, you already saw before Vrayek, he actually invaded boxes on the right-hand side while Hoot was getting their boxes, the favorable ones. They've already denied a lot of economy to their opponents in this lane, which is very tough to do considering this is Abraham's strong lane on this right-hand side.
And we talked about the monster rounds in the previous game. In the instance where if your teammates running boxes, you should at least be the one that has monster rounds to push the waves whilst to not allow them to crash. But also part of it is this, what we're seeing, you get the priority on the T1 camp. So when it spawns, or respawns, you can just always be potentially stealing it. Also, especially in this lane, where it's harder for you to get access to the bridge buff, like jump pad or the vents, you want to be able to push, to make sure that you can guarantee that the lane is pushed for the bridge buff timer. And so the monster rounds helps with that a lot as well. Ooh, nice parry! Oh, goodbye, Hoot.
I wasn't sure what he was doing there, going in for that melee. Maybe expecting a melee on the minion, but he gets caught out. Not that necessarily the worst time, considering he'll be back in time before this wave does get cleaned up. Actually, I guess they're gonna get the solo over to Vrayek because at 2.7. Okay, so these start for Abrahams, and again, I don't think it's necessarily a strong lane for them with like a Mo Silver combo. I think when you get to ultimates, that's when you have the potential to confirm some of these kills. So we're gonna take a look at this left-hand side. Cosmetical gonna be on the Yamato, paired with Obi-Kim on the Sinclair, up against this Lash played by Arzo. So a big flex from Mirage to Lash here in this game for him.
Lash is really seeing a lot of plays. Is actually looking really strong in the current meta. Good to see the resurgence of Shiv as well, because Shiv was, definitely getting deprioritized for a while.
Is it good to see him back?
I mean, I'm a fan. Also because of his unique movement mechanics with the shotgun movement. I started practicing that a lot. It's so satisfying, but very hard to get at least the wall boost right clicks consistent. But it's incredible what you can do with it. Doesn't matter here though. You're getting absolutely blasted by Zergy.
And let's just, or I think Zergy's like, okay, let's just kill him. And let's say, all right, I got you. Shoulder charge, dead. And he also has Resto Lock as our first pickup too. It's just some extra stam in his lane to be a little bit more slippery as well, to look for some of these potential attacks. Also the extra heal you get from it too. But on that right hand side, there's gonna be 2 deaths here for the side of Lowkey W and 2 kills for Abraham. So this time it's gonna be Vrayek to go down, possibly Hoot. Oh, they didn't even have ults up yet, Dan. That's the worst part. 3.2 for Hoot, 3.3 for Vrayek, and you can see staying at 5.1 My lord, the Lycan Curse plus combo just deadly.
Yeah, it's you know, that's one of the things I was mentioning. You know, especially if you get the power spike first, which they managed to do so, like you said, that dive is powerful. But good recovery indeed. I'm gonna fight back and
block it.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, kind of looking like that. Oh my god, I've actually never played Pocket in this way. Have we seen it on stream?
Yeah, I think we saw it 2 weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago. Can't remember who played it. There's gonna be a personal shelter under the Guardian though. And Hoots kind of left himself. Killing blow is up. And he's about to enter that range. Gonna let him get away from this one. They're afraid of the Zergmeister. Able to hold them back, but this tower's gonna take a lot of damage though. I mean, to be fair, whenever we had the Christmas event was it like 2 years ago? I still can't play Pocket, so I played Glock it, and that's how I got my achievement done.
Nice. By the way, I got a feeling that Zergy's gonna just crush this game completely. I just have this feeling, and partly it's because we haven't seen anyone care about Wraith in so long, but Wraith is still really good. There was some slight nerfs, but she got buffed to crazy amounts not too long ago. So,
I mean, I think for him, he kind of needs to show us what he can do on Wraith in this kind of different meta of how it used to be in the past. If we're not able to get him things like Venator. Whoa, what a swap coming through out of Obi came with the bait, pulling Obi a little bit too far out of position. That was a phenomenal swap, man, to actually get that kill and to confirm it. But for Zergy, other M1 here, like players have adapted. Like Sonda plays Geist, and Sonda can play Warden, and we don't really see Zergy playing, or we didn't really see back then Zergy playing those types of heroes when they kind of fell out of favor for like what his hero pool was.
A green walker is under attack.
yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see. Just exciting to see someone like Zergy who has such a presence in the community beyond being a good player. You know, I think a really entertaining streamer that I think just is kind of one of the pillars of the EU scene in that respect. So it's really just, I think, good vibes to have Zergy back.
Yeah. Can we get an item check in real fast? I've already noticed 2 resto lockets picked up for Lowkey W. One on Listic, one on Cosmetical. Just curious to see if we've had potentially a 3rd one come in. Also, one change we didn't really talk about that happened over this last week. Just see an audience participation Deathslam being picked up, and to no avail. Silence Wave had massive changes, and maybe we'll have to get back to the second as that Guardian's gonna fall here by Saint. A quick reach out of Lowkey W. Lowkey W is one of the teams I think originated the 2 or 3 Silence Wave pickups for their team, and I don't believe we saw any in the last game. And we do have 3 Resto Lockets picked up for Lowkey W. That's kind of crazy.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense because, you know, it's going to be triggering off of Sanya Sniper throwing out the Geist knives constantly. It's going to be trigger off of Bobby throwing out the Shiv knives constantly. It's going to trigger off of just all these like low cooldowns. There's quite a lot of like low cooldowns on Abraham's, and obviously they get the 10% spirit resist too. So it's a nice. I think it is definitely a valuable. It's going to be very valuable to have and hold on to in some of these fights.
I'm getting flashbacks too. Teams picking up like 3 healing Novas and just not being able to kill anyone in any of the fights.
That was when I was really like, oh, I guess the devs might actually, yeah, they probably are watching our stream. Like when we're doing these streams every week.
Well, we know they were watching last week, so don't get Resto Locket nerfed, guys. Come on.
Hi, Yoshi.
It's going to be a point about Silence Wave as well, but we do have somewhat of a push here on the mid lane. You got Lowkey W just getting on top of Abraham's. They got like a lot of numbers here as well. Obi Kim is the one to fall, and Zergy's going to go down as well. So Abraham's really holding their own in that position. As we get these bridge buffs coming up here, there is a collection casting buff for Silver. Unfortunately, not super useful on Silver, but hey, you'll take it.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think Together will complain about the CDR you get there too. Extra mobility to get around. Also has Resto Locket picked up. It's Sonya getting the survival buff. That's pretty damn big, honestly. Makes it really easy to just survive in lane and be able to spam your abilities. I didn't quite catch what build he was going for in terms of skills. I want to assume it was Essence Bomb. So you can go for a quick clear on the right-hand side, which has a lot of the jungle camps you can pick off. But we'll check in with that in a little bit of time, because the first order is really what it's going to be about here. And Lowkey W have put enough reinforcements to defend it, prevent it from going right in. They need to be careful. They need to not lose players in other lanes. They could lose objectives.
Yeah, Together's in Lycan Curse right now, trying to fight and brawl it out, but there's not a lot of teammates around Together. Together's somewhat isolated there. Cosmetical's getting also targeted down here in this closed off space. There's a Shadow Form coming through. Shiv looking really strong here, though. I don't think Bobby is going to be giving this one up. That's a finish as well with the knives. Good stuff from Bobby. And this fight around the urn is looking really nice here for Abrahams. Got the high ground there for Lowkey W. So that position will be useful. The Glocket is getting absolutely blasted at the moment. Rake will get finished off on that pocket after all. And so here comes Zergy. Seeing what he can do, but forced to use the TP pretty quickly. The telekinesis straight way back as well. Not allowing this Ivy to maybe escape, but good movement from Taz. Trying everything to try to get out of this one, but will get taken out. Well, actually, no, it's Saint that goes down. Taz somehow survives, and the urn is taken away by Lowkey W.
They steal it. Boot picks it up. They get a kill on a Bobby as well. But while all this was happening, Abrahams were fighting 5v6 because ours was pushed to the left-hand side. He gets a walker for free, and the fight's not over just yet. Abrahams, this wasn't a bad fight until you lost the last two players. Death Slam coming in, connecting onto two. Ground Strike gonna follow up in just a second. Waiting for the Hex to come on through, and even a stolen Death Slam. But the damage, I mean, it's not there. Lowkey W should be able to escape this one pretty much scot-free, and they get an urn, they get a favorable trade. The only downside is losing that walk on the left-hand side is quite punishing. But honestly, that could have been way worse.
Yeah, interesting game so far. You know, we're looking even. And the people that are supposed to have the souls for the most part. Rake actually doing great on the pocket in that respect. I'm curious what his build looks like now, as we did see the gun pocket opening earlier. So I would assume that it's still a lot of gun items. Okay, we've got Majestic Leap, we've got Cultist. Mystic Expansion.
I never wanted to spread misery.
Okay, so
It looks like today I have to.
very interesting.
How many
It'll be fun to see how this develops.
Yeah, I think it's thing is, if he doesn't have max rank gold, you're gonna find in a second. Okay, he does have max rank gold. I was gonna say, if he doesn't have that, then you're not gonna expect to see him to come online for a little bit of time. But this is actually be quite important for him. Because again, the fact that you can just eliminate all healing that you can do is, it's still so overpowered in my eyes. And
Oh, what a catch!
combo!
And that's why you get the Mo. That's exactly why you get the Mo. He was down dashing out of the Majestic Leap and gets caught just in the nick of time.
That was dirty. Man, the fact that you can combo, I believe it's still on like the Z-axis. You can combo from like really far away. But yeah, that's gonna be frustrating for Vraic and Abrahams. They do have a slight lead, about 2K. So just a minute off here, Dan, from the next urn coming on through, where we just see Lowkey W secure it. Cosmetical, it's gonna fall again. This is very uncosmetical-like. We normally see him have major impact in the early to mid game, but he's been shut down quite heavily. Only at 9.4K souls. Because the upside is Zergy's at 15K, quite far ahead of most players on the enemy side.
Okay, goodbye Lash. Okay. See if there's an escape. Actually, Oz is trying everything, but it's not going to work out. Zergy with another kill. Zergy's looking just phenomenal right now on the Wraith.
It's so important for him to not die, though. Now that he's kind of at 16K and he's leading his team this far, if he dies, he's dead for a very long time. And pretty much his team needs him to just continue to farm with uninterrupted. Send him onto that right-hand side so he can continue to do so. Rake going for a flank on a Sonya sniper. In the mid lane, it's going to be, it looks like a 4-on-5 potential fight.
Yeah, looking to trigger that Lycan Curse. There we go. And it's good burst damage off of that. So it'll push the issue. And again, you want that mid prior. I mention it a lot. Well, you've got the bridge buffs coming up, so you get that mid control, you push the wave out, and then you get that passage with your team onto the bridge buff for better positioning. And, moving on to the right side here now for that right side urn. It's like, yep, it was Together on Silver, able to pick up the Vitality buff. And in the meantime, the urn is falling from the sky. They're looking to land, nestle in on its position. And now here comes Abrahams looking for the dive on top of this one, pushing Lowkey W away from the urn. Lowkey W still a good presence though. And there's the drop coming on through. Abrahams trying to do everything they can here. There's that combo coming into play again, trying to lock down these players. In close quarters here against the Mo, the Scorn is going to do a lot of heal, but he's getting heavily focused at this point. And there it is, Mo's gone, Saints out of the picture, and Lowkey W still looking pretty good for this urn pickup. It'll be Listic that actually grabs it, is now ferrying it across the map. Does have, I believe, some support. Shiv is going to interrupt, though. Bobby gets the melee onto Listic, dropping the urn at this point. And still, it's a big fight to try to get urn control here, but I don't know how much Bobby can do alone. He's going to need some assistance. And that assistance is now coming on through into this fight as the escape down into the secret shop happens here, because he's got to get away from the Lycan curse. It's, oh no, you can't get the jump here, Jason. It's a tragedy.
Well, it doesn't matter. Son is going to clean up either way. Make up for the misplay of mobility out of together at 17,000 now. Zergi's trying to push this right-hand side again. I mentioned before he cannot afford to die, but it looks like he will commit for the Walker. Well, the urn is being dunked by Tass. Zergi, he will get it. I just don't think he's going to escape with his life, and he's going to be dead for quite a long time and probably drop quite a big bag here to the side.
Biggest of bags and Zergi.
Okay, he didn't drop a bag, but he's dead for 40 seconds.
It was a good run. It was a good run from Zergi, to be fair. But it does really feel like Abrahams are really coming back into this one. And I got to say, Jason, there was what felt like to me a pivotal moment where we got the roam that was Mo-centric. And where Saint gets that initial cash onto Vrake. And then I believe it was together with the help of Saints to get the catch onto Cosmetical, trying to escape on the Yamato. And those two picks really were pretty enormous because it gave, or it converted into some jungle farm of the opponent's jungle as well. And I think allowed the tempo to switch more in favor of Abrahams.
Man, it's only a 5k difference. And this game's felt so scrappy, but as you're pointing out with these combos, I mean, I think Obi Kim actually initially started that fight off with the combo himself. And then we saw the airdrop combo come on through to lock down Listic, the stone form on top. But you know, to be fair, I'm actually surprised Lowkey's been able to keep it kind of this close with how skirmish these battles have been. It's pretty much been like Zergi and Sonya trying to farm up as much as possible, but you got to kind of compare the bruisers against each other. Like together, Listic, Cosmetical, and Bobby, it's like the ones I'm looking at. Maybe we actually take a look if we have the possibility at like the top net worth again between both teams and see who currently has the most in top 5 and what players it's going to be. And Listic just really sporting off that movement. You can see here, I mean, Zergi's first, but again, 3 players in the top 5 for Abraham, so they definitely have a stronger fights at the moment. Oh no, combo again. Absolutely eliminated. But then, I mean, sorry, just to quickly see, Cosmetical, second lowest net worth. That's not what you want to have a Yamato be at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely problematic, and I think especially, you know, the way that Shiv scales with Silver as well, and the fact that they're kind of second acts to Sonya's Sniper, it does really feel like the scaling battle is going to be really nice for Abrahams. However, Affliction is always a factor. The Kelvin Dome's always a factor in these team fights, and so with respect to that, I don't think you can possibly at all count out Lowkey W's ability to turn a fight where they are maybe at a disadvantage otherwise. So we'll see what they can do. A minute away from the next urn. Mid-boss is up at this point, and the respawn time is on super short anymore. So this team fight could be pretty important. There is the Affliction coming on through. Hits Sanya's Sniper on the Geist. That's a really big pickup. Swap is available though, so maybe it helps Sanya on the Geist as you get Abraham still looking in control of this fight at the moment, pushing Lowkey W back, and the control on all the waves here for Abrahams is fantastic. And are they really going for the mid-boss? It looks like they are.
It's Abrahams. I wouldn't be surprised if they do here, man. I mean, they're up against a frozen shelter. But no transformation. Again, they have Ivy for the stomp. I think the most important thing for them is if they see Hoot come in, you need to group up on mid-boss. But instead, actually, to go for the bait here, quickly transitions into a fight. They get a catch onto Hoot. Again, Frozen Shelter is ready to go. He's ready to rip this one, and it might be here to help out Zergi. The combo comes on through. Did he just walk out together? Did together manage to make it through? And he did. It's going to be a fight and maybe a full-on retreat now for Lowkey W.
That was just such beautiful play there. You've got to hand it to Saint. Combo lockdown on to Zergi. This is exactly what we're talking about in the draft, Jason. That is such a terrible fight then for Lowkey W. No Zergi, you lose all your damage. And at this point, Abrahams, they're pretty weak across the board here, but there's players to clean up. Listic, really, really low, getting chased down there on the Abrams. I don't know if this is going to live there. They'll be coming out. Everybody's half HP for Abrahams, but it doesn't matter because they're all alive, and the mid-boss is already half HP as well. It's going to get finished off, and this was just a textbook, beautiful mid-bait.
This is the week, Dan. Is this the week? The Abrahams reclaims the throne. Here, Deathslam going off from Arzo. Shadow Transformation is up for cosmetical, but he pops it too late, and they take all Rejuice right in front of his face in the middle of the transformation. He's gonna fall. And Lowkey W put too many players here in towards his pit and lose them both. Abrahams, like, this is their game to lose now, man. They're almost 20k ahead. 3 Rejuice still up. Okay, Resto Locket able to save 1 Rejuve there. And they're running Urn. This is massive, honestly, Dan.
Yeah, and just having the Rejuve crystals allows them to reset. Everyone's low, get to the fountain, get healed up, you know, correct the waves. Because of how aggressive Abrahams have been, they actually helped to clean up their opponent's jungle. So actually most of the jungle that's up
So
is
nice
actually on Abrahams' side of the map. So
I'm with you.
How nice of them to help Lowkey W clean up their own jungle. Oh, that's
I know,
cool.
I know.
Kutsu connection with Stone Form for the heal on the Sonya Sniper. If you share the heal. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. Yeah, you can get really crazy heals now with Ivy. It's really cool to see. I like the changes on Ivy quite a bit.
I just wish we saw more of the Kutsu connection max. Because I don't know, I really like that ability. The fact that you can give your M1 player like steroids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The lifesteal, the attack speed is huge.
Yeah, I agree.
Ready to show
It's fun. I see in matchmaking sometimes people queuing up like that with an M1 and just kind of playing 2v6. But
I got it. You play Ivy with Puckett on Geist, and you do that and help his M1s.
I don't know if I want to help Puckett, man. That's so good. But we definitely have the Rejuve crystals getting put to use here. They clean up all the waves. They just start to push the objectives. Just that mid walker that's left now, and that is where the focus is after dealing with the right one. And they go. They're just, I mean, there's no way to defend against the oppressive force of Abrahams at this point. Oh my god, so much damage flowing in, and there's not a single Rejuve that's being burst just yet. Everybody's getting kind of low here for Abrahams, but again, still up here, still fighting around this mid walker. And they're going to be taking all the kills they can get here. There's Cosmetical down as well. Another kill for Bobby on this Shiv. And this game is starting to get, I mean, it is super out of hand.
Out of control. It is beyond out of control now. 4 players in Abraham's on fire. Ours with 28,000 souls. Sonya at 30k. And I mean, Zergy might be an amazing M1 player. But Wraith isn't going to come online for at least like another 10k souls. And will the game last long enough for him to get to that point? I'm not so sure. Oh my god, look at Sonya too. The golden statue buff, 32. I wish we had a total on this graphic so we could see how many total each team has. Ballistics on a 42 does make 22k not matter as much. Sorry?
All right, let's see. You can't do the quick math?
Yeah, can you?
Let's see. All right, let's see.
60, 80, 78, 89, 121 for Abrahams.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, you don't need a calculator, man. You're selling yourself short, Jason. You just can't outsource tech. Just you know, trust in yourself. I believe. I'm not
doing Lowkey W side. I mean, Abraham's side was really easy to do.
That's true. That's that.
I'm sure someone in chat's like, well, actually, and they calculate it really quickly. I'm sorry, I'm not a math genius. I'm sure you've seen those videos of those like kids in school and they use their fingers. Like there's like numbers that flash really quickly on the screen. They have to like add them all up and they do some like things with their hands. I'm sure we have at least one person in chat who did that in school. I could like add all those up really fast.
I do have a friend who, you know, you can ask him like pretty crazy, just like math calculations, and he can just like do it all in his head. And I feel like, I wonder if that was impressive like 50 years ago. Because now obviously, like, you know, none of us need to do that. So
let's take him to Vegas, Dan. It's still impressive.
Deadlock land in Vegas, what I'm hearing, Puckett.
Fact.
Let's go. Which hotel should we do that at? The Venetian?
As long as the land's in the big eye, and then we actually like broadcast on the eye on the outside as well. That'd be so sick.
The big old sphere. I'm in.
Yeah, the sphere. Oh my god, look at the sphere. because we'd be in New York, because I mean the whole sphere, the cursed apple. That'd be so insane.
You could be in the cursed apple inside the atmosphere. Oh my, I love it. You know what? Someone sign us. We gotta play here. The urn is in the hands though of Abraham, trying to ferry it across the map as Lowkey W did go for a slight contest onto it. Frozen Shelter did get thrown on down. There's no Reachers left, but I don't know if Lowkey W can just stand up against Abraham's head to head. As Sonya, meantime, has been able to pick up a kill, 35,000 souls and a 7-kill streak. And the urn's gonna get run across the map. I think Abraham's had this game.
Yeah, they're just so insanely far ahead. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I saw the vision, but again, I think I gotta say, Jason, you underestimated the Mo pickup.
Fact. Especially Saint being the greatest Mo hands of all time.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I didn't even think about that level. There's levels to it.
50k lead for Abrahams. It's definitely looking like the more old school Abrahams who are dominating EU in a 14 week in a row. You know, it's definitely like Bobby and Arzo look much more comfortable in the team. That is a huge death slam. They need to capitalize off kills, and I don't know if they really have it right now.
Yeah, everybody's up here, probably with the gun buffs. Pretty nice. Buffs, they're in the base. They're looking to finish things off here in good time. This game's been pretty straightforward here for Abrahams. It'll be very interesting to see what the differences will be in the draft here, because that's surely where things are going to get adjusted. Obviously, we had a very interesting draft between these two teams and how it went in terms of the bans. And, just like absolutely like brawling, it's just crazy brawling in the base here. 50k difference. Final stage going down to the Hidden King. And just try to be in the pit here, Lowkey W, as much as they can. Just doing, they're doing their best. But there's only so much you can do at this point. As Lowkey W keep finding to like push these guys out of the pit.
Maybe a slight overcommitment out of Abraham, and it's go time for Lowkey W. Mid boss is up too. If they can actually get these last 3 kills, there is a world here, Dan. They could turn this one around.
Hopium.
They're going for the shoulder charge.
Ooh, okay. Ours is going crazy. I mean, they got to go for the mid boss. I mean, the problem is every wave is it's just hard pushed against them as well. That is very problematic.
I think they're going for it. I think they realize they have to rush it down, or they're still trying for catches. See if they can make it happen here. They definitely need to try to force it, because otherwise Abraham's all they have to do is delay to get people up. And this is going to put them in a position where they have to fight this. I don't think Abraham's want to try to give this up for free, so...
Yeah, guys, as chat pointed out, Arzo is double cosmetical souls right now. What is going on with that Yamato?
That's a good point.
More like a Yamano at the moment. Vortex way to pull them all together. Stone form as well. The power, the shock restoration coming through. The dome being canceled actually because they couldn't pick up the rejuve. As Affliction hits 4 players. Obikin picks up 1. Cosmetical 2. Novakin for the 3rd. And now it's a real world that Lowkey W can actually turn this one around here. Abrahams have to get away. Turn, tail, and run. Might be a good Mo here, but against 4 players, you're not going to survive. You know what? We had this game signed off and done. But I think we have to eat our words here, Dan.
We definitely do. The only problem right now for Lowkey W is that pretty much every lane is pushed against them. They need to make sure the lanes are kind of working in their favor here. And obviously, there will be time for Abrahams to get some players back up, but they're going to be trying to just fight against this mid walker first, get this dealt with at the very least. Obviously, still 1 more walker to go. Someone has to go back and clean up that left side lane. This is very sketchy, but I mean, there is a world where this can happen. Zergy is going to have to do a lot of work here as well, and that Mo lockdown is still going to be a threat for him. They're pushing into the base here to try to do some more damage.
Oh no, they overcommitted.
Yeah.
He doesn't have Frozen Shelter up either. He has Warp Stone. Oh, this Death Stun's going to catch on to 2. Throws him directly into the mouths of his teammates. I don't know where they went or what happened, but it looked like they took no damage from that Death Slam.
Yeah, I also was very surprised to see 0 damage taken. They just like everyone's like warp stoning out or something like that. I don't know exactly how, but hey, they managed to get out there. They still have 2 rejuves to 20k deficit, and the map has kind of been reset here, and it's a comeback urn. Lowkey W looking to make this one happen. The combo there, that's going to drop the end on the ground. This stick, though, not the ideal target for a combo, and gets comboed back here. The Sinclair turning it all around onto Saint. As Saint gets charged into the wall here, Saint's in a little bit of trouble. Is there help? Affliction comes on through. Nice seismic slam as well. And suddenly, Lowkey W looking rather threatening. Everybody, though, from Abraham's now turned up into this fight.
I don't know what the hell is going on here, but that short charge is going to be good on Holistic. Taz gets punched in the face and out of the game here. And Saint, the mole man, trying to escape over the corner. Then she gets on top of the building as 2 rejuice have now been used. Lowkey W with nothing left. Holistic, kind of in enemy territory. Going to retreat back towards his front line, but it looks like Zergy and Cosmetical are trying to be a 2-man team, taking down Abrahams. Can't get movement once again on Holistic, but it's just not going to matter. They were too far behind, too displaced in these scrappy fights, and now they're going to fall one by one. Holistic might be able to get himself back into base to heal up once again, but this is exactly where we just were about 3 minutes ago. Abraham's trying to finish off the game, and Lowkey trying to survive the 3.
Yeah, there's the dome there to try to slow things down at least a little bit here. And Abrahams have to respect it. It's very low. I mean, the Saint doesn't have any HP at all. Both our zones together, also very low on HP. Everybody's fragile right here for Abrahams. They're going to be very careful. They're going to be trying to force the issue. And, I mean, Lowkey W, there's nothing left. Nothing left. It's just Obikim. Hidden King is fully focused. And finally, Abrahams pick up map 1.
It got a little bit sketchy, but in the end, 210,000 souls to 178K. Lowkey W handed the first loss in the best of 3, and Abrahams looking pretty clean through the draft. If you give them Silver and Shiv, they're going to punish you with it. Kaplan, let's talk about the macro first here before we dive into individuals. How did the teams perform? Did you see better chemistry from one squad or the other?
I'm not gonna lie, my brain is just blank of what happened in the last like 5 minutes of that match. I mean, okay, to get back to the beginning, Cosmetical, just he didn't exist, and that's I think that's one of the problems for Lowkey W in the early to mid game, is that he normally has much better games than this. He got shut down quite heavily. If you compare his performance the first 10 minutes to Together in the last match, night and day. With Together obviously having the better game overall, but I think Lowkey W weren't able to get Zergy in a position to become really strong. I think he still struggled throughout most of the game. I think the only reason it got that close at the end was Abraham's overstayed. They overplayed their cards. They wanted to just finish the game there. He should have retreated away, healed back up, and continued with that 50K lead. But they gave Lowkey W the chance to get back into it. Before that, Dan, I couldn't tell you what happened. My mind's like a blank.
I think I kind of know why, and I think it's because the game was kind of straightforward. It was kind of just a lead that was just growing the whole time. There wasn't really much back and forth until we got towards right at the end where we had a little bit of drama there. But I think the Mo pickup, I think that was actually somewhat essential. I mean, the job that Saint had to do was to lock down Zergy at the end of the day, and I think one of the most impactful fights was where if things are relatively even and there was the feints on the mid boss, and then they jumped, and then I think it was Saint who jumped up to that level above the mid boss, got the combo. Yep. I mean, they tried to save Zergy with the dome, but it was too late. And that at that point, they got the clean rejuve after wiping that fight. And so again, that plus the pressure game working out because again, these Mo combos, I think that really had a lot to do with the success.
Do you keep Hoot on the Kelvin? Chat wants to know, because for the first time he got bullied. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Here's one of the first kills. Abrahams with the silver out, securing that one. Hoot was picked apart in the 2v1, and then of course the Shiv coming into play. It was Abraham's looking clean early on. Lowkey W had some strong plays of their own. The Sinclair, though, was the second pick, and the chat was talking about that. You go Shiv Silver, and then on the other side, you go Kelvin Sinclair. What was the thought, and what didn't work out?
Bro, I couldn't tell you the thought, honestly, when it came to that. I mean, picking Sinclair that early, when you don't necessarily know what else they're going to play into. I mean, the best ultimate he had to steal in that game, I guess it's technically airdrop and combo, even though he had a good like soul exchange stealing away from Saint. But his combos that Obikim hit were like pretty decent. But I don't know if you want to pick necessarily that. I have to kind of in my head think, what would be better, Sinclair or Apollo? Because Obikim and Apollo last week looked damn good. He's looked damn good the last few weeks on it. Again, that high mobility, high spirit damage in the early to mid game. But I couldn't tell you necessarily why they would go with Sinclair second. But I know there's definitely a game plan behind it. But I just don't see that plan at the moment.
And does pocket work? DDK, we were wondering, is it the Glocket? Apparently that is just a normal pocket build to get the T2 spike. Do we see pocket moving forward? Was the affliction enough in this?
I I think the consensus has been that Pocket's good, but there's better options. And I think one of those better options for Spirit Nuking, I think at the moment, I think just like Jason said, is someone that's being criminally underrepresented today, which is Apollo for Spirit Nuking. And so I think there were some different options that would have been a bit stronger. With Pocket, you definitely need to have impact right at the start of the fight, get the affliction off very early to really maximally benefit from the anti-heal that you get and so on. But I mean, I think for Lowkey W, I agree. I think the Sinclair pick was way too early. It's not necessarily something that will get stolen. The value's unclear until the rest of the draft has kind of played out for the other team. And then in addition to that, you give up other high value stuff. And what did we see happen? Well, you gave up an M1. You had Zergy on the Wraith instead of what then got banned in the second wave, which was a Mirage. That could have been a Mirage instead of a Sinclair.
Tanya Sniper leading the way on Lady Geist. You talked about the potential of this hero. I think that was on full display. 13 kills, 1 death, 17 assists. Goes with 15 objective damage as well. Kaplan, do you have an MVP for map number 1?
Oh, it has to be Saint. I mean, it has to be Saint. I think Dan
The
reminded me of
Mongrel,
something
baby.
that happened in the beginning. The fact that they were able to get so aggressive against Hoot in that lane and catch him out. Like him and Rick, right? They were 2-0 in lane against them. But getting that ultimate online quicker, getting the combo off so they can snowball into 2 kills to have that early game pressure that to keep also Rick back a bit. I think that was kind of it.
Shout out to Goober in the chat. Thank you to all the regulars who are here. Guys, we had over 150 subs to start the show. We are nearing 1,000 subs over on Twitch. That is our weekly goal. Help us get there using your Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Prime sub. Put it to use. Over on YouTube, thank you to all the members. And of course, our Patreons get access to some fantastic content. We'll have ZP telling you about it later. For now, we've got to go to a break. Why? Because we got to let the observers pee, because game 2 is ready to go. The players are already in the lobby. We'll be right back. It's the night shift.
Luck is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
If you're looking for the best Europeans playing Deadlock, you came to the right place. It's the night shift. Welcome back, everybody. It's your crew chief, Chris Puckett, alongside Kaplan and DDK, and we just witnessed an Abraham's Game 1 victory. The returning champions on the back foot, despite bringing in a ringer. Zergy is in the mix. There's a lot of hype, but not even Zergy can carry on a Wraith these days, Kaplan.
Yeah, it's you get him in Furnace or get him in Venator, man. Like, I don't think it was just him picking Wraith that caused things to kind of go out of hand for them, but I think it definitely didn't help because he wasn't able to be as interactive as Sonya was earlier in the game. But I will say this, though, Puckett. You mentioned the best EU teams going head-to-head here on the night shift every Wednesday, but also this weekend you have the Death Slam Invitational with EU teams, or over for EU with some NA teams participating as well, happening this weekend. And I believe we're going to be doing a watch party here on this channel as well. You can check us out here. You can obviously check out Deathy over on their stream. And it's at 8 a.m. Eastern time, which is 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So if you're just going to check that out, make sure you come, whether it's here, whether it's there, make sure you guys check out all the action because NA and EU going head to head is going to be spicy.
Central European summertime. What a time zone. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's your EU Grand Finals. The draft is about to kick off in just a moment. DDK, if anyone missed game number 1, what did you just learn about our teams?
Well, we had an opening pick, which included Kelvin Sinclair. And I was just thinking about it, that perhaps this was the strategy for them. I'm sure they did it all for a reason, knowing that Zergy can play Wraith super well, that they could kind of be like, okay, well, let's just get an opening picks that we want to secure for whatever approach that we want to have. But I think, after seeing the Kelvin Sinclair opening kind of being a little lackluster, we probably won't see that again from them. I would expect them to probably go a bit more conventional with this draft. Do you agree, Jason? I feel like you got some raised eyebrows there. I don't know if you're in agreement.
I don't know. I just like to throw you for a loop here. I wouldn't be surprised to go Kelvin again, honestly. I think it was just a really bad start in the beginning, and I think, maybe the Sinclair didn't help too much, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Kelvin. I would be more surprised to see Sinclair for sure, but I'm expecting to see the bands quite different in the beginning, because I think they really want to get like an Infernus or Venator, or even Geist maybe this time for Zergy.
I can't repeat what I just read in YouTube chat, but we appreciate you being here tonight. Welcome in, everybody. We're about to witness some incredible gameplay. I'm sure you're going to see your favorite heroes. Heroes that will not be played seem to be Dynamo tonight. Will he be back in the mix after EU ran him to success last week? Could be. What new characters should be fit in if they haven't seen the light of day so far today, DDK?
I think Victor. I think Victor is definitely one. I think he got a lot of changes. I think that makes him a lot more likely to be in a draft than before. I don't know if Holiday's changes were really enough. I think she got some minor tweaks to just quality of life changes though. So I'm not really sure if that's enough to bring her back into play. But it's always fun to see like a Holiday because it's just so dynamic throughout the game. Viper's another one that I think we've seen some testing around with some play. I don't know if we'll see that here either. I really think that Lowkey W will probably go to something more conventional.
I know what Zergy's going to play this game.
Okay.
I know Zergy's going to play this game. Viscous. I'm going to call it now.
Really?
Zergy's going to be on Viscous.
Is it Gun Viscous?
No, he actually absolutely hates Viscous and refuses to play Viscous ever on his stream. I just wanted to see if anyone in our stream was paying attention to that. No, it's not gonna be Viscous, but go ahead because Puckett, I think there's something you wanted to maybe hop on stream with.
I was just gonna ask Lotu, are we ready to hop in to the draft here? Yeah.
I thought it was some comments we saw in Twitch chat that you enjoyed.
No, I'm not allowed to read those. Shout out to Sundown, though. One of my favorites from the Fortnite universe is gracing us here on Deadlock. There's a lot of people coming over recently to check out the new game. These guys have been playing it since day number 1. I finally had 2 weeks off of my Call of Duty League schedule to grind. And I can tell you, I've probably put in 50 games. I've won 10 of them. Losing is learning, and I've learned a lot, Kaplan. And what I've learned is we need more characters like Silver, where I can just keep feeding, then they give me extra life, and then I can do max damage while also life stealing. Is there anyone else that you think I should try out if I'm a Silver main?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because Shiv ain't working out. I'm bloodletting a little early. I'm just feeding. I'm dying.
I got it. Geist.
Lady Geist? I gotta give her a chance. Instead of just being abused by her, I got to give her a chance. We saw her pop off last game.
If I'm going to give you a hero, I'm going to give you Apollo. I think Apollo would fit well.
DDK, what kind of a personality attaches to a lash?
A lash? Attention seeker, I think. I think you gotta be like, you really need the attention. You're gonna get in there. You gotta pop out your chest. You know, so you want everyone to know it's all about you.
Is he a finisher, or does he just bring the party together?
I think a bit of both, to be honest. He wants to bring the party together, and he just wants to stomp on everyone. Again, once again, proving that
it's a sponsored show, and here we go. Kaplan and I are going to be on our best behavior as we jump into our first ban. Abrahams are going to remove the Infernus.
Hey, speak for yourself, Bucket. Here, I didn't commit to that. Yeah, first ban coming through. I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's Venator, honestly. I think it's because they also have first pick. If Lowkey W let Infernus through,
Maybe I'll see you in the
then
field.
Abrahams are. Oh, okay. So I think if you're Lowkey W, you leave open Infernus and you leave open Venator, because then you guarantee get one for Zergate. I think that's probably more priority than going for like one of those two bans themselves. Maybe a Mirage ban would be ideal.
That could be really fun to see Zergy playing in Infernus, actually. That'd be really cool. See if we get it. The Venator gets taken, so do we get an Infernus first pick at this point? Abrahams would be the ones to get it, so it wouldn't go to Zergy. But yeah, Zergy still has some options.
They're going silver, guys. They're going to go silver Shiv.
If they go silver, can you give us your best Awoo?
Ooh.
That's not fair.
How was
Your
it?
mic like cut it because of it being so high pitched, I guess. Can we get one more time, maybe?
No, that's protection.
No? Okay.
I have it all set up here on my end. Dice is unethical. I agreed, Ace Coon. Yamato is who I should be playing, they say. Okay, so silver is in. On the other side, you counter with the Shiv. I like that. Now do you pick a Mirage?
I think Kelvin, right?
Combo
Kelvin's
it?
still really good.
The old
Saint's
school
really
duo?
good, too.
Yeah, you got to get the buddies, the bros back together
but
again.
do you want to give over Infernus Mirage potentially?
Has Hoop been playing anything but the Kelvin? I think Dan's right here.
You're
I
about
think
to
this
watch
is...
my greatest trick.
Whoa, he's still second pick Sinclair. Okay, they just believe in it. They believe in the.
Jack, can you explain it? Because we were talking about it all break and it didn't make sense to us. Why is Sinclair this high valued?
I mean, they can still get an Infernus or a Mirage. I don't think there's a world where Abrahams take both Infernus and Mirage. I don't think. I think they would just want to take one. But they take away the Kelvin. I think this is the real story there, where Lowkey are giving this up there, because they could have secured this, and there's no way. I don't think there's a way that, unless there's something I'm missing, I don't think that Sinclair is going to get picked in the top 3 for Abrahams, based on how they've been drafting.
I was gonna say, I think Sinclair can also act as a deterrent
Don't you worry.
against certain heroes. Kelvin would have been one of them. Because obviously Steel and Frozen Shelter is quite big. Pocket would be another one that you can potentially deter away from. But now Abraham's getting in first. I feel like you have to pick Zergy a Mirage now.
Mirage, yeah,
I
you
think
gotta-
Mirage is gonna be banned on the turn if you don't take it.
100%. Again, they kind of fall into the same territory as the last draft, where the opening 3 they just come out weaker. So they just, wow, they're gonna get Mirage is 100% getting banned by Abrahams. But what are Lowkey W looking to ban? This is so interesting. Their draft is so strange. Because I also don't know. I mean, I don't think Abrahams are going to get Ivy, as they already have Kelvin. I think it's less likely.
I'm not ready for
Oh
a
no,
team fight.
I don't think so. But we have seen like double supports, right? Support-esque. I guess we should say. It wasn't like full-on double supports.
I think
quite
Lowkey
often
W were
last
the only
weeks.
team that did it, though.
No, Abrahams did it. They did Rem Kelvin,
did
I
as
believe
well?
it was, in like 2 weeks ago. I think they did it. I'll double check.
Okay. So, okay, Mirage ban. 100%.
No.
All right. Okay, interesting. All right.
Okay, does Billy come out? We haven't seen the GOAT. Dynamo got banned. He's not coming out. Apollo hasn't been picked. Infernus made it through. And Mirage still hasn't been selected, and he's not banned. So somebody's playing Mirage, right?
It's got it.
I
Yeah.
can
I mean,
take whatever they throw at
I mean, now
me.
Lowkey W can just wait to the end to pick Mirage, because I don't think. I mean, to be honest, no. I mean, could they still play Mirage? I mean, depending on like how you want, what kind of build you want to go on Infernus, and there's a world, but I don't think it makes sense. I think it's a bit of a fit.
You're under my protection now.
Okay, they're gonna do it anyway. So okay,
This is kind of wild. I mean, so Abrahams are going to be squishy, but it kind of doesn't matter because Dynamo's been taken off the table because they banned it away. So it's actually not that big of a deal if they're going to be, I mean, squishy
my
is
God.
relative.
what if Lowkey W get Grey Talon? He's
I
a
mean,
squishy
he got buffed,
assassin.
right?
A little bit, yeah. He got a little bit of buff.
Talon has
quality
been
of life.
Garbo for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Hoot's the specialist though.
True.
And this is like a very squishy lineup. It's like that's what he does. He assassinates squishies. So I don't know. I feel like there's a world where we could see a Talon.
No one builds an empire without sacrifice.
They could still have
Zergy's Wraith.
they
Chat
could
was
still take
right.
a Spirit Nuke. So Talon, Apollo, I still feel like a great picks.
I mean, we don't have a Hoot character right now. So I
gotta
think
be
Talon, like, for sure could fit.
Yeah.
I made my fortune. Now it's
Viper
Oh
makes
my
it in.
God.
If you have the emote, spam it in the chat right now. This is the night shift. If you know, you know. You're in the right place. The Abrahams are going to close things out with a final pick of Yamato and survey says Yamato.
It's
excuse
about
me.
to get sticky.
And Hibiscus.
Hibiscus.
The sticky icky is out. Who
That
plays
makes a
the
lot of
sticky,
sense.
Kaplan?
Say that again, Puckett? Sorry, I'm still...
Who goes sticky on the Abrahams tonight? Do you think it's going to be Bobby, Arzo, Taz?
I think it most likely would be Test, right? And staying on the Kelvin. It would make the
Bobby
most
stays on
sense.
ship.
I like Viscous a lot here, especially as like a save against the bowlers, because because Viper is just there's a really huge kill threat, especially on the squishies. I think that's in large part why Viper does fit here. You know, it is a great hero to try to punish a lot of lower health pool heroes, especially in the early to mid game. And that bowler is like obviously a key part of the lockdown there that enables it. So you cube them.
I mean,
No
they
problem.
have such crazy mid-boss contests, though, with Lowkey W, with Sinclair, Ivy, Viper, Abrams.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't see a world Abrahams can easily go for a mid-boss here with the setup. I mean, Viper most likely will max Bola first, so then you have that potential to contest or go for the Lethal Venom or 2.
Yeah.
Viscous does counter the Lethal Venom extremely well as well, because you prevent it from just bursting someone by cubing them. And I don't really think we're going to have a curse build anytime soon to disable the cube.
The Abrahams is so interesting because they do have a lot of firepower and late game scaling, but they're kind of light on the front line. They're kind of light on the pick. So these are both potential issues. And like you said, they're kind of also light in some senses on the team fight a little bit. The Kelvin Dome kind of makes up for a lot. But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, and I wonder if it's because Abrahams are like, well, if you guys are going to leave Infernus and Mirage open, we are going to take Infernus and Mirage. Because I think normally I don't think we would see both.
Can you guys look at the Twitch chat and just
Yeah,
enjoy the glory that is being spammed?
I see people not sub trying to spam the emote. Come on. If you guys have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month.
If you got Prime, you too could be a Viper pregnancy enjoyer. Welcome to the Deadlock Night Shift. You've got the Abrahams, you've got Lowkey W, and I want to know, are we going to a game 3? I want to see the Ivy Viper combo forcing a game 3 in EU. Zergy ain't going down 0-2. If he does, he ain't playing with this team next week. Him and Listic are going to be beefing like it was episode 4 at DDK.
I don't know what's gonna happen, man. I don't know what theory Lowkey W are drafting with, but it's like outside of what I understand. So
It's a Hoot Viper, right?
it must be. He can play. He plays Sinclair though as well, but I think it makes more sense that he's on Viper.
Viper is disgusting, but I feel like this is a self-inflicted draft diff out of Lowkey W. Solely OG weighing in over on Twitch. Everyone's calling it 2-0 Abraham's victory tonight, which would mean they've never lost with this combination of 6 players. Can they stay perfect?
I wonder. I'm curious what you think about this, Jason. Do you think that Abrahams picked Mirage only because they just wanted, they couldn't ban it at that point, and they just like, well, if you guys are gonna leave it up, we're gonna take this away, so you're forced to play Wraith, and then in so doing, they kind of maybe shoot themselves in the foot a little bit because the trade-off is that they don't get another frontliner or pick or something like a Mo or like whatever.
I'm not gonna lie, you're gonna have to re-ask me that question because I was reading something going on in the Captain's chat, which is why we're sitting on draft. Can you restart at the beginning of it?
So the question is, do you think that Abrahams shot themselves in the foot because they felt forced to pick up the Mirage when in reality they may have expected the Mirage to go Lowkey W to pick it, and instead Abrahams would be sitting on like a frontliner or a pick here.
I don't necessarily think so, because you have Silver Yamato who can act like as a frontline, especially with the Kelvin support. But also I think Arzo has shown us today across their match versus Leviathan in this first match, because he actually played like a gun lash, more towards a gun lash than like a spirit lash, which is why we saw the ground strike doing no damage. That they do have like 2 viable M1 players, and I think he'll most likely slot into the Mirage, Sonya probably onto the Infernus, and I think that with having that flexibility, maybe something they lacked before. I'm trying to think who would normally pick up the other M1 of their team, and I can't really put my finger on it, honestly. So I think it's maybe just the flexibility of the new additions on the roster that's allowing Abrahams to play like this and not be too punished.
Chat, we're going to go to a break while our captains battle it out. We've got ZP, the commissioner, talking through all the rules before a game 2. They're serious. We want to lock in for a game 3. We want you to tell us, how bad is your Viper gameplay? How many times have you played her? What is your record? Is it better than Lady Geist? She's now 3-9. We'll be right back. I like Geist. She's good. And we are back. It's time for game 2. Lowkey W taking on Abrahams. Can they force a game 3, or the returning champs about to get dethroned? Lock in for Zergy and Hoot on the same squad. Let's get it on. We got DDK and Kaplan on the mic. Boys, all yours.
Alrighty, back into the game, and I mean, it's unconventional drafting, it feels like, from Abrahams. But at the same time, Jason, when we're watching these money matches, we're watching the best in the respective region. And so if one of these teams does an unconventional draft and they win with it, maybe they're just setting the meta for the future.
I mean, maybe. I think the thing is, these teams play against each other so often. They try a lot of things in scrims, a lot of things that, you know, I think before Lightbringer was streaming so actively with Lowkey W, we normally wouldn't see too often. I think there is a world you could make pretty much almost every hero viable, but if you want to play at the highest level and you want to win, I think you're going to play the most viable heroes you possibly can, that have the most leeway with mistakes, and obviously as things fit around compositions. But I do have to correct myself. It's actually going to be Saint on the Viscous and Task going to be on the Kelvin. I thought it was going to be the other way around here. So maybe we're seeing some hero limitations within Task as a player.
On behalf of the chat, show us your Viper.
Well, Mirage Yamato, it's kind of a horrible lane to be up against, I gotta say. A lot of Spirit Burst that's possible here. So you'd expect, I feel like, Abrahams to probably be ahead on that mid lane. The Wraith Abrams, I don't think is going to be quite as potent. I think definitely the poke game is going to be better for Abrahams. Abraham's also got the Infernus Kelvin combo on the left side. Arzo's Infernus, I feel like that's going to be nasty, Jason.
Yeah, I think you're going to need some slowing hexes for sure. I mean, hitting a rabbit hex as well against Infernus should be really difficult. I mean, Vortex Web's going to help quite a bit. And I think Obikim's going to have a lot of work cut out from here to really catch some high priority targets. And then they also have to worry about the Q still going to be in there out of Saint, which I assume Rescue Beam is definitely going to be something to pick up as well. I think Obikim kind of has a tough time, because if we're looking at like ultimates to steal, like realistically, what are the best ultimates? I think the Goo Ball, probably not. The Frozen Shelter for sure. Even the Traveler out of Mirage is definitely a good choice, but even the Combustion might be an opportunity for him, because it kind of synergizes well again with like duration, or I guess duration, the stun duration, maybe greater expansion as well, which would fit really well into it. It's going to be, I think, a tough game for Obikim, because he has to have the same level of performance we saw Saint have in the Challenger match.
I do think also, talking about performances, Cosmetical on Shiv this time, I just feel like Cosmetical's going to have a much better game. I don't think it's very common to see Cosmetical kill.
Just as you talk about him.
Of course. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, they traded 1-for-1 in that lane so far, with Cosmetical going down. Before that, it was Together. Took a little bounce back, more importantly for Abrahams, in a lane that they really don't want to feed Cosmetical on, because you're 100% right. Cosmetical on Shiv is a sight to be seen, and you don't want him off to a strong start.
Yeah, and I personally, I feel like obviously Drake on the Viper is going to be really interesting to see how that plays out, but I have a feeling Cosmetical is going to be very critical in this matchup in terms of just the impact you're going to need to see. And Shiv obviously is really good. We're seeing people value Shiv more and more every week, honestly. And it's interesting because Shiv didn't really get that many changes, but these days you just don't see Billy anymore. You don't see. I mean, it seems like Shiv is the most desirable of those front lines.
I mean, also Shred is like really good on him too.
Yeah.
I can't remember which match it was, but we had a Shiv specifically building Shred and have the team build some Shred to help out as well. And that slice and dice that he can do is too. It's just kind of some nutty damage, but we're gonna see a little bit of rotation out of Rayek here. Get the Venom ready to go. Doesn't have anyone low enough just yet. Together gonna be the focus of this one. Cube's not gonna be used, but again, like lethal Venom is too high HP. Not enough damage just yet out of that gank.
All right, getting some slaps in there, slapping with the book. And Bobby's in a little bit of trouble here. I don't know if he's going to live. He just keeps getting slapped. Okay, speaking of getting slapped, I mean, there's a bit of burger box going on here. As Sanya Sniper gives Listic the treatment as well. I'm going to bully my friend.
I mean, it's still Sonic getting the kill. 3.6. Ultimate online now. It doesn't. The thing is, the souls are pretty equal, but Sonic's been able to get quite far ahead. And I think I don't really expect him to be leaving lane. I think that's the one problem of him getting fed. Maybe he comes online earlier. Yes, maybe we'll be around a team fight slightly earlier. But preference for me is to really have like one of your earlier game heroes like together on the Silver, or maybe the Yamato have a stronger start somehow. Because those are the ones that really determine the tempo and create the space, more importantly, and the time that Sanya would need to hit that point.
Totally. Okay, well, we've got the bridge bus coming up, and both teams fighting on both bridge sides. Actually, it looks like Abrahams might get both here. Yeah, they're looking really good to get both. 4 players on the right side. They get both here, Jason. Really good work there from Abrahams. They're looking quite like they're having a pretty strong start. Obviously, the souls are on parity, but that feels like they're doing a pretty good job in these lanes. Getting both his bus will help the power spikes a little bit more.
Almost to leaving Arzo alone in lane with Task to rotate. I mean, that's what Task would typically play within Paradox. Arzo's going to get a lot of free farm, 4.5k souls. We're going to see the telekinesis being used and taking down Bobby. Is there a question of how much more they can possibly get from this one? As soon as able to return as he does leave that middle lane to help go for this fight. I think Task is trying to escape now, being chased down by Zergy and co. Lowkey W really matching this early game aggression of Abraham's.
Yeah, and Sanya Sniper, 3 kills already. Is 6 minutes into the game. That's not good. He's actually looking a little bit scary. Hoot actually is the sole leader on Ivy somehow. I guess he's been left alone on, left alone on these lanes a little bit, but that's kind of interesting. I'm curious as to what Hoot's Ivy build's going to be actually.
I think we talked before, like 2 weeks back, that Hoot just wants to win, man. He doesn't care if he's playing the carry. He doesn't care if he's playing like a support. He just wants to win games. And honestly, I would expect him to be playing like more of the support role for the team, like a healing Nova for them, maybe even a healing booster in there. I mean, really similar to what we've had just any other support-esque Ivy take.
Yeah, I'm super curious. I mean, we'll definitely check in on his build as time goes on. There's a lot of different builds that I think can be pretty viable with Ivy and different ways to do it. Obviously, at this level too, there's a lot of the pros are very good at item counters. I was going to say item counterization thing.
Jeez. Okay.
Oh my god, my brain is short-circuiting, Jason.
Well, now I know who you really want to be here.
Honestly, I think I should just get up and leave.
No, stay, please. I don't want to solo cast this one. We're going to get caught out in the frozen shelter, and he's going to fall from this one. Bobby able to get that kill at 4.9k souls. And as ZP had mentioned, we do also have some early rebuttals being bought. Cosmetical, I think that was sitting on one. I believe Task was sitting on another rebuttal. Going for the early burger boxing for sure, though. I think burger boxing is more of an NA term. I don't know what the EU term would be.
Yeah, I don't know. I've adopted it. I feel like maybe they should just have it in it should be a global term. I feel like it's cultural impact, burger boxing. It's cultural impact. Okay, well, we've got the 8-minute mark coming up here with the Sinners to be spawning soon. That mid Guardian, we talked about this lane being really favorable for Abrahams, and now this is going to allow, some roam potential, especially for Bobby. I'm curious what Sanya is going to be doing, what the priorities will be. As a Mirage, obviously, you can be very efficient with farm, where you can, you can teleport around on a really fast cooldown. So you can, maximally abuse that to really enhance your souls per minute.
And with monster rounds, I don't think he wants to leave lane too often. Just keep that pressure on, keep his mid guarding up. 7.8k souls. I mean, he's surpassed Hoot now, as we were talking before, Hoot being the sole leader. But honestly, again, like I wouldn't want Ivy to be the sole leader, man. I'd rather have a Mirage or Yamato or Silver or any of one of these other heroes. But one thing that Ivy does well is farm. And Hoot has kept that lane shoved the best he can, trying to deny far. More importantly, Light and Curse is going to be stolen away. Some gut damage behind this. Oh, just can't keep up the movement.
Yeah, it's hard. Oh, okay, getting a chomp in there.
mind.
Oh my god. Can't quite get in there. That was so close. Oh, hello. Okay, getting baited into that one. There's a bowler as well, but there's a Hex for the answer. Okay, this is getting really awkward. I don't know that Obi can makes it out here alive now. Okay, just juking, but there's a player on the other side. You can actually see that. I believe that Sanya Sniper like waited on the other side. He recognized that he should just wait and very aware of how Sinclair might try to outplay you. And with a good punish here.
3k, man.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's really nasty.
Okay, we got some Twitch chat. Baguette boxing.
Baguette
Royale with
boxing.
cheese boxing, peas and mashing, London style croissant boxing, baguette beefing.
Oh,
There's some good ones. We got, you know what? We got some clever people in chat. Kebab kerfuffle. I like that one as well.
oh, that's nice. We should have a competition about this.
Beans on toasting. Justification comes on out here. Out of Bobby, he's kind of stuck under the guard. He gets a kill on the Zergy though. I didn't expect him to get anything after this. Even gets break extremely low. He has to toss off to the side, and they're gonna get some early. Actually, they're gonna get this Guardian down, man. Abraham's off to a strong start, already 6k in the lead.
Yeah, and especially given that Sanya's so ahead, it's really devastating. Actually, Sanya Sniper even has the speed buff as well, so able to get extra mobility. And he's also just like, you know, like you said, constantly farming that mid lane. You know, and in between waves, able to grab some jungle farm, able to try to help out with some teammates with some ganking, teleport back if necessary, and then back to farming again. Just super efficient. I don't think they're going to have an answer to shut down Sanya Sniper, to be honest. He's almost double the souls of Zergy.
Yeah, this is not a good start. And the thing is, Sanya also has double buffs, so movement and casting. The thing is, you pointed out before, he's got. I feel like he almost has to get interactive.
I didn't even notice the other buff.
I didn't even know UI could handle one person having two buffs, but he's gonna have it. And we're gonna have the response. Guarding we take on the right hand side as the urn being chauffeured across. But look at this. Look where Arzo and Sanya are. Left side of the map, looking for Zergy, looking for that walker. And Task's just gonna keep the urn away from turning. They're gonna get a free walker, bro. And Lowkey W, you have to make a response.
Oh my goodness. Just diabolical stuff. Get a quick pause. You know, I will say I'm a fan of Wander's builds on Ivy and in general. For those of you that don't know, Wander just builds gun on everything.
Bro, he literally plays gun on everything. And I cannot make his builds work.
I respect it. I've played a lot of his builds. I really enjoy them because it's like it's actually really interesting because you end up being, especially on Ivy, because you have so much mobility, you are more focused on, I think, simpler parts of the game because you're not thinking about like juggling abilities and playing support as much. You're like much more concerned about pressure and macro and being in the right place at the right time with your teammates on the pressure game. I love that playstyle, actually. I think it's really fun. Don't know if it translates to this level, but hey.
Man, 10-minute walker. They counter pressure out of Hoot on the mid walker, and you can see he's already getting it down to half HP and below. Early headhunter here with Resto Locket. You know what? Actually, there's a real where they can take this one and try to punish Abrahams from trying to delay that urn. And a good use of the airdrop to actually get his teammate out to safety here. And Zergy is just back at base farming. I mean, because he kind of needs to. As you pointed out before, he was almost double or half the value of Sanya Sniper, though it obviously has changed. But now with the urn in hand, it looks like they might want to go for the push here.
Oh my god, insane damage output from Sanya Sniper right now. Just pumping Listic full of all of the bullets. Jin's Mark, that's going to pop for a lot of damage. Oh my god. Almost kills him. It's so dangerous. Untouched as well. Just fully a health up here. Just waiting for the dome to go down and now just like going for Hoot as well. This is terrible. Terrifying stuff. You got Infernus on you as well. The damage, the spirit damage output is crazy. What on earth are they going to do?
Not dying. The thing is, they're not really dying. I mean, finally, Hoot does go down. They're buying time for Zergy to catch up. think the downside for him is together didn't match him up on that left-hand side, and now Lowkey W need to escape that losing players, and Cosmetical is going to fall. That's 2 kills. Obakim's also extremely low, and the Urn, I mean, it's still back behind them and to easily be turned on in, but that's going to be finally some action out of Rake, able to get into this mix here. Gets the first kill, looking for a second one on the task, but he's been forced now away. The student's mark taking away. One more proc of it would be enough. Just get one more stack and he's dead. I don't even need that one. That's a big kill coming on through. Also, big shout out to Jeff for the resub here. Zergy, my beloved. It's been a rough day to be a Zergy fan in these matches, but they're not out just yet.
What's really crazy is that in both matches, Zergy could have gotten onto the Mirage. And Mirage is, definitely the more valuable M1 carry right now. And so, I don't know. I mean, how would the game have looked, if that was changed? Also, I was fully expecting them to pick Infernus, actually, for Zergy.
Yeah, they had the option to, right? It's like they had the option to get a Mirage, and they just didn't want to get him an M1 hero. They could be comfortable. I'm not saying he's not comfortable on rate, but I guess it's more comfortable about the way the games have been playing out. But this Urn fight, it's not done, man. You're seeing Lowkey W come on in. They're trying to actually pick up the Urn here. Obakim try to secure it himself. A great charge comes in analytic with a stomping on top of that. They should be able to transform it into 1 kill, but it's together. He just hits the Lycan transformation. He's able to get himself healed right on back up. That Urn with its tiny little feet and short little legs trying to run away from this one, trying to get away from the fight, just like Hoot here. The Abrahams are trying to lock down control of it.
Yeah, together having big impact in this fight on the Lycan Curse, in this brawl around the Urn turn-in, and it's gone really well here. And again, creating all that space for Sanya Sniper. Sanya Sniper doing a really good job, obviously, in his fight positioning, because, as strong as Sanya Sniper is, if you get caught in focus, you will die, especially this early on Mirage. So, able to get up to 15k now. I wonder what his stats are. I don't know if we can do a quick stat check in terms of like kills, deaths, because I don't think Sanya Sniper has died. And I believe Sanya Sniper's got at least like 5 or 6 kills so far in this game.
Yeah, he's been unkilled, as you can see here.
Yeah.
4 players on Abraham's side are unkilled. Poor Bobby with 4
I was gonna say.
You know what? If he's creating space for Sanya and Arzo to have games like this, then you know what? You'll take as many deaths as it takes to get that win. Ooh, good bola.
Yeah, 6-0. Oh my god, the charge out of nowhere! That is just cinema right there. But will they be able to finish it off? Kelvin trying to escape. Okay, looking pretty good. Finishing it off. And Break able to pick up that kill. So there is a punish onto Abrahams, but they are, pretty decently far ahead. It's not unrecoverable. And we do have another round coming up very shortly. And Bucks.
Traveler on in. Adesanya actually to keep this Walker alive on the right-hand side together. Is joined in the fight too. They're looking for a skirmish here, and they just need to get a catch onto someone, but obviously the airdrop providing mobility. The Lowkey W needs to get away with this one, especially Vrayek. Actually, might even be able to turn this around onto Arzo, who's trying to flame dash away from this fight. So they're not able to close this distance. That's stolen combustion coming on through, but it doesn't catch him. Novikin's forced to retreat back with a spectral assistant.
Let's go to York. Burning a path.
Yeah, and Zergy's going to get caught on the Wraith here. We'll see if the teleport's enough. It looks like it is to get out, but that Guardian, 15 minutes left Guardian still up, the first Guardian. And man.
They're keeping him honest is the problem. And the thing is, like with Sanya going into that lane, Zergy can't beat him 1v1. Like, I don't care how good you are. You're not going to overcome the 4k difference this early on. So either Sanya's going to draw more attention from players to help Zergy out, or he's going to just be able to punish Zergy in this lane. And I think if he can steal away his jungle too, which he's been trying to get, Zergy I'm talking about here, then you're going to keep him even farther behind.
I think, was Arzo going dash build? Either way, it's going to be very tough to take down Arzo and Sanya Sniper at this point. The right Walker under assault here as the Urn is a comeback Urn. And they're going in for this one. Using that shiv movement to get out. But this Walker needs to be protected. It's really scary right now. Fight under the Walker. Abrahams, gotta be careful not to overextend. Slice and dice on through, and that's Arzo now in a lot of trouble. Half HP on that Infernus as the chase continues. Really not wanting to give this one away is Cosmetical, but can't go any further, unfortunately.
Sanya's here. He traveled on in. He's gonna be looking for the fight. Became very low, gets a Dust Devil onto 2, gets a great little knock-up Ballistic there to support, so he has to back away, but they dislodge the Urn, and they should be able to steal this one away, or at least try to, as Zergy's now in the fight. Throwing cards from above, but look at the damage that Sanya is not taking. Able to heal up so much from these Scarabs, and he also has a Resto Locket to keep himself healthy if needed. heard telekinesis go off, but I don't see exactly where it's gonna be. If they're still just fighting this tight corner, that's combustion coming on through. Arso takes down 2, and Abraham should be able to snowball this fight.
Yeah, the dome coming in maybe a little bit too late, and it's not going to save. Well, actually, it's the dome for them. What am I talking about? Abraham's love the dome right there. It's going to enable them to get some healing off there. A couple kills coming in, back in the way of the Lowkey W side, but the problem is the urn has been collected. They're going to lose the walker, I think. Yeah, it's going to get focused down. Arzo picks it up. Really good stuff there by him. Might even have a flame dash to escape if necessary, so can't be punished. And does have support too, so they could even turn the fight around together. Joins Arzo. They are deep in enemy territory as the urn is making its way across to the comeback position. This is still a challenge that is very easy for Lowkey to take, though.
Yeah, there's no way. Do not tell me they're trying to turn this in. You have 3 players not even close. You're just giving them the urn?
Oh, got pushed off of it. And there's the puddle punch. That's a good tool here, Jason, to interrupt. The urn is still on the roof.
I mean, Sonya's going in by himself. He's like 1v3, 1v4 right now. He needs some backup. He cannot afford to die, and will die. He won't do for now. He takes down Listic. Be careful with serrated blades coming on through. He doesn't have to spell magic just yet, so he can't really afford to take too many stacks. Traveler's on out of this one, over towards his mid lane. Walker with the urn. It's still being pushed over towards the turn. This fight is just never ending.
Yeah, this is crazy. They really want to try to punish this man. Only a 14k difference here, an advantage for Abrahams as the fight continues on the roof as they try to make this a reality. And right now, it does look pretty good here for Abrahams. That's getting very low on HP, though. In comes Bobby, trying to get in there as well. And they're chasing them away, but still, needs to be collected. Fun. This might be it, though. There's the grab coming on in. And looking to go for the dunk now. Anyone to stop this? Oh, someone gets the melee off and drops it out again.
Son is not being dealt with. He's on a 9 kill streak. He is just attacking away. Force everyone from Lowkey W. Yes, you might be able to drop the urn, but you're not going to be able to survive this fight. And Bobby gets a kill. The urn finally gets turned in. And we're at a 20k lead now for Abrahams, 19 minutes in. This is horrible for Lowkey W, and amazing for Abrahams to bounce back, to potentially take the throw and what was rightfully theirs, it seems.
Man, I think Sanya Sniper got the escalating exposure power spike right before this fight as well. So that was also problematic. Oh, man. What does Sanya Sniper have in terms of full build?
I mean, he was going for escalating next.
Yeah, I think
and
he has it
26k. Yeah, he better have it by now after a 9 kill streak. Again, like, we were pretty set on that first game ending when we saw Abrahams get so far ahead, but then they did get too cocky, and Lowkey W was able to turn things around. I mean, Drake, he's finally able to get that last guard of the game at 19.5 minutes. Some extra economy on their side. I mean, to be fair, it is 2 walkers to 0, so this like 20k lead, it's slightly misleading.
Ooh, Diviners.
Oh man, he's going for survivability now. He's got the damage based on levels.
Yeah, that's interesting. You got the extended duration as well, I guess, for the scarabs and so on and all that.
Got like a 1400 shield practically when he ults into a fight.
Yeah, 2 pickups for a lot of survivability, and that's great. You know, protect the lead. Don't really have too many ways to kill him or lock him down. I think that is, you know, one of the aspects of this comp from Lowkey W. I mean, how do you lock him down? You know, what do you have, like a charge maybe, the bowler?
Did he go Dust Devil max? Can we maybe check in with Sonya actually, get an idea? Because if he maxed Dust Devil, then he's playing like definitely for survivability. And I think that's kind of important for him because with him at 27k, he just needs to not die. Like his damage just comes from basically his levels alone.
I'm in game looking at 0 points in Dust Devil right now.
Really?
Yep.
Just going pure pump then. So maybe the early Diviners Kevlar kind of makes sense then. Thank you, ZP, from our live in-game report of the match.
yeah.
He's on the
live in-game monitor Viper for split shot usage is actually what it is right now.
Another urn. That's 3 urns now here for Abrahams. Pretty much uncontested on his right-hand side, and the fight is definitely going to pop up after this one, too. You can see Hoot immediately trying to throw Obi-Kim away, but Listic's going to be getting caught out. And we see 2 goo balls. It's like a wrecking ball. It's like Newton's cradle here inside the urn turn-in.
Yeah, it's the same pressure onto the mid walker, and I mean the mid boss is likely the result if they lose this fight, Lowkey W, and they've already lost 2 players here. I mean, what can they do against the damage? 11 kill streak from Sanya Sniper from start to finish this game. He's been destroying everybody. And I mean, it's looking so horrible. The
Is
last
that why you
game
draft
was-
Mirage?
I think it's a combo, right? Mirage and Infernus being gotten for Abrahams.
Well, they had the opening lane was really strong for Mirage. Like it was Mirage Yamato. They got the tower down very early. I think relatively early, like 6 to 7 minutes, and then there's no pressure on Sanya Sniper. In addition to the, I think Sanya Sniper got 3 kills in lane as well in early lane. So they won the early lane very hard, and Sanya Sniper played it very efficiently after that.
If he wasn't already hard to kill, I mean, also having Kelvin support for him, having a Cube to support him.
Yeah, such a great point.
Honestly, if I'm Abrahams here, I look at this and I'm like, well, no, actually, no. I was going to say maybe force mid-boss, but as we talked about in the draft, do you really want a mid-boss against an Ivy Sinclair and a Viper? Especially when you have this kind of lead and you know Lowkey W can't fight you, why give him a chance to get back in the game?
That's a really, really good point. Yeah, very good point. It's one of those instances where you don't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it opens up more risk. Because you're right, like what are Lowkey W able to do otherwise? Across all 3 lanes, they're getting absolutely wrecked from split push, which is exactly what's happening right now. And Toronto escape around the corner. It's getting ticked down for damage. All that escalating exposure. I'm just gonna finish him off.
12 kill streak.
Oh no, this Mirage pick is going pretty crazy right now.
This actually might be a good test, to be fair.
Nice work.
Sanya's still alive though in the vicinity.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a positional play from Sanya Sniper, trying to make sure that he's able to like do the damage on the sidelines. And this is looking like a nice death ball from Lowkey W. They've got a few players down. What if they get the mid boss off this? This is a very sketchy situation. Now Sanya Sniper is alone, and he can get targeted. If he gets focused and killed, that mid boss is suddenly going the way of the Lowkey W team.
We traveled away. He's the real raid boss, and he still gets the kill on Zergy. I guess he popped his ultimate just to get his Kevlar up so he can continue to stay in this fight with a 1400 shield. So it's a good start by Lowkey W to get themselves back in, but it still comes out with them losing 2 players. But still, honestly, I think that's still a win for them because of, I mean, they didn't really get any shutdown money, but they kept Arzo from farming. They got Zergy a kill or 2.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't too bad at all, and it really did. If they could have converted onto Sanya, it just feels like that would have been such a game changer. But especially because Sanya will be dead for a very long time.
I just don't see how they can kill him. Like Listic, he's half the value of Sanya right now at 18k compared to 36. You would need such a CC chain to kill him, but then you also have to keep in mind Saint was there. Saint could have just cubed him. He did cube him, and he did rescue beam him away. And he ordered a disruption from him.
He almost doubled the souls of all of his teammates. So like, I was like, what?
Yeah, he's pumping this game, man.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
I mean, he's gonna be at 50k, and he's gonna have Dust Devil maxed. he's gonna approach that point if his game continues, and if he wasn't already hard enough to kill, then it's gonna be impossible to kill him now. But this Urn, I think that's a point here for Lowkey W if they can get it. It's a good charge, but he's stuck in the frozen shelter.
Oh, what is this fight underneath the? That's so awesome, man. Okay, a little bit awkward, a little bit strange, but Together doesn't mind here on the Silver, getting bothered both for the moment, and that's just gonna pop the Lightning Curse and get back into the fight. And this is definitely a difficult situation because Arzo's also really strong on that Infernus. Using the Flame Dash here to make things really painful, and Deadlock's getting a lot of damage output here as well. However, it's nicely done there through the Veil. And this is, I mean, Silver is a big threat too. We haven't really been talking about Silver very much, but also the burst damage is obviously very potent. Sanya Sniper coming in.
Together's just like, okay, I got him. I'm gonna bait them in, and Sanya's like, I got you, and he tries to go clean him up, and he's actually gonna catch out Obi-Kim. I guess it was, actually no, he's still gonna catch him out here. Yeah, that escalating hits those Scarabs, and you just see his health taking away. And they're doing mid-boss. Well, how is this happening? And they hover.
Yeah, finally it's time to do mid-boss. Yeah, not much threat out here for them, so playing it really safe. I think such a great timing for them to do this. Also, they're going to be able to run the urn off of it too. They brought the urn into the pit. And it's 40k, almost 40k difference. You dive, try to get something, and Vrake's going to actually get one of the rejuve crystals, so, good effort, but that's quickly going to be eliminated here. Dome comes in, eliminate both players. And Abrahams, I mean, the sheer power of Sonya Sniper, I don't know how you deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, that was also, I think, probably like the chance for Lowkey to get it. I think that was just kind of Abraham's flexing and how confident they are. That was a little bit of an ego play because they were still running into some like pretty devastating ultimates. Yeah, you had Shred Transformation, but that Bola can still hit. I mean, it still hit quite a few different people. And another urn going in. I think that was our 4th of the game here for Abrahams. Can we look at our soul difference graph that we have? That's brand new to the show this week because I think you're gonna see. Yeah, look at that trend, just back and forth the first 2-3 minutes, and it's been all in favor of Abraham since, and we're at practically a 40k lead now.
There we go, just assaulting the front of the base now, starting to do the due diligence. They got this big lead. Let's get rid of these base guardians now. And I mean, Abraham's looked good to take the title here, and I wasn't expecting. I was feeling like they were the underdog, based on what we've seen from Lowkey W in recent games, but getting absolutely blasted here, and also is in trouble a little bit. He's getting chased out. And the rejuve crystal will be taken out, so there's no more rejuves, so that's good work.
If it was all that for the rejuves, though, they have no ultimates to follow up with. They have a seismic impact, which is going on right now from Listic, probably looking to escape, and they have the Bola out of Brave. They have nothing else to stop this. Sonya's here. He's ready to play. Obiken's trying to distract him outside of the base. I just don't see how Abrahams lose this game anymore unless they overcommit. Where the hell was Bobby going? That's not what I expected. Obiken's going to go down. And Dan, we might have a new champion once again here in EU.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I think, S-tier draft from Abrahams. Good conversion. Again, that mid lane from Sonya Sniper was textbook. I mean, Mirage Yamato, that's a nasty mid lane to be up against, so I don't fault Lowkey W for losing it, but they had a lot of work to do to make up for that, and they were never really able to, I think much like the first game, Jason, we saw Abrahams get a little bit ahead, a little bit more ahead, a little bit more ahead. There wasn't really that back and forth that we saw in the Challenger match.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, so that's what's kind of weird to me is that, no offense to Bobby and Arzo, but the people they're replacing, I don't necessarily say or think that they're better than them. It was Dimov, and for some reason I cannot remember who the second player was. Help me out here, please, Dan. Or ZP. Someone to help me out.
Hoot.
So yeah, Hoot and Dimov. Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you rate Bobby and Arzo better than Hoot and Dimov? And I would say no. I would say there's just no way. But something is clicking within the team. Maybe it's because they're all speaking Russian now and they don't have to speak English anymore because of Hoot on the team. But they have leveled up so differently compared to last week.
Bobby's been on fire a lot in his games. We highlighted him last week. There was the DQ moment, but I feel like this is a name we're going to be saying a lot more often.
We'll see if they can finish things off and keep that name on the tip of our tongues for next week so they can defend their title. Hoot's not there. Combustion going on out. The Calvin Dome's going to disappear. The French Flying Bullet did come in and actually stop them from trying to use that stun to their advantage, but I just don't see a world where Lowkey W are going to defend this. Yeah, there's no rejuice, but there's a 50k difference, and there's still Sonya Sniper, the raid boss of Abrahams.
Yeah, looking pretty indomitable at the moment. Abrahams looking to reclaim what had been theirs for a very, very long time here at the Night Shift weekly tournaments here in Europe, and nice snipe there from the sniper himself, Sanya. Spending some time with the rabbit. But looks like that there's no one in the pit ready to stop this, I think, anymore. Is there anyone in the pit blocking this?
No, they're just not finishing. They're actually trying to leave right now. Yes, together did go down. Okay, that's good. Vortex Web into a stun. Cube had come out. And Sonya's here. And he's ready to play. And Zergi's got 33k with a Ricochet and Boundless. Actually, do take down Arzo. Okay, maybe there's a world Lowkey W come back into this one, but I won't say that with confidence till Sonya's dead.
Yeah, I think they tried to do the pullback and then the trap, but it doesn't look like that's worked out too well. Well, okay, never mind, because Sonya Sniper 20 kill streak.
Is that good?
He's in.
Did I break it?
He is pumping damage into Zergy. Not a good look. I mean, Zergy's pretty strong, but he's not 49k Mirage strong. And that's going to be a wrap here. The Archmother is going to get exploded. And that is that. Abrahams, they've done it.
Abrahams are your EU champions, taking down Lowkey W in a 2-0, a 3-map night as they make it a swift one. And a lot of people say they won from the draft, but there were so many highlights along the way. And Kaplan, you got to think the new guys are starting to find their form. The rest of the team is looking even better with them in the mix. What was different this week? Was it mistakes on the other side? Is Wraith as bad as Chad is saying? Or is it Abraham showing better teamwork?
Yes, on count 2 and 3. I think Wraith just doesn't have a place right now. I think honestly, it sounds kind of weird to say because last week we really, I mean, with what happened last week, we didn't get to see how they would play against Lowkey W. But I think we are seeing the ability to just speak one language within a team does have huge impacts on how successful a team can be. And we see this across like all esports. It's very difficult to have to play in a multilingual team, but when you get to play with like your home language, calls become easier, decisions become easier to make and to explain. And Abraham's like everything they were doing was working for him, man.
DDK, what did you learn from tonight's matches?
I learned don't leave Mirage open, man. If you can pick a Mirage, you should probably take it. I think that was a big thing here. I think that we would see a more competitive Lowkey W with the drafts also going a little bit more in their favor. I think they tried some unconventional stuff here today. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was a vision for what they were doing because they know what they're giving up. You know, there's trade-offs that they're making specifically. You know, they're picking Sinclair in the number 2 spot for a reason. I don't know that I saw that reason because the trade-off has to be that it's as valuable or more so than than the Mirage, than the Infernus, than some of these other things we're giving up. And I don't think we saw that.
With the recent patch, we had a little glitch in our API, so we don't have the official stats, but I think Chad is right here that we saw a 20-0 pro performance from our Mirage. If you guys haven't already, go ahead and clip it out. Hop in with the match ID, only watch Sonya Sniper's POV, put it on YouTube and get a million hits. 65,000 player damage. The man had 49k souls. To put that into perspective, Cosmetical did not reach 49k souls in the 2 games combined. He was shut down this series, and that's not something we're used to saying. As far as Zergy goes, a lot of hype around the guy. He gets up to 35k. The rest of the team highest is 28k. Can you continue to build around this guy in the future? What do you do if you're Lowkey W? Because you've had success with other rosters. Does Empty Dreams come back?
I don't think so. Personally, I don't think he'll be brought back, honestly. I mean, because Zergy was such an integral part in the success of early Buff Enjoyers, into Virtus Pro, and into the reforming of Buff Enjoyers. I do wonder, is it like hero pool limitation? Is it strategy based for them? Because he just didn't have any level of impact. And you know, back when they were on top, his impact would come from those late game moments on one of these M1 heroes like your Sevens, like your old Race, like your old Infernuses as well, where he would have his impact. But in games like this, especially in this game, he had no opportunity to show what he could do because he had Sonya Sniper in his lane he had to deal with, had to be careful of Arzo as well. Anytime he tried to push out and farm, he got punished. You see him dying right here, just trying to get farm on his own Guardian. I think Abrahams just did a really good job of shutting him down and not letting him get to that late game power that a Wraith can be.
DDK, what was the thought behind Sinclair? It was a priority in both games, did not work in either.
I'm not sure. I think, it might be some of the things that we don't see, like Jason was alluding to earlier when we discussed it, where he's saying maybe the Sinclair pick blocks something. Because normally Sinclair is actually more reactive, that you're understanding, yeah, I can guarantee that I'm getting to steal some of these ults and I get that counter ult play. But it seemed like they wanted it regardless as to what ults were going to be on the other side. So maybe just really valuing some of the things that Sinclair's good at in terms of poke and support and just the disruption in fights with the Rabbit Hex. But I don't know. Again, it's we didn't see success from Lowkey W with it. We didn't see them be too competitive against Abrahams with it. So it might be something that in scrims has worked out more so than it has here in the actual matchup itself, because let's not forget what they gave up for that was the Wraith. And again, maybe it's a hero pool thing for Zergy, that Zergy's like, I feel the most confident with Wraith, so don't even bother. Like, they're not going to ban Wraith, they're not going to pick Wraith, so just get something else in that slot. That could be logic.
I like that call out. As a Silver main, I have to say Silver has had great success the last 2 weeks. She's been a top 4 pick, if not going in the first round. Infernus, though, was banned out when allowed through. You saw a great game out of Arzo. You also saw Bobby, his duo, popping off on the Yamato. Do the Abrahams have the deepest hero pool in Europe right now, Kaplan?
I don't know if I can answer that question. I would still say Lowkey W should have the deepest hero pool in EU. I think maybe the one linchpin is Zergy, unfortunately. But I think I know he can play other heroes. We've already seen Abrahams flex out to more things. Like, who's more flexible than Dimov and Hoot? I don't think Bobby and Arzo coming in is all of a sudden, oh, they're the most flexible team now in terms of hero pools. I think, again, they're not necessarily stronger individually than the players that they were replacing, but within the team, it works really well. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say like the most flexible. I'd still give it to Lowkey W, but I think Abrahams had shown that the communication and the way that Bobby and Together worked together was much different than what we saw in the past with Together and like D-Mall, for instance.
Right. Together, very consistent player, might be the MVP, but who is the sidekick? DDK, if you had to highlight one player that enabled the team to pop off tonight, who do you give love to?
Do I pick Taz, Jason?
I'm channeling my thoughts to you.
Do I pick
Who
Taz?
did I choose?
Who did you choose? Let me look at the chat.
Okay, you can't cheat.
I want to cheat though, Jason, because I'm not sure who you chose.
Okay.
So I can't read your mind.
At least you're honest about it.
Yeah, you got to be honest. I don't know.
Can you
I don't
imagine
know.
reading
I think-
Jason's mind? That's a dangerous game.
I'd have been like
Sorry.
reading my own mind, and I have to live with it. But who did you have? So you went with Taz
Or Saint, maybe.
or Saint?
Yeah.
I wonder who I went with.
Saint. Who did you
Yeah,
go-
who'd you go with?
who did you
I
go
went with Bobby. I went with ZXC Bobby. Yeah, I feel like
I respect
sidekick
it.
of the match is too easy. Just be like, okay, it's a support. It's a support. I think what he did really well is something you highlighted. He created a lot of space for Sonya early on, even though he was the most deaths. I think it was like around 10 minutes in at like 4 deaths. I think the space he created in this last game was really well done to allow Sonya to pop off. But even in game 1, him and Together working well to help facilitate the early game strength they needed for others to come online, I think was also really important.
That's a great point, especially because one of the other things that is a result of that, what we were talking about, is that Sonya only gets to kind of do what he's doing if he's able to take the positions in the fights, because Sonya's wanting to pump damage from mid to like longer ranges, and that's only really possible if you've got your Yamato in the face of someone else and they have to deal with that player first. So
Pressure.
Totally agree.
That is your official Shopify sidekick. Congratulations to the man getting the job done across multiple different heroes. A clean victory and their first, I believe, here in Night Shift history. So, Kaplan, we're making some history with some new Abrahams lineups. We've seen Hoot and D-Mob dividing into different groups and now different countries, different regions. D-Mob is playing with North Americans, I believe, again today, and we're only halfway through the show. So, as we wrap things up here on Abrahams versus Lowkey W, if anyone missed the early action, what'd you see from Abrahams tonight? It was a clean 3-0 win.
Wait,
He's gone.
where'd Jason go?
He's
Jason?
seen enough. I
Right.
think he's sad.
Oh, he's back. We see you, Jason. Can you see us?
Yeah. I think he's down. I think he's
We
down
can
for the
see
count. DDK, let's send that final question to you as we send it to the bracket and the break. What did you learn from Abrahams as they return to the throne? We haven't seen it since, I believe, week 21.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good today. I think their macro, there's something that we used to talk about with them a lot, was really, really nice. That allowed them to turn the game around against Leviathan. They had a really good mid trap. Their drafts are really good as well. And I think, you just saw like back to front, Abraham's doing a great job in every category. So I think we're seeing what we were used to seeing before Abraham started to lose, which is a team you can never count out in a game. They can always kind of find a way back in, like we saw in the Challenger match. And then also a team that if they get the good advantages off of like a good draft, good early lanes, it's extremely hard to pull that advantage back. So they're back on top, and for good reason. And hey, we got the
an
appropriate
upgrade.
Replacement.
Shout out to Shopee. Shout out to Kaplan. The internet is up and running in Italy once again. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the watch parties. We reached over 12,000 viewers over on Twitch alone. We're also live on YouTube, and of course, all of our videos are going up on YouTube later, including a recent graveyard shift with one of the great minds of Deadlock. ZP is joining me on the other half of the show as we're going to be talking about North America. Before we go, though, Kaplan, you've been working on some great deals with our friend Jake and ZP behind the scenes, so tell me about TrackLock one more time. If you haven't used TrackLock, now is the time to download this baby and get your game to the next level.
Yeah, I think maybe it would have helped for maybe it helped for Abraham's using it, getting to see the win rate on the Sinclair on the enemy side. Maybe it would have been helpful. You guys can use it to actually get information on the players you're playing with and playing against. You can use it to kind of track your golden statue buffs to see where you rank personally against other players. We also, more importantly, can kind of compare yourselves against others and how you're currently going. You can head over to !TrackLock in chat. You can check out their app and download it today and try it for yourselves. And I believe over the North American portion of the show, we're actually going to be giving you a sneak peek into it so you guys get an idea of what all it brings to the table. I think Jake will be taking that one away.
It's gonna be sick. Stay tuned. Second half of the show coming up after this.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
Hey y'all, ZP here to bring you the Shopify build of the shift for shift number 33. This time around, we're going to be focusing on the damage-packed Warden build that John used during the NA Finals. Early game for John was the standard Warden opening, where Warden almost always goes monster rounds for wave clear and follows up with high-velocity bullets for gun consistency throughout the game. Pairing this with QSR and Flask for both gun uptime and extra Flask damage in lane. Checking back in a little before the 8-minute mark, you've added in Battle Vest for its regen bullet resist. Way more important, by the way, than you might think on Warden, because Warden's hitbox is fat and the bullet resist really comes in handy. And Monster Rounds upgraded the Cultist, which is super important because now at 8 minutes you have tier 3 camps spawning, and you want to hit those as Warden when you're trying to get ahead of the game. Less than 2 minutes after Cultist is added is when the foundation for Warden is finished. Adding Fleetfoot and Slowing Bolts together gives Warden the ability to chase down kill opportunities with M1 damage by creating speed imbalances if you get the drop on people. Quite simply, you get to move fast with Fleetfoot, and with Slowing Bullets, you slow people down enough that you can get enough damage in to finish off a kill. Before 15 minutes, John gets his first tier 4 item online, Spellslinger. Normally, you might get some of the defensive items you'll see later in the build first, but given how far ahead of the game John is at this point, the decision to make that DPS first is the proper response. And for Warden, Spellslinger remains one of his best items as one of the few heroes in the game that can quickly build up Spellslinger stacks and take advantage of the attack speed in a way that very few other heroes can. After Spellslinger, the theme for the next 10 minutes, it's defense, adding an Enchanter's Emblem, Spirit Resilience, Metal Skin, and Vampiric Burst, giving Warden some very needed spirit resistance and the ability to fearlessly dive or ignore bullet threats with Metal Skin. Also, Vampiric Burst just kind of synergizes all of this because Warden gets into situations where you want to trade out and get some of your HP back. Pretty standard Warden items, but added a little bit later this game simply because of how far ahead John was at the beginning. And that concludes this week's Shopify Build of the Shift. If you're looking to get some Warden gameplay in just like John, look no further than what is on your screen here. You can copy either directly from the image or just go to the build ID on your screen and search in-game.
Chicks dig Deadlock. That's why Jake's here. Welcome back, everybody. We got ZP, Jake, and Puckett at the helm. It's night shift number 34, and we have a big NA matchup on our hands. ZP, why are you so giggly today? Your skincare has been a fantastic routine. You're glowing, but why are you extra happy about this match?
Look, I'm just happy to be here on the night shift covering NA. We did EU last week, and we got through without DQing anyone here today. So for me, that's a big win. And yeah, I'm excited to see NA, where we haven't gotten to see melee creeps a whole lot in the challenger match. That's why our Mo 1v1 is a little bit delayed, because usually the teams had it all in autopilot. It's like, wait a second, I don't have a Mo 1v1 yet because melee creeps just forgot that it's a thing.
Jake, Abrahams are currently the best team in Europe. Who's the best team in North America?
Oh, it's a tough call. I mean, Floormen came back with an absolute vengeance, adding Demoff to the roster. They looked incredibly dominant last week, so you might want to give the crown to them as the current best. But given Melee Creep's tenure, even they, I mean, it's really hard to say that they're not in that top slot. You look at the last 3 months of wins, it's almost all Melee Creeps. But also, you got to give credit to FPS Lounge, right? They've been having really strong performances in other tournaments. It hasn't come together quite yet on the night shift. But I think it's clear from that team's strength of roster and their experience in other shows where this team can also hang. Like any of these 3 teams, I think absolutely could be the best here today. NA is as competitive as it's ever been.
Go to, if we can, let's show the bracket here for North America, because it was just 3 games for the European portion of this competition. Abraham's getting the job done cleanly there. But now Melee Creeps are taking on the Capybaras from the FPS Lounge. And these are some familiar names if you're a North American fan. Let's start here with the Melee Creeps, the Catsuit people. ZP, who is the captain of this squad? Who's the in-game leader of the Creeps?
Gotta be Saya. When you look to it, anyone talks about Melee Creeps, the brains behind Melee Creeps has been Saya, who not only is the one player to step up in NA and go like, yeah, I will be support, and I'll be support in such a way that you're gonna give me player of the match more often than you can blink. Also, beyond that though, is that they have a lot of star talent on the team, way beyond Saya from the support role and shot calling. They have probably the most reliable M1 player in NA historically in John. And anytime you need a flashy movement hero played that may or may not be top tier, disclaimers, etc., you got Ido to play it. So, Melee Creeps, a lot going for them.
We're going to take a look here at the rosters in just a moment. Jake, is there a difference between the playstyles in EU and NA?
In the past, I think in the last few weeks, NA has been played a little bit more slow and steady, I think, in terms of like the early games, a little bit less fighting, a little bit more of an economy perspective, where EU, I think we see a little bit more roaming and fighting, but things change so fast here in competitive Deadlock, given the state of the game, this early on. I really wouldn't want to put too much daylight. I do think there's going to be some pretty big differences in hero priority. I think that's one thing where almost always here on the night shift, generally we're always playing the same patch from EU to NA, and almost always the different regions have a really different perspective on which heroes are good, how they want to be played. So it just goes to show that Deadlock is not an easy puzzle to solve.
Is Mirage universally the best character in the game, or is he just happening to go 20-0 tonight, ZP?
Mirage is really good. I think he did get nerfed a little bit in the mini patch, and there was kind of this idea is like, okay, maybe he's not as top tier. I think you look at how EU is drafting. People were saying is like, yeah, Ven is higher tier than Mirage right now, thus Ven getting banned all night long. But as it turns out, you don't have a ton of options for good M1 heroes, and realistically, you look at back to the last series we saw, if you had to choose between a Wraith and Mirage on your team, right now you're probably still choosing a Mirage. So I think Mirage is still really high tier, despite some of the tweaks that came in, and NA probably was paying attention. Also, I think for FPS Lounge, I hope they're paying attention, because I look back to their draft last week, and again, can you win with heroes like Warden right now? Yes. Are you probably feeling better if you're able to get something like a Ven or a Mirage? Also, yes. I don't think FPS Lounge had the best draft last week, and I'm curious if they revamp that here today.
Low to, if we can, let's take a look here at FPS Lounge and their full roster. It's a 6-man crew with Hydration at the helm. He's alongside Snakes, Lefa, Lowkey, Erebus, and Rokane. Now, if you're looking for builds, Lowkey, a great teacher. He has some fantastic videos out there. Snakes, though, had a really poor performance, and I was wondering, was it a character issue? Was it a build issue? Does this guy need to get off to a hot start? What went wrong for FPS Lounge last week? Because they got kind of routed, Jake, when we expected them to go to a grand final.
You know, I think part of it is just how it goes. Playing a aggressive frontliner role is, you know, if you're able to win and you're able to like get those early kills and win team fights, you're gonna look really strong and seem like you're having a great game. But no matter what, you still have to be that tip of the spear. And at a certain point in the game, you're falling off behind. Like that pretty much means you're gonna die every fight, and your stats aren't gonna be good. And you might still be doing your job right. So for Snakes, I think definitely eyes on FPS Lounge. Overall, it's really, I think the team just hasn't had a strong performance here in the night shift. Like they've had good performances elsewhere. They've been really earning their qualifier spot here, but I don't think they've been in the money match, if I'm not mistaken, ZP. And I think for a squad of this caliber, that's absolutely the standard they're going to set for themselves. That being said, they find themselves in the unfortunate spot of having to challenge melee creeps in the BO1. So everything is going to be tested. The hero pool, the tempo, the drafting capability is really going to be a challenge, because that's where melee creeps have just beaten so many teams with a superior draft.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Also, I think for FPS Lounge, the thing to keep in mind, it's a sample size of 2 so far. They've had 2 whole maps played in Night Shift since they've been branded FPS Lounge. And yeah, I mean, we'll see where things go as it goes in here. I think they'd love to actually get into a 3-map series, because there, if you have a little bit of issues with your draft, well, you're able to, you know, fix things and go from there. So
who's the brain on the team? Who's in charge of the draft? Because I hear coaches are starting to take over in this scene, ZP.
Pure content. So far as I know, anyways. Pierre, feel free to correct, but Pierre, you know, is the coach of FPS Lounge. They actually have a more traditional structure. Also does a lot of coaching outside of the team stuff. You know, for FPS Lounge as a greater thing. Also is on Twitter. Does a bunch of streaming. So I would assume it's pure content doing the drafting for FPS Lounge.
So Jake, what do you want to see in the draft tonight from our teams then?
Oh man, it's not easy, you know. I don't want to cast aspersions like, oh, I could do a better job drafting into melee creeps. I think it's just sort of like the first test of many that you're going to be put up against here in the challenger match, right? Just surviving the draft, and like what I want to see is just a competitive draft. You know, like there's not some glaring issue where melee creeps have boxed you into a corner with some tricky bans. They've gotten themselves some crazy starter picks. Like they're so good at finding those spots, it's not so easy to avoid them. And I think that's really the best you can do. I don't really think how good melee creeps are at drafting, how flexible their players are. I don't really think you're ever going to get like the draft win over them. You just need to get a draw. You just need to like hold the line until you can actually get into the server and start playing. And I think for FPS Lounge, that's got to be the goal, right? Stability, consistency, just don't get blown out and get some time to kind of get settled into the match.
ZP, there's a rumor out there that I hate Lady Geist and that you hate Warden. Can you explain your hatred for the cop?
Look, Warden was one time still my most played character in the game. Just you know, nowadays I find myself playing a lot more Venator because I think Ven is just better.
ZP, Warden is back. All right, I'm a Warden enjoyer once again. The silence trap is kind of nasty, pretty good in some matchups.
So the problem is, like, I think in pub games particularly, is that you still need to like engineer something where you get ahead of the game as Warden. It does not feel good to be like even to behind as Warden. Whereas, you know, if you're Geist or Ven, you have more options to actually like bring yourself back into the game if it's lower, because the heroes just have more in their kit. Warden is basically get over farmed, things are great. Get under farmed and just like, I don't know, you're not having a good time. That's my issue with Warden in pubs.
Is it true that you also cosplay as all of your characters, ZP, much like Shoppy here, that you dress up for your prime appearances? Because I've been told the reason you've been playing Venator is you like wearing robes more than pants.
You know, I don't actually own any robes right now, but, you know, at one point, event cosplay might be a thing. At the very least, I really don't think I have the accent for it, but I've had people in game who's like, hey, man, you sound like Venator. I was like, you know,
you could do like
I'll take the compliment.
Like a big bushy gray beard, you know, like I could kind of see that. I could see that cosplay.
Don't you?
I think it would work.
ZP with a collar, it just seems like it would fit. In
like
the meantime,
like big tall, like a big black coat and the collar. I'm kind of with you, Bucket. I'm kind of here for it.
Hydration. I've been waiting for you to fight a 1v1 with your Mo and Krill for like 22 minutes. I don't know where we're at North America, but the European guys got into their fights fast and furiously. We're going to be getting into ours as soon as we can. In the meantime, got to give a shout out to Shopify. Shopify with the AI Sidekick is going to help you reach your full potential. Just focus on you doing you and let AI Sidekick do the rest. Jake, you've been working with Shopify. They've done some awesome stuff for us. We've increased our prize pool to a record level here on the night shift. What else do we got from Shopify?
I mean, that's really it, right? Shopify has come in to support the whole scene. Us being able to be here week in, week out is not something we take for granted. We have huge community support to do that, but Shopify now is coming in to allow us to do the biggest prize pool, I think by a long shot, that we've ever had in our history, to be able to build that stability and consistency into the scene. So we gotta show some love to Shopee for, of course, making that a possibility. You guys want to support the partnership, support what Shopify is doing to support us. You can check out shopify.com/DL Night Shift, exclamation point, Shopify in the chat. We got panels below the stream, tons of places to find it. Just check out what they got going on. They're really interested in just, showing out to the community like, hey, this is a set of tools that anybody could use if they want to start a business online. It certainly makes it more accessible than anywhere else you could possibly go. So a lot of love to Shopify for making that happen as we're hopefully getting the teams set for a draft and a Mo 1v1 momentarily.
Thank you, Madeline, for the $5 tip. That is going to our player prize pool. You guys can add to it with exclamation donate. In the meantime, in the yellow trunks, we've got the FPS Lounge. Saya,
Shoppy's doing spins. I'm not even watching. It's like Shoppy's doing a spin.
It's Snakes versus Saya. We got Saya in the blue. Saya, team captain, coming in on the Mo, and Krill says, I'll do it myself. Scout said they sent in the warrior, and then some. Saya actually working a pretty big lead right now. Snakes running for his life, needs to hit a miracle parry, and not going to happen. Saya finishes it off.
I think Snakes
strong closer
meleeed into like the last millisecond of the parry there, which, in fairness, you got to take risks, but Shoppy says, no, you got to be better than that, and it's going to be melee creeps controlling the draft, which is pretty scary. I mean, for most teams, I would think, look, first, second pick. In the end, it could help you a little bit in a certain meta, but it's not really going to be the end of the world. For melee creeps, it's like just one more thing that you're going to have to worry about when it comes to drafting against them.
Wow, Puppy Girl Hypnotist thinks that Shopee is AI. Oh, nope. If I could tell you the things, I would tell you, but I can't because we have a contract. We've got our draft order decided. ZP, what are we banning in North America? Let's take a look at our pick priority if we can from the previous episode. It seemed like no one was going to let Mirage be played. Today, he's been in the mix. We haven't seen a ton of Celeste. She got beat down in game number 1 of the EU Challenger, and Silver has had quite a lot of success in the first pick. What do you expect this time around from North America?
Yeah, I mean, I think Celeste is going to be lower prio just because of the changes that came in where her power level did get toned down a bit. Mirage, I still expect to be high tier. I mean, I think in EU it was probably a mistake that Mirage wasn't being as highly valued. I do think, though, that if you consider the idea that Mirage is lower in value, that actually kind of raises up Ven. Like, there's a world where at the end of the night here, we're going to look at the pick ban, and it's going to be a swap between Ven and Mirage, with Ven just eating a ton of the actual bans. But again, for me, for the FPS Lounge draft, I'm just hoping they go a little bit more standard in power, maybe a little bit less on things like Vindicta if they can avoid it, and we'll see where it goes.
DDK was mentioning we expected Victor to be played. He has not been seen tonight. We haven't seen McGinnis in a while, or Doorman. Is Doorman and Bebop, are they out of the meta? Do I need to find new characters, Jake?
Look, I mean, maybe for the pro level, but I mean, I think the great thing about Deadlock right now is absolutely everything is viable for sure, up to like maybe the highest level where, okay, yeah, the meta starts to matter. I do think the game's pretty balanced right now, where even like strongest, weakest heroes, if you're like an average player, your comfort and skill on the hero is going to make a million times more difference than like the raw meta power level that the pro teams are picking. So these drafts are really interesting to see what the best teams want to play, but I still wouldn't overrate it in your games. If you love to play McGinnis, you can make it work. Like don't doubt it just because melee creeps aren't big in there.
Apollo is going to be banned despite Europe not picking him at all. FPS Lounge says we don't want to deal with him. Is that just wasting a ban out here, Jake, to get out of the way, or is this?
I like when teams with second pick, since they have 2 picks, I like when they sort of ban a relatively low consequence or low meta hero, because now melee creeps, they're going to get the Venator, top of the draft, like definitely top carry, and for John is great.
Silver Shiv.
But now, exactly, you have like Silver, and you have an open pool, right? You're not banning the other heroes that you might have really wanted to grab in this top 2 slot. You could get Silver Kelvin here, which is pretty sick start as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I actually agree here. I would love to see the Silver Kelvin as the 1-2 coming on in. And Silver's going to be number 1, but do you grab the Kelvin? I think given the fact that Saya's on the other side, you actually do have to pick the Kelvin here. It's not even just about the Silver-Kelvin synergy. It's the fact that Saya is likely going to pick the hero, period, if they get the chance for melee creeps. And also, I think you need something pretty powerful to counter out. Oh, they go Dynamo. I mean, Dynamo isn't bad right now, to be clear, but I think giving
He's incredible.
Kelvin... Yeah. But on the same note, giving up Kelvin, I don't love it here because I think melee creeps are going Kelvin +1.
I will say, I think this does put some pressure on the Kelvin pick because I think it's awkward to pick Kelvin into both of these two heroes from FPS Lounge because I think Dynamo can save people, right? Quantum them out of the dome is totally unique in the game. It's a really big deal, I think, that interaction exists. It means you can't just blindly dome the enemy frontliner and all in them. Like, they could be saved, and you could find yourself in a wrong spot. And even Silver is one of the better heroes at fighting inside the dome, right? Like, yeah, they're getting healed a lot, but Silver can kind of survive through it. So melee creeps don't take the Kelvin. FPS Lounge might be able to grab it here. Their draft, though, would be very light on damage if they took the top 3 with Kelvin here. It feels like they might also want to grab something out of the carry pool before this next round of bans come in.
Don't you
ZP
worry.
Sinclair has a worse win rate than Lady Geist. He's 1-5. He is the new loser of the Deadlock night shift last 2 weeks. Are you bringing him just to counter Dynamo's ult? What's the thought here?
No, it's not even a counter per se. It's you want to steal that. You want to have like the lowest cooldown singularity of your life. It actually does create a lot of matchup problems if you can get Sinclair in the Dynamo because Sinclair actually has a lot of sneaky ways of setting up a copied singularity. And the reason why melee creeps pick Sinclair before mid-stage bans, I think it's really likely he would have eaten a ban if they had waited, just because it is kind of the downside of picking Dynamo early in the draft is that you can get hit with the immediate Sinclair. Now, them going Ivy over the Kelvin, I mean, look, Saya plays a really good Ivy too. I can't really sit here and hate on it. Do I think it was the absolute best option with Silver on the other side? Debatable, but that was a surprise for me.
Melee creeps, though, didn't they go with some crazy bombs with Ivy last week? Jake, can you build this? What are you going with your last 3 picks now that Shiv has been banned out?
I would expect melee creeps to really prioritize Yamato here. I would kind of like it for FPS Lounge to steal it away. I think it's such a potent pick here. I will say the Infernus can be kind of annoying to play against when you just get reignited after your ulti and it's kind of reducing your spirit damage can be annoying. But I think really the rest of the draft for both teams is going to be all in on like frontliners, on spirit nukers, just like tempo fighting heroes, because I really think that's what both drafts are kind of missing. FPS Lounge also probably needs a harder carry than Infernus, unless they want to play Infernus in like the true top farm gun hero stat. But in the end, I think Infernus is a little bit more of like a tempo spirit brawler, the way he's being played in the meta. Melee creeps grab the Geist, though. They are denying one of the other key picks. Gonna be interesting though with both Geist and Venator. The early game might be a little bit rockier for the melee creeps.
Yeah, it's interesting you grab the Geist here, so it's not gonna be John on both the Ven and the Geist. What I'm curious here is what
ZP.
Yeah,
he has to.
the actual Cho'Gall, as it were. But okay, Ido's Lash comes in. That may be the Ido character. I was sitting here wondering, okay, what's Ido gonna play? Ido recently been doing a lot of silver. Pocket is still available, which either Ido or Do can play. But I don't hate the Lash coming in here. Also, I think with Dynamo on the other end, I mean, Lash still also has the option where like Death Slam can be an early game interrupt to Singularity on top of, you know, the other reasons why you would pick Lash. So yeah, I mean, kind of makes sense to me. The interesting thing for me also is Paradox just kind of dropping in value as weeks go on recently.
Who's playing Calco? Is that Hydration?
It might be, well, no, probably it's Snakes on Abrams, I would think. So maybe it's like a low main Calico. I think this one is pretty flexible. I think it'll depend more on player preference. FPS Lounge do go for the Warden as the final pick of the draft for the hard carry role, and I'm kind of a fan, ZP. I've been playing a bunch of Warden, and I think the max trap legitimately is very powerful. Like the silence is pretty long duration, right? If they're stuck in the cage. So on characters like Ivy, like these are characters that don't want to build Dispel Magic. And so like Ivy is not gonna be able to stone form out of that, right? If she's caught in the cage. And I think it can be awkward. Even like Lash, you get caught with a slowing hex or you're just like low on stam and you get caught in the cage, it could be a real problem for you. So FPS Lounge, I like the draft. Melee creeps though have gotten some really top quality heroes. I think if this goes late enough, they do outscale is my read on this. So I think putting a clock on the game is a little bit scary against a team like Melee Creeps that's so good at finding those comeback fights and stabilizing the game. But FPS Lounge, you know, full confidence. I think they have a lot of early game dominance here. Abrams, Calico, Silver could really run rampant.
I'm going with FPS Lounge. Sorry, Sinclair, but you are not a winner tonight. You're paired with Lady Geist, and I know she's better in the hands of NA than EU, but it has not been nice the last 2 weeks. Also, Silver, I think, is one 7 of her last 8 games. Silver all the way. The Dynamo, the big question, and they've had success in the past. ZP, who wins the draft in your eyes?
You know, it's tough, really. Realistically, you look at the beginning of the draft, it's a calculus that went on here of saying, we think Venator is really good, we're going to do first pick, even it's giving up Silver on the other end. FPS Lounge basically said, we don't mind giving up the Ven, we're going to go Silver, and we'll get our M1 damage from Warden at the very end of the draft. The wild card for me here really is going to be the Sinclair-Dynamo interaction. You are expecting, like, you need 2 things to have Sinclair. You need Sinclair to have a dominant lane phase, where it's one of his strongest areas of the game, and then you need Sinclair at some point to get actual valuable steals onto Dynamo Singularity in all likelihood. Like, I don't think Melee Creeps wins if that doesn't happen at least once. Also, I think the other question mark here is how good is Celeste going to be? Celeste did eat some pretty significant nerfs. Is she going to be played to the same standard in this game? I think it's actually going to be Dew on Celeste and Ido on the Lash in all likelihood. And there's a lot riding on Dew to still have a good game of Celeste post the nerfs. So there's some question marks for Melee Creeps. I think if you really push me to say, I still kind of like the Melee Creeps draft a little bit better just because I think Ven is that good, but I think it's shaping up to be pretty close.
Jake?
Yeah, I kind of want to believe in FPS Lounge here. I'm feeling a little bit biased as a Warden enjoyer. I think it's nice. However, I feel like you look at the strength of the teams, the pedigree Melee Creeps have, you got to consider them the favorite coming into this match. So if FPS Lounge wins, I think it is an upset, right? Based on their recent performances, the past performances in the night shift. For Melee Creeps, they have not spent many weeks outside of the top slot. And whenever they have lost that top money match, they've come back the next week seemingly twice as strong, seemingly fully adapted. It's a tough streak to maintain, and they took a pretty brutal loss last week. So once we get into game, we're going to just have to see how it plays out. I do like a tempo draft, though, in FPS Lounge. If they can execute well, I feel like this game is fundamentally in their hands. Like, I think if they can build that lead, snowball advantage, and crucially just choose the right timings to go for that mid-boss, I think something like the Dynamo is going to be really huge. I would have preferred for Melee Creeps to get the Yamato somewhere in this draft to have some of that unstoppable ability to, challenge mid-boss in difficult scenarios. So I like FPS Lounge draft. I think they're going to be able to get it done.
We have some famous cheerleaders in the chat. Lord NM says, let's go FPS Lounge. L Ido. CP?
Yeah, look, Lord NM right now, he's firing off some pot shots, but you gotta love it. I think the cool thing about Lord NM is that when he's in game, probably one of the more prolific talkers in the game, and when out of game, and still firing off a few shots and pause and everything else. Although I think like half of the Lord NM legacy is also just like the continual beef back and forth with Vegas, where Vegas has been responsible for like maybe 80% of the memes at Lord NM's expense. No Vegas route today, I don't believe.
Yeah, Jake, if you could ban one character from all of your future matchmaking games, who would it be?
Oh, I don't want to commit on anything forever because if the hero's too broken, I kind of want to learn it, and
right,
and see what I can play.
No, used against you. You can use it.
Oh, I can use it forever, but nobody else can.
Yeah, they can't use it against you.
God, it's tough. I actually don't know that there's any hero in the game that I think is like that I don't enjoy playing against, or if I see, I'm like, oh, I hate this. Maybe the Viper, like the AP rounds Viper build where you kill people during the stone thing and they're old. I'm like, I hate this, but even Viper, it's like I don't think Viper is, that broken of a hero ultimately, right? There's counterplays, not when they're 60k souls.
ZP has a Warden main who has now given up on the cop and has moved over to other more attractive characters. What is it about Warden that made him fall out of favor, and what is the strongest Warden build right now?
Okay, so I mean, there's a long history of the Warden. There was a point where Warden was Spirit Warden, and the entire game plan was you got Spirit items, did Majestic Leap, leapt in, and your ult just cleaved the entire team fight. Then there was a period where he was just turbo, just the best gun hero in the game. Like his scaling used to be like over 1.5 per boon. Like he was just destroying people. And then gun heroes in general got nerf after nerf after nerf. And it's not that you still can't hit that same state of destroying people, but you need a much bigger gap on the game to accomplish now with Warden what used to be nearly automatic if you go back 7-8 months in the past. So even though he's had his power reduced both in his spirit builds and his gun builds, there's still ways to make him work right now. It's just also you've had things like Venator get added to the game that generally are giving you better value over most of the states in the game.
What's going through that brain, Jake?
I think that's a fair summation. I do think, though, like, if you were going to pick a carry for this game, like, given the draft Melee Creeps already had by the time you brought out the Warden, and even things like finishing with Celeste. It's like we go super late and it's like mega farmed. Look, there's way too much scaling on melee creeps. I like every single hero that they have, I think is going to do well in the late game, without exception, especially because Sinclair has really powerful ults like, Singularity to potentially steal away and utilize in the team fights. So I think if you're going to win this, it's not going to be because you get to that crazy soul level where Warden, or any carry for that matter, takes over the game and solos it. The way we've seen like Mirage do in the past. If you win this game, it's going to be because, hey, like 30 minutes, you're taking, mid boss and cracking the shrines. And, for me, Warden can go for like the build I've been running is like the max flask. Maybe you throw 1 point in the barrier and then right into the max trap. And that max trap, the silences it puts on people, super annoying, especially because you're going to want to be using your Dispel Magics early and often against Infernus and Silver when they, lock you down. So Warden might be able to add on to some of the pain that some of these high mobility characters, even like Sinclair, right? Having a silence is so powerful against heroes that really rely on their skills to get in and out of the fight.
Can you guys guess who is playing who in this game as we try and buy our players time? ZP, I'm thinking back to some legends of competitive gaming. I don't think Jake ever caused a main stage delay.
No, Jake was never the
ship.
Unco pause. He was never the Unco pause, as it were, which may have been the longest record for a pause back in that era of Overwatch when Jake was a player.
The French are known to take long pee breaks. Hydration, despite his name, also always went pee on time, was always ready to play, which means he is probably not the one stalling the start of this game. So if you could accuse Commissioner, if you could accuse one of these North American players after 65 weeks of working with them, who do you think is causing this delay, ZP?
So I just went to the captain's house, so I inadvertently spoiled myself, but Ido was going to be my guess anyways for different reasons. I was going to say Ido's PC probably broke
Ido
again.
somehow PC booming. Right?
It was Ido's bladder. Ido's bladder broke because we got told by Isaiah, Ido bathroom sec, sorry. And I think the problem here is that, as we've known, Ido is not used to being up early. Like, this is normally a time where Ido is still sleeping. Ido just woke up.
Where does he live?
Dude, Ido has the sleep schedule of an absolute degenerate. Like, what do you want from me?
It's 5 p.m. Eastern on the West Coast, Jake. Hawaii, it's 3 o'clock.
But it's Ido.
To call it. If you think this is waking up early, I'm sorry, but something is profoundly wrong in your life.
Yes, but also you look at NA delays. I would say Ido delays, usually from PC or internet, but hey, now throw bathrooms in mix. Got to be at least like 50% of the North American delays over the last few months. Like it just always goes back to Ido one way or another.
We got to give a big shout out to our sponsors once again. We've got Shopify on board. We've got TrackLock, and of course, Depends is going to be signing on soon to support Ido in his personal journey to success. We're going to be jumping into this one in just a moment, though. Before we do, though, which character takes the most skill to play? Of the 12 on your screen, I've got a lot of people coming over to Deadlock learning it for the first time. So what is easiest to play? What is hardest to play? Jake, I want to come to you on this.
I would say probably the hardest, or at least the most unique characters that you really need the most time to master. I think Sinclair is really up there in terms of just like really unique character and has completely mechanics that no other character really has. And so I think that character I certainly give a lot of credit to. I would also say maybe Celeste and Silver, both because the movement is so crucial on those heroes. Like if you can't evade the enemies when you want to, stay on top of enemies when you look to punish them, you're really just not going to be effective on those characters. So ultimately, the fact that movement is so crucial to their success, for me, kind of puts those characters on a league of their own. You still have to hit your shots, you still have to hit your skills, but you're doing it while, flying at Mach 3 across the map, trying to get on top of the enemy.
ZP, I'm 1-0 as a warden, but I felt like I wasn't using his full kit. You know what? We'll hold that stupid discussion and get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your North American Challenger match featuring some champions, the melee creeps, looking to return to their throne. But first, they have to take down hydration in the FPS Lounge. Time for the capybaras to bite, baby. ZP on the mic.
It's funny, Jake, because when I looked at the FPS Lounge, I immediately thought that was a polar bear at first. Like, it is a capybara. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. But at a distance, like, you just assume that's a polar bear. At least I assume. And, I had to be corrected on it.
I was told it is actually the offspring of Mo and Krill. Chat, am I right?
Chat's about to become a huge FPS Lounge fan. You associate them with Mo and Krill, it's an immediate W.
It's like about 50 Mo Krills in chat, generally speaking, is where that goes down.
Even mentioned, there's people are going to be spamming it in the chat. Like the hero sign being played this game, for sure, people are going to be spamming it.
Well, we get into it here, Jake. We get an idea of the lanes. Not too surprising, FPS Lounge going to be dropping Warden in middle, where, you know, when you play Warden, usually where you're going to drop him, it's kind of interesting. And also, same deal with Ven, where a lot of the M1 carries, where even in pub games where you'll get them more in side lanes, in NA especially, people have really come to the idea of, like, get them in mid lane and then ultra box max.
Yeah, I think for Erebus on the Silver this game, a lot of rotations from Silver in the early game without, you know, worrying too much about the soul count, right? Like, you really don't need those items that much on Silver compared to many other heroes in the early game. Like, if you're still just getting on top of people with the ulti, even I think we saw what in one of the EU games, they bought only greens up to like 5-6k souls, like virtually. I think maybe they had monster rounds, but like 95% of the build was greens, just because, hey, all you need to do is like stay alive, get in, and take that fight, and you're going to be contributing that. Even just like grabbing people with those bolas, like locking them down, it's enough to set up kills in these side lanes.
Also, in general, as I'm looking at the lanes across the game, you know, execution plays a big role in it, but I feel like melee creeps have the advantage in just about every lane, so long as they respect the burst potential out of Dynamo Abrams. Like, that lane can get pretty ugly pretty quick, but the general poke damage that you're going to be getting out of Celeste and Lash being opportunistic, in theory, that lane is still a winning lane for melee creeps if they don't mess it up.
I mean, this lane's interesting because you just need to evade forever. And in theory on Lash and Celeste, you could be able to do that. But if you get locked down and comboed by Abrams and Dynamo, like, you are going to get smoked in this lane. You do not really have the tankiness to stand toe-to-toe. So I think this is, if there is going to be a lane that's going to be strong, it's going to be low main and hydration here.
I guess the other thing, too, is, like, I'm curious about the current power level of Celeste, you know, after the changes, where pre-patch generally would look at Celeste and be like, okay, we'll usually lane bully even in situations like this, but we'll see where it goes. I think I'm looking at the game here, and melee creeps to some extent is definitely banking on having a higher tempo through early through mid, especially with Sinclair being in play.
Yeah, a lot of box thievery going on here for Ido. It's a nice little find to get into the enemy side of the map, take away some boxes that they might otherwise get. But extreme box maxing from both sides. I mean, you look at low main and hydration's positions, neither of them is... I mean, low main's finally near to the wave, but he was grabbing boxes. Hydration's like deep in his own side. But a nice little heist from Ido on the enemy side of the map. And eco-wise, though, honestly, I think both teams are going to play things pretty slow and steady, at least until the 5-minute mark. I wouldn't even be shocked if that's sort of when the first blood comes in, with the stakes on this match for both squads. FPS Lounge really looking to have a solid performance in the night shift. And for melee creeps, they want to return to their position on top, where they should feel like they rightfully belong, given their history.
Getting a little bit low is Snakes, off on the right. And Geist Ivy, another lane that can be scary, especially if you start getting ahead. Snakes, though, trying to seize an opportunity on the do. You able to just back out?
Let's see if they're prepared for this.
Some of these lanes on a very thin margin. When you start getting low to 300 HP and can actually get bursted from either end of the lane.
Yeah, it's certainly scary. And Furnace, I think Furnace can be a hard hero to play against when you're on low HP. You just get ignited that one time, kind of all-in commits on you, even with some of the sustain. 4 minutes 20, though, and this is going to be a key wave. I think every wave now, people are going to really be trying to aggro those creeps down, push down as fast as possible. Big pull, though, under the tower, deep catch, and that should be first blood. Great find there from low main on the Abram.
Ido just not respecting the threat of shoulder charge there, and that's the danger of this lane, is that it, played perfectly on the other end. In theory, Celeste isn't going to get caught. In this case, Ido just walked up with low main just a little bit behind and got the easy charge into the tower.
Big Gloom Bomb from Snakes, some damage being done. Still, though, the heals from Saya are going to come in pretty much constantly in this lane. That being said, some big trades come in. A nice parry, big read on the Snakes, and that's going to be a bit of a beatdown delivered by Deuce. Should be able to find this kill into Calico, but the movement is good from Snakes, and you're fighting on this Infernus. I don't think it'll be easy. Still gets a nice big melee off on Leffa, who likely to go down. Is going to commit that ultimate, but the Stone Form should be able to outplay, unless Leffa grabs the heal creep. Actually, is going to keep fighting this, and it's going to be Saya who finds himself in real trouble.
This is peak Leffa right now. You talk about history within competitive Deadlock. Leffa being the last man standing, getting 2 kills, and doing it on Infernus, where if you go back to the beginnings of North American Deadlock, Leffa on Infernus used to be a staple, Jake. There was a lot less heroes left in the game, but Infernus is good again, and Leffa certainly taking up the torch.
Looks like the buffs claimed during that fight were Lowkey grabbing a spirit buff, John getting a gun buff. Actually, I think both really strong buffs for the early game. Like Lowkey has a spirit-heavy Abrams build, and John, of course, you know he's going to be building gun. Could add some more power to their respective lanes. Celeste feeling a bit of that pressure, man. 500 HP. You get caught from like 1 shoulder charge, you are just dead in this lane. And I kind of am questioning the lash pick into Dynamo. I mean, it's not necessarily terrible for the entire game, but the laning phase is rough, right? Because you just Quantum essentially all of Lash's nukes. They're pretty telegraphed, the ultimate as well.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that Quantum is really, really good at shutting down specific heroes, and in Lash's case, I think you nailed it when you talk about the lane phase. Like, later in the game, Lash has advantages in terms of doing Death Slam if, you know, Singularity is opened up by Dynamo, but also if you do a Death Slam before Singularity, you run to the same issue there where Dynamo can just Quantum the Death Slam. Like, it creates a few issues.
Some aggro moves here from the Ivy, but it takes a lot of damage. Beautiful parry by Snakes. Finally gets one back over onto this lady. Guys, 2-1 slivers of HP burning down. Is he gonna pop? No, just barely gets the swap buff. You're onto the Calico. Still a fight to be had as Leffa tries to just run for the hills. Needs to back out on Infernus. He's not gonna back down. He's gonna drop the flame dash and allow Snakes to get the cleanup kill in this fight. So a wild brawl here in the side lane. Still, things are relatively even. Looks like a bit of an edge though developing for FPS Lounge.
I think comp-wise, if you're FPS Lounge, you're actually pretty happy with where this is, especially if you get mid Guardian here and now. Now, with mid being reinforced by melee creeps, it's probably not happening on this wave. And okay, Ido deciding to take a little bit of a detour in the mid. Could be a full dive as Abrams is waiting in the wing. So it's actually a 3v3 that's developing in mid.
Would love to see Abrams get active. The assistant's been used, so there's not going to be a TP out here. Looks like it's trying to turn into a 1v1 here in the jungle, but I think Abrams is going to be very happy to take these trades, right? I mean, the efficiency he has with the HP, despite all spirit, is really nice, and there's just too much pressure here in the mid. Melee creeps have to yield the tower without really having any kind of fight.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, in the way it was just... Wait, Ido is going once more with Lowkey. The Ido-Lowkey battle resumed for a moment, but it's 8 minutes, Jake. We got Sinners up. We'll see if there's any invades for the Sinners. Melee creeps historically tend to be pretty aggressive at going for invades, but may not be the case here where they're about, you know, half a step behind.
Yeah, I think going to be happy enough to just claim the Sinners of their own. Scout drops with the copied Silver. It's not enough to keep him alive. Erebus finds the better of him in that matchup. Now some pressure here on the right side Guardian. Lowkey gonna get chased out of that one too. Trying to hold on his side of the map. FPS Lounge doing a great job. Pressure all over the map here. So melee creeps really find themselves in the back foot, looking for a fight to kind of bring them back into the game. Remember, no swap available on Geist, so these trades are really gonna hurt. And with the health here on Leffa and Snakes, they're gonna push this tower.
On the right-hand side, melee creeps looking to reinforce, stop this from being a push. Stone Form connecting on the Leffa. Leffa super, super low. Let's see if Leffa's able to get away from this. Is able to make plenty of space. Still hanging around the fight to get some damage in as it develops a little bit further here. You get Fishcake rotating over and in. Ground strike in onto the Silver, looking for Erebus. Erebus actually taking it super, super low. Trying to activate Lycan Curse. It's up right now. If they're able to get enough damage, it turns into the Wolf just in the nick of time. And Fishcake is going to get mauled. Maybe not, maybe not.
It's a rare mistake there from Fishcake, but he still manages to take the fight even without jumping out of the shop there. A lot of damage was put down. Now some attempt here from Dude, trying to get this cleanup, trying to punish Snakes, who's been all over him through the laning phase. It looks like he will be able to find this, although some of the slows coming in are going to make his a little bit more difficult, a little bit more expensive. In the end, there's still a healthy tower here, and Leffa won't back down from the lane, so it's going to take a risk and try to hold on. Big trap in the mid, but Celeste gets away.
Still, Scorching going down in middle. A hungry Warden looking for a little bit more farm. However, Ido just able to get away. Courtesy of Celeste moving, and now overcommitting for that a little bit, perhaps. But wait, Lash going in, 900 HP. This isn't necessarily winnable as Abrams comes over and in, provides enough of a distraction, gets the kill and the extra farm into Rocaine.
Send them flying.
Leffa's finally going to go down in that side lane. Stick around there for team fight after team fight, but overwhelming here with, looks like both Do and Scout here pressuring down the tower. Assist from Saya as well. It's not an easy group to defend against. A lot of lane pressure can come down. Geist is going to get her Spirit Spike. Definitely is a nice little boon for the early game, as a Earn Dunk could be coming in from Erebus.
There's no contest here.
Back out. Yeah, I think they have to give this up. I think this is a really winning trade now for FPS Lounge, right? Giving up a tower in exchange for that Earn is absolutely worth it. They're even going to get a tower of their own in return.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a nice bit of a lead here for FPS Lounge. And, you know, when you look at the team comps here, a little bit annoying for melee creeps. Again, you're running a Sinclair comp. Ideally, you want to get further ahead early. And, okay, Lefa is being all sorts of aggressive here. It's surrounded by Amber on all sides. Now, you still have Flame Dash. You have plenty of tools to get away. Fish Cake up into the air. No Death Slam at the ready. Concussive Combustion in from Lefa, still fighting underneath.
I think that might have been the stolen one from Scout. I'm not sure, but
no, I don't think so.
Because his cooldown is, he's had a cooldown for like a minute plus. I think it had to be Scout there.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But Scout, you know, basically overextends it, and now you've got the last remaining Guardian in the game. It's just Rokane can chill there. He's going to get his items, start to get farmed up on this Warden. I mean, yeah, I do think FPS Lounge is still going to push the tempo this game, but they're not going to go super late. Getting some early timing would be massive, but Warden who's sticking around to fight this, right? Brawling, because Snakes is here to assist, and he knows he's stronger. Really big to be able to hold the line around these side creeps and essentially keep this lane clear. Healthy tower means you're always going to be able to shop and get your items onto the map as fast as possible.
Also, John thought that was going to develop into something it did, and pulls out the Iridomini, and okay, Rokane just walks away. And you know, Iridomini, not the shortest of cooldowns, and something that when you're trying to get tempo and get ahead of the game as of then, I mean, Iridomini is one of your best tools for it. So always a bit of a loss when that happens. Bit of a skirmish here onto the left, doesn't develop into anything further. And Jake, as you look at the allocation here, kind of neck and neck between John and Rokane.
Yeah, just basically a deathmatch opportunity, because a few minutes before that next cycle of buff earn comes out, it's going to be really, I think, a key moment, given FPS Lounge are at a 6K lead, right? This is starting to get meaningful. I think we're far from an out-of-control situation in the game. It's still only 12 minutes in, but being able to hold this earn is going to be crucial, and even being able to have things like mid-prio, right? Lowkey grabs all the mid boxes there. It's a not insignificant amount of souls in those mid boxes. Oh,
Kinetic
maybe a catch. He's in trouble.
Super low, 4 HP, and just barely got the Headhunter proc, Jake.
Fish Cake's out of the fight completely. He's not going to be able to come back into this one. Has the full heal. Pin is dodged away by Scout. I mean, Lowkey's just bullying out in the mid lane. The enemy team is not able to stay here, not able to contest this part of the map. And see if that can last much longer, because it's going to mean there's more resources available for FPS Lounge to farm.
FPS Lounge been deep in the melee creeps territory, and Scout just gets crunched. A quick take by Snakes. Scout dead for the next 15 seconds. Ido getting sent off on a stomp, and it's going to be a little bit more. Yeah, Ido caught at the end, so 2 pickoffs here from FPS Lounge. Going to extend the lead a little bit more. I think they steal the Sinners on the way out. Meanwhile, though, Do just trying to get damage onto the Walker, and Lefa here to defend.
Lefa does not respect that swap. He's going to chase down for the solo kill, which is a pretty massive amount of souls for Lefa, especially for Infernus on this build, where arguably this is like one of his stronger moments in the game. There's like maybe a couple more items where you're really going to feel powerful, but already I don't think people can really fight this Infernus. Like even somebody like John, 14K, Lefa's at 16K. I don't think anyone on the map can fight this guy 1v1, and him getting solo kills like that, defending a Walker, maybe looking for a push of his own is really massive. You kind of need to shut him down, but he's a hard character to come brawl with. Look at Lowkey also baiting for this, expecting someone else is going to come here and try and challenge Lefa.
I mean, Infernus in the mid game, this is where he really shines too, so it's an even harder take. And Lefa decides he wants a little bit of the opportunity. Flame dash in, set up by the Abrams, going for another shot at Do. Do super low, burning, getting hit by Abrams all the while. Lowkey gonna finish it off, and the Walker goes down from the pressure. And okay, Scout comes in a little bit late, but this could lead the Scout dying here, Jake.
I mean, you're gonna get the ult up. I don't think it matters, right? You're just cooking from the burn. Lowkey still fighting this, still healthy. A big ult on the two, but where's the follow-up here? You need more damage to come in. Over the top now, Lowkey gets that big slam down, a dunk onto Fishcake, and a third kill for the duo of FPS Lounge in the side lane. Snakes does go down across the map for that, but I think it's more than worth considering the cost that FPS Lounge are able to exact there. Even Celeste going to be running out here, but yeah, even she is going to get caught by Lowkey, and who cannot get knocked off a zip pad. Lowkey gets the cleanup. Lowkey is dominating this game on Abrams. I mean, from the first minute.
Yeah, and I mean, Melee Creeps just had a period of sloppy engage after sloppy engage. There are bad mistakes turning into worse mistakes, underestimating what Lowkey was able to do. And the only saving grace here, Jake, for Melee Creeps, is that they have advantage earned. FPS Lounge, they're kind of at the point where they could be enough ahead to try and go for the turn-in, but based on how they're playing, I think this is more of a deny angle right now, where they don't necessarily want to turn in the urn, but they definitely don't want Melee Creeps to get the comeback urn.
I feel like these decisions are really what make or break teams, because there's no right answer. Like, if you get this urn dunk, it could probably just win you the game. But if you fail, give up the urn, and get team wiped, your advantage is completely evaporated. So, I mean, this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges of competitive Deadlock is being able to make the right moves here. You definitely cannot allow Melee Creeps to get control of the urn, though. It would be almost certainly a free dunk for them. But with players coming in, they're kind of starting to box out here. Lefa's keeping that opposite side lane continually crash, since he can't really take that 1v1. All these players here for the defense, it's expensive for Melee Creeps.
Saya camping near the end. It's just dunked. Snakes just gets the dunk. Enough of a distraction from FPS Lounge. They get away from the comeback urn. They decide to go for it. It's risky, but it pays off. And if all they give up is Snakes' life here, which isn't even necessarily going to be the case, they're in a great spot. Also, Lowkey gets a walker while this is going on, Jake. I mean, the advantage continues to stack up for FPS Lounge, where all they gave up here has just been the life of Snakes.
Melee Creeps looking for more kills here, but they're not exactly healthy enough to be super confident. And the macro play from FPS Lounge during that exchange was really solid. They get the dunk with a beautiful quantum by hydration, so you almost can't contest it, right? Like, I mean, shades of old Kelvin when you're able to just do those contested dunks right in front of the enemy team, and there's not much they can respond to about it. So really well played from Hydration and Snakes. Like you said, you get some kills, but the cost across the map is way bigger than that. FPS Lounge weren't even all in on that play, and they still got it done.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at here, I mean, okay, it's not so far gone that Melee Creeps can't have some decent fights, but they're one bad fight, Jake, from being there, and suddenly their win condition turns into Scout. Copy simulated, and oh my word, Ido getting caught! Okay, you're Celeste, can you get out of this one? Drops the AoE now, moving.
He's cooking to the book.
I think he gets away here.
Wow, I mean, Lowkey is a menace on the map right now. Like, he is 22k, and he has not been farming. He has just been finding success on basically every single gank that he attempts. A little bit of a push here into Erebus, but Erebus is healthy. Look at the silence trap online. Big catch. Ivy finally gets the Stormform up, and Snakes is here. It's too little too late. Rokane rushing the silence trap. I think he went max flask straight into max trap. He's 23k. I think that's the only... I think you have like one extra point to spare, but yeah, he hard prioed the max trap, and it's paying dividends already.
Final walker for Melee Creeps going down. The map control for Melee Creeps has never been in a worse spot. Down 20,000 souls, and Jake, we're about the point where Melee Creeps gives up another kill. It's gonna be mid-boss time for FPS Lounge, where, you know, you have Dynamo on team, you have generally a pretty big advantage. I think it's kind of equalizes because of the Sinclair and how well Sinclair can go for mid, but Melee Creeps is on the verge of just outright losing here. However, the parry, Snakes getting a little bit caught out here. Ido at half HP doesn't necessarily win this. It's fucking out with Lefa just coming in from the back.
Yeah, Ido's just getting run down here. Snakes is right on top of him. Lefa's got the burn already. He throws out a little bit of damage to that ultimate. The fight continues. Now they're trying to turn on the Lowkey, who's trying to get a +1 off that, but maybe overextending. The rest of Melee Creeps able to grab a quick kill and maybe just back out of the scenario. Even gonna fly John, so the macro pressure starting to get poured on here by Melee Creeps. That counter kill, I mean, look at that death timer for a Lowkey. Really punished by his soul value. 50 seconds. Lowkey, or rather, Melee Creeps are gonna have a 30-second power play on the map, ZP.
If you're FPS Lounge, what you're screaming internally is, do not add on extra picks here, if possible. You know, play intelligently. You have such a big advantage. Don't let one pick turn into two, turn to three, turn the mid boss, because then Melee Creeps will be directly back in the game. And Melee Creeps are credit here. They recognize the long death timer. They are looking for any fight they can find here on the left. And FPS Lounge, They were able to disengage, Jake.
Definitely better buffs for FPS Lounge to get the vitality onto Lefa. Stolen Sinclair ult right on top. Sinclair steals the Dynamo ult. It's going to be a quick kill there onto Hydration. Adding onto the tempo advantage. See if FPS Lounge can exact anything back from this, but they're a little bit too split across the map for that. This is a risky move for Melee Creeps. That's a they're down 20k with 1 kill. I think going mid would be a little bit wild in this scenario.
I think the problem is, are you going to get a better opportunity? Well, okay, right now, Ido's just continually getting charged by Lowkey. It doesn't matter what the situation is. Lowkey has a bounty out for Ido. Calico coming in from the back. Snakes thinks they can maybe finish it off. Chasing Ido down, finishes it off. And okay.
Silence is good, though, on the Snake. Snake's in a little bit of trouble. Tries to escape over the top. Has some dots ticking on him, though. Just tries to be sneaky here, but yeah, is going to get run down. Hold on, but Lef is here. Maybe it's going to continue on and double down in this. Remember, Hydration's going to be coming back in with a singularity of his own. The Stone Form does stomp onto Lef. Remember, this vitality buff's making you tank, and you're all caught. Hydration is going to open up on the rest of the team. The stuns do come in, but Infernus is burning down everyone. The heal bane massive now for Lefa, keeping him alive, keeping him into this fight.
Lefa, though, a little bit weakened. John still in the fight. Hero Domini has been put away, but the damage kind of being done to multiple enemies. Rokane, though, able to find a bit cleanup here onto Saya. As we look pretty deep near the middle. And now, 2 members of Melee Creeps dead. If they get Fish Cake, it's huge. FPS Lounge, everyone is up. 3 are dead for Melee Creeps. And it all happened near middle. Do you go for mid-boss now?
Yeah, big moment here for Rokane's Warden. He shows up to a team fight. He's been more or less farming all game and has a big win to show for it, right? So it's going to put him on top of the Souls board with a bullet. Still veteran hands from John, right? They lose the fight, but he doesn't go down, which is a massive deal when you're playing the position 1 carry here for Melee Creeps. If you die in that fight on John, it's an snap mid-boss. But because he stays alive, it's just a little bit too scary. And instead, you know, the FPS Lounge just have to look to expand the lead. Still a win for them, but loss is mitigated for sure.
Also, I think even with the player advantage, part of why they may not have gone is that Scout was about to get his clone up. Hydration still had Singularity offline. Like, there's some worlds where that could have been bad. And oh my word, Ido gets caught again, Jake. This just keeps happening. Lowkey is just hunting Ido this entire time.
Floormen is carrying so hard this game. He is doing the most here on the Abrams. Look at it. He just like starts. You see an enemy, you just run at them instantly. And Fishcake's doing his best to like show some pressure on the map. You do not want to just be yielding these positions, but up on the high ground now, you do not really want to tangle with Lowkey. You get pulled into a bad spot, bullied by Silver, you will be dead.
Also, interesting, you know, how Ben builds have evolved over the last few. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, is that the inhib, this is a little bit early as far as it goes. And the main reason I can think here is that, you know, just trying to lessen some of the impact of Lefa, perhaps.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Lefa, trying to run him down, but this is where Infernus really thrives, is when you're trying to chase him, trying to punish for these kills. That being said, the damage is coming in way too fast. There's too many players here. Lefa, though, the concussive combustion, he heals it up to almost a full HP. Abrams like, puts it over the top, takes the lateral to peel players away to keep this fight in contestment. But FPS Lounge, the stat advantage is going to start to pay dividends. More players showing up onto this.
John goes down.
The game. John is down. Rokane's still healthy.
The pick on the John towards the very end. Scout, super low HP, gets caught by the last few bullets, courtesy of Rokane. Hydration, though, down a little bit later in the fight. Melee Creeps still being scrappy. Gets Ido on the end. 4 now dead for Melee Creeps. The full cleanup comes in, and this is, with certainty, going to be mid-boss for FPS Lounge. And the lead has just expanded enormously here, Jake. Nearly 40,000 souls, certainly will be by the time mid-boss and the rejuves are done.
That was insanely down to the wire. Lefa was on like sub 20% HP. The concussive combustion hits like 4 players and it heals him almost to full while he's in the Rapid Hex. Like, just crazy moment that just sets up such a big disadvantage. Melee Creeps were all in on trying to get that kill, but you know, the combination of all these defensive tools for Lefa just proves to be too much.
Jake, I don't know how far back we would have to go, but Melee Creeps losing in the Challenger match, let alone being in the finals, as they've been for a long period of time. You have to go very, very far back in competitive Deadlock, but barring a miracle, FPS Lounge will have done it here today. They will have knocked out Melee Creeps in the BO1. We will not be seeing Melee Creeps in the finals, not without a miracle. And you just see Scout get picked off, so
it's Sinclair's fault, chat. We've identified it. It's not Lady Geist, it's Sinclair.
I thought for sure you were going to blame this on Lady Geist. And look, here comes the trap, the bullet as well. A little bit too much mobility for Fishcake, but he just gets run down. The damage is good. Rokane's aim is better. 2 on the deck. I mean, you might as well siege the base now. You got a whole map to farm, but hey, you got this kind of a chance. You don't want to give it up easy. Nice stone form from Saya, but still the chase down comes in. Zero respect from Lowkey to these base chargers.
I just wonder how much scrim time melee creeps got in on the new mini patch, and Celeste in particular, because to me all day it's been kind of notable when Celeste has been played that her power level is less. Not to take away from Lowkey's ability to just hunt down Ido relentlessly and the execution from FPS Lounge, but I do wonder if the final pick Celeste was actually the play for melee creeps here. But either way, Jake, this one has gone completely out of hand, and not much hope left for melee creeps. Like, I cannot envision what it would take for FPS Lounge to throw this one.
Yeah, and, you know, with this much time in the rejuve, they might even like to back out and buy before they commit all in for the finish. Okay, Lowkey is in their spawn. That's a little bit much, Lowkey. That's a little bit much. A little risky. You don't want to throw a game like this that should be a free win. But Lowkey's going to be able to back out. Does get grabbed by the Lash ult, sent way back in deep. Remember, without the rejuve here, Abrams, he's tanky. Looks like it's going to be a full commit here from FPS Lounge. Lefa comes with the concussive. It does manage to catch onto the Lash. He's knocked out of the sky. Lefa didn't even realize that, though. It's going to come down to a final fight, but without John on the field, it could just be too much. FPS Lounge bearing down on this game. Needed to get their chance here in the money match. Stolen singularity there from Scout, but it just doesn't matter. FPS Lounge still alive. Lefa does go down, but a 5-on-2 should be unwinnable. Rokane hits a 10 streak. Just the dregs for melee creeps trying to hold on. And for the first time in many, many months here, ZP, it is going to be melee creeps knocked out in the challenger match. FPS Lounge finally getting that win that they've been grinding for.
Rokane, give me that build. FPS Lounge taking care of business, and they're going to do it in a 1-0 fashion. Moving on to the NA Grand Finals to take on the Floormen. And as you mentioned, ZP, this is not something the melee creeps are used to. John not participating in a Grand Finals. It's probably been about 6 months since we've said that.
It's been a very, very long time, and I mean, look, you gotta give all the credit to FPS Lounge. They came in, they executed brilliantly at pretty much every stage of the game, and melee creeps, they came with a comp that needed to do more in the early game, as far as I'm concerned. If you run Sinclair, you cannot end up in a situation where you are down 10k by the time you get into the mid game. And look, part of the reason why I think the early mid game went so well for FPS Lounge is that Lowkey just had an absurd game. Also, yeah, the return of Leviathan and Furnace had some really key plays early on.
Can we talk about the Abrams, though? Because, Jake, you pointed it out every single time. How do you stop Lowkey when he's playing that way?
Oh, it's brutal because he just feels like he's hitting every charge. He's like always finding the catch, and Abrams is one of those heroes who doesn't really have a way to farm efficiently. He's not a fast farmer, but when you do tempo in early game, get enough kills, win your lane, and then go on to stay ahead of the game in souls, I think Abrams is one of the scariest heroes when he's that far ahead because he's just unkillable. He just keeps coming. Like, he doesn't even need to necessarily build that much survivability to feel like a brick wall that you can never get through. And when he's able to start those fights pretty fearlessly, then you've got much bigger threats in the backline, right? Like Lefa and Rokane that you can't even think about because Lowkey is constantly disrupting you. He's not letting your Lash and Celeste really play the game or get the fights they want.
I know we've got some wizards behind the scenes that have been tracking all of the data here from the night shift, but I believe the Silver Dynamo combo is undefeated in night shift history. We haven't seen Dynamo all but 5 episodes, but he's winning. Gets the job done again today, despite not being the star. Let's highlight who was the star, though, as we take a look at some of the numbers. The healing pops off for Dew as expected, but the melee creeps walk away with the L. 36 kills to 13 kills. All of the other highlights are on the right side of the board, ZP.
When I look at here, I think about all the plays that Lowkey set up and still doing 31,000 damage at the end. I mean, yeah, you expect your M1 to be chunking damage, especially in a game that you win, but the amount of setup work that Lowkey was doing in this game was unreal. Like, you can talk about Silver's win rate, and yeah, Erebus didn't necessarily play badly, but the star of the show for me this entire game had to be Lowkey, where also, I mean, you think about how it went down, Lowkey just didn't let Ido play the game for what felt like a 15-minute chunk. Every time we were looking at the Abrams, we just had Warpstone on the Ido, into charge, into just gone, setting up kills for his entire team, and that's why we got Lowkey as your Shopify sidekick of the match.
Sidekick, main damage dealer, he did it all. 10 kills, 1 death. I mean, he has the inverse of Ido's stats. Ido got bullied. 0 kills, 9 deaths on the Celeste, getting chased down by the fat man with the book. Jake, that's ridiculous stuff from a big character.
Yeah, for Lowkey, a game like that is a massive one. It's a statement to come up against one of the best players in North America and kind of send them packing, right? Like, it felt like we saw that interaction time and time again. Celeste trying to get away from Abrams, and the skill, the movement from Lowkey was just too much. He's able to run down that kill. That is far from easy, right? Celeste has so many movement tools, so much verticality. A lot of the time you feel like, look, you know, she's just going to be able to slip away. Abrams not really going to be able to find that kill, and Lowkey just, you know, made me a believer throughout. I feel like I also want to call out Lefa and Snakes in the side lane. You got to give it to them. They delivered a pretty crushing victory in a side lane that is a tough one to win aggressively. Like Geist Ivy, very hard to be aggro into. They have great sustain in the laning phase, great wave clear. It's hard to do too much, and it felt like Lefa and Snakes both just had that mutual trust to keep fighting on, you know, sub 200 HP multiple times and actually make it work. Like, that is easy to say, very, very hard to do without feeding against some really strong opposition on the other side.
Sinclair and Lady Geist go 3-14. The game is over, and FPS Lounge are moving forward to the NA Finals. ZP, before we get to that NA Final, we want to remind everybody, don't play Sinclair if your win rate is looking like the night shifts, okay, guys? And you can follow your win rate using Track Lock. Get better at the game faster. Get all of the knowledge in the game and out of the game with one of the coolest tools on the internet. ZP, you knew about this months before we even had a contract inked with this crew. Talk to me about the tool that you've been using.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're playing a lot of Deadlock, you are fiending for knowledge. It's probably why you're watching the night shift. And look, you go to Track Lock, you can get a detailed breakdown on your progression over the course of the game, your micros in terms of things like your accuracy over time. I mean, look, it breaks down everything. Like, we could talk about everything that Track Lock can break down for you, but we just don't have the time in the segment. But the bottom line is, it's a lot. You're curious about the game. Well, be a little bit more curious about your own stats and where they're going. And, you know, that's why you can look at Track Lock.
I feel like the feature I've been using the most is the scouting one. Like, I find myself using it every game now because you get to see, who's on a win streak, like who's playing well recently, who's in a, like that tagging thing of seeing that, somebody's on a loss streak or whatever, or somebody has like a bad CSing in lane. Like, I genuinely been looking at it, I'm like, wow, like this is meaningful in my games to be able to have that info of like, oh, who am I going up against? What are their tendencies? And that's something that I don't think I've seen before in other games. So it's definitely cool. You got to download the desktop app, though. So go to their site. We got the panel below the stream. You can find the link in the chat. Check it out.
You're not using the desktop app. What kind of app are you using? We're going to a break. When we come back, it's game number 1 of your NA Grand Final, and it doesn't feature a creep. At least not one that melees. We'll talk about it after this.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The Track Lock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the Track Lock app today.
Dorman's been AFK, but the Floormen have been all over our grand finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the night shift. We got ZP's favorite team about to play his second favorite team out of 3 favorite teams. ZP, which of your favorite teams are you more excited to watch tonight?
Honestly, I'm a big fan of streaks beginning, and even though I really like what FPS Lounge was able to put together and, quite frankly, dominating melee creeps in the challenging match, for Floormen, I'd love to see them start a new streak here and, get things rolling. I think, Floormen have finally run across a mix that has worked for them, and, I mean, truthfully, the way both these teams have been playing, I could easily see this one going to 3.
Jake, we went international with our recruiting here. Dimov, the Bulgarian, joining Zeno, DMB, League, Rocker, and AVG. How is North America so good that you get Dimov to leave the best teams in Europe to come play for you?
This is honestly the huge pickup. This is like one of the biggest roster swaps I think we've ever seen in Deadlock, because you look at
it's like Otani leaving Japan,
Yeah,
it's crazy.
This is you really. I mean, Dima's one of the best players in the world, period. And you could just tell that from. I mean, this guy's been around for years now in Deadlock. He's been one of the best players since we started here on the night shift, and has really never lost a step. Has only risen and climbed alongside the competition. So for Floormen, bringing out a player like Dimov is a crazy find for the squad, and it's one that is certainly going to be the envy of other teams in NA, especially when they put up that kind of a dominating performance in the last money match against Melee Creeps. Now it's a new challenger in FPS Lounge to take them on, but I don't envy FPS Lounge here. This is a tough team to battle against.
Snake's having a much better day than he did in previous weeks. Now we see Hydration returning to form, with Leffa going back to his OG hero. Lowkey dominating on the Abrams in the previous game, and Rokane also popping off with the Warden. ZP, what do you want to see more of from the FPS Lounge?
I don't know if it's really going to get played meta-wise, even though some of the gunbot builds are pretty decent. I would still like to see Erebus going back to the Bebop, just because Erebus is such a unique talent on Bebop. But that being said, if you pick Silver, you got to have a Silver player, and I think the way their team comps roll out is that it's almost always going to be Erebus. So based on what you want to play meta-wise right now, I think Erebus may be locked out of it, but that part would be cool, even beyond some of the other things we talked about, like seeing Leffa back on the Infernus and, some classic heroes. Also, I mean, you go way, way far enough back. Hydration had a Dynamo phase back when it was full Gunamo way, way back when.
What is he now? Stompamo? He's just Ultimo? What do you call him?
I mean, I feel like Dynamo has been really balanced well, in the sense that he's not all in on one of his skills anymore. You really just have a more balanced kit where you're using a Stomp, getting value. I think the Quantum buff is really what brought him into the meta, though. The ability to hard dodge, big incoming nukes is a massive deal, right? It's lets you get a lot more playmaking in some really unique ways that, now that it's on a shorter cooldown, is actually reasonable to kind of throw out in the fight and get tricky with. So I think players like Hydration, who've always been solid on the Dynamo, now have just a lot more tools in the kit to play with.
It's time to jump into this one. Thank you, Saya, for the raid of 123 people. We also had Together dropping off a big raid earlier. All of our pro players are streaming on their own feeds as well. Feel free to check them out. We'll be bringing them on for some graveyard shifts. And ZP, while we're waiting on this game to kick off with the draft, I was told you filmed a graveyard shift earlier today. Who do you chat with, and where can they check it out?
We got Lightbringer on the show, and you can check that out on our Patreon, on our YouTube. I think on the Discord, there's a way for people that are just Twitch subs to go in and look at it. And, it's always cool chatting with Lightbringer just because he has, I think, very unique insight on the meta, state of the game. We go across a bunch of different topics. We're not bound to one specific schedule, but we cover a bit of everything, and usually the talk is pretty good, especially when we get in with Lightbringer. But, hey, also got to thank our patrons here on the screen. The company just continues to grow.
Did Lightbringer say anything about Bebop? Because Goober is spreading the gospel that the robot is back.
I've seen people playing Gun Bebop a lot more in my pubs, and I've even played some games where it seemed to work. I'm still a little skeptical. I think maybe the pro teams maybe need to show us a little bit more. But hey, who knows? Maybe a player like Erebus could be someone who wants to bring it out in an unexpected moment. See if you could catch the Floormen off guard. It's risky, though, right, to go for an unproven pick in such a high-stakes game for FPS Lounge. I think they might just want to be building on the success that they had in Game 1, getting characters like the Abrams, the Calico, the Infernus that look so good for them.
Bebop and McGinnis aren't fun to play because you have to wait to shoot, guys. No one wants to warm up their game. Let's get into this. Ven is going to be banned, so ZP's Priest on the sideline once again. Sorry, Zep.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense. Also for FPS Lounge, you kind of look at this here, and maybe you just ban the Mirage in turn. That way neither team is getting a premium M1 off the bat. But it feels a little bit bad if you do that, because then Floormen's probably going to open with Silver. And that's why I think banning the Infernus kind of makes a little bit more sense, because now you're guaranteed either Mirage or Silver for sure. For Floormen, it's kind of interesting. I think maybe they go for the Mirage here, because I didn't look at Erebus as Silver and think that it was horrifying in the last game. Like, I actually...
You're grabbing Silver. Silver has the highest win rate. You banned
AVG's
that.
really good.
Taking
Silver.
the best character.
Whoa. Wow.
He's back.
Respect to Lowkey. Respect to Lowkey after the performance he put on game 1. You got to stop this guy's momentum. He's out of control. The only way is to deny him the hero pick. But that does mean it's a Mirage Silver top 2. Like,
that's a Bible thump to open up. That's...
Yeah, you just gave up Mirage Silver. Like, I don't know about this. On one hand, we hate Lowkey in particular. On the other hand...
We're going to a game 3, baby. We're going to a game 3. FPS Lounge, congratulations on a map 1 victory.
I mean, the stats would reflect that, Puckett, that like these two characters have monster win rates right now.
What's the win rate? Woo! 100%, Jake. 1 for 1.
Oh, Dynamo.
Wow,
okay.
they pro Dynamo over the Mirage. Okay, that is next level from FPS Lounge. I will say, Mirage is a top tier pick. It did take some nerfs in the recent update, and also, the style that FPS Lounge played last game, I don't think Mirage actually would have been a good fit for it. They were tempoing out the game. They were trying to end things early and snowball and stay in control permanently. And for that, I think the Warden actually worked really well.
We saw Mirage go 20-0 on the day, though. Don't you think he's a good character for the Floormen to scoop here, ZP?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them pick up Mirage, but also them picking the Rem here is interesting. I'm trying to think. Did Xeno play that at all last week? I don't think it was the case, but...
this is a throwback, man. We are back to the
NA. You gotta love it.
Burger Box. I will say, I think Rem is a really sick support when you have like a big frontliner draft. Some of the Rem builds I've been seeing where you go things like Scourge and Decay, and you don't go defensive, green active items. You go all aggro spirit items that you can spam out while you're, on a tag along and really have big influence on the fight. FPS Lounge are going to respond with the Geist. Theoretically, I think has some decent matchups here, especially against Abrams, being able to health swap him from all of his huge stack of HP. You can basically strip it away in one go with a big swap. Could be nice in this spot.
Yeah, so I just double checked. Floormen, they have not played Rem anytime recently. Like, Xeno has usually been things like Ivy or Kelvin, so that was a little bit unexpected. Also, they got picked that early in the draft. I mean, Dynamo already got picked up by FPS Lounge. I don't know if there was a ton of pressure to go for the Rem that early. Also, like, FPS Lounge banning out the Warden, a bit of a run on your M1 characters here. And Floormen, they come back and they ban the Yamato, which is kind of interesting. I guess AVG I would have expected to maybe target it, but given the fact that Floormen proud Shiv, it's probably going to be AVG on the Shiv, therefore they just don't want to go up against the Yamato and had no intentions of picking it themselves.
Chat, what are the chances we see no Mirage picked? That he just goes unselected? Because it happened to Silver in NA last week.
I feel like it'll go 12th for Floormen if no one's taking it. Like, it just has to go. It would be really too crazy, especially with all the other meta carries that have been banned and picked. It's not even like Mirage. You have to think Mirage is like so special and great. It's like, what else are you really going to pick in the carry role? I feel like Floormen should. Maybe they think FPS Lounge won't take the Mirage with the Geist. Yeah, they're just gonna take it now. I think it's like too good of a pick to leave up to chance. You really want it in the draft. It fits in too well with what you're doing. Now you have a really strong front line to stretch out the game, and Mirage to kind of bring it home late.
I'm wondering here in the Abrams pick, like how much of this for Floormen was picking the Abrams early because I think Abrams is that good, and how much was it of just targeting low main and going in as we're gonna pick it to deny it from you. I honestly, I need to get extra info from Floormen as to like why this went down, because I mean, look, Abrams is good, but is Abrams first pick level good? Well, it would be the case if you thought that low main would play any other hero significantly worse by comparison. As Drifter comes in. Oh,
is this a Lefa Drifter or a low main Drifter?
About it.
I think this is a spicy pick. Drifter is like really unpicked these days. However, he got a lot of quality of life changes to where, yeah, like you don't need to get the hero last hits to get your stacks up on Drifter. Some of the gameplay that we saw, and they're even going to finish with a Kelvin too. Which
can we get a Victor? You know, let's just get weird. Let's bring out characters we haven't seen in weeks.
I mean, he's better
here.
now. Like,
actually, is Victor not? Victor's not that bad here. I just don't know if people. I don't know how good Victor is. Like, I just haven't really seen it.
He got buffed. Like he may be getting slept on a little.
It would be completely crazy. The Wraith, that almost is completely crazy.
She's
Wraith
0 for 2.
Mirage is like bonkers levels of greedy. I mean, usually I don't flame drafts for being too greedy, but that is a metric ton of greed from the Floormen. They are really going to play 2 hard committed side laners on this one.
I mean, right now we have like late stage capitalism going on here. We're like Wraith and Mirage are going to be stealing all the wealth for the top, and everyone else they're just going to be like. They're been going like, please, a scrap of souls. Like, if anyone, please, like, we would like to have income today.
If Lefa has a big Drifter game, like Drifter could carry the scam. No cap. Drifter is, I think, very good against both Wraith and Mirage. They want a solo side lane. Drifter's great at punishing those heroes. They also want to play long range in the fight. You get blinded, you basically can't play the game on Wraith and Mirage. Maybe Mirage a little bit, but Wraith really cannot play when she's blinded. I mean, she just needs that vision, needs that range to control the space.
ZP, what is Demov playing for Floormen?
I would guess or Apollo in this case. That would make the most sense to me. I mean, it's what we've seen Demov play a lot. I think it's actually just a personal favorite of Demov, so I would expect Demov on the Apollo here. I mean, Demov also plays a really nasty Shiv, but I don't think you'd play Shiv over AVG. Although, I mean, there's a world where like Shiv or AVG could be on the Abrams. Like, there's a few different combinations and permutations here, but I would probably say Demov on Apollo is the most likely.
Hydration plays Dynamo, Erebus and Silver.
Who's gonna play the Kelvin? Yeah, this is
because Rokaine was on
It might be a low main Kelvin. Like I think that's the sort of unaccounted for hero. Assuming it's Lefa on the Drifter, Rokaine on the Geist, Snake's Hydration and Erebus on what they played last game. So it must be a low main Kelvin. And I will say I really like the style. We've seen like Hoot play a style of Kelvin in EU in the last few weeks where. Yeah, he's support E, but he ends up being a brawler, right? He ends up building some gun items, building some damage items, and being like a serious force in the team fight. It's not just about the frozen shelter and what can it do for your squad. And on that note, like the team fighting looks brutal from FPS Lounge. Like, how do you team fight in the Kelvin Dynamo?
Yeah, ZP, that's what I was thinking. Is that too much support having Dynamo and Kelvin on the same squad?
I mean, the thing is that Kelvin doesn't necessarily have to build support. Like, it's a little memey, but like if you build more damage Kelvin, it is not the worst thing in the world. You still get frozen shelter. Like he's not necessarily like hemmed into being like full support along with Dynamo being a more supportive build. Like either of the two can go a little bit more offensive. And I'd say based on the comp that FPS Lounge is playing and what they're playing into, you're playing Kelvin almost for like more of the frontline element here of like shutting things down and offering protection to your team. The problem is when I look at it is that in terms of who's going to be carrying it, you're putting a lot of pressure on your Geist and Drifter to get pretty farm to actually make things die in the late game.
It wouldn't be an NA match without an NA potty break. The nervous bladders are here, Jake. The best of 3 is ready, and so is our buddy Shoppy as we're getting into this one 6 or 7 minutes from now. Final thoughts here. Who won the draft, Jake?
I like the FPS Lounge draft. I gotta say, I think this is a sick draft. I think it's pretty unconventional on a few of these picks, like having the Kelvin and the Dynamo, the Drifter being played at all. But I actually applaud FPS Lounge for being willing to bring out some lesser picked heroes. I think it's actually the right move for this game. I think Floormen maybe went a little too greedy with the Mirage and the Wraith, and I think they're going to get punished here in game 1.
ZP?
I kind of like Floormen more in this draft. I think the reason is, and maybe this is a little bit too harsh, but just going off the last game, I think the difference maker in this game is going to be, can Erebus rip off a good game on the Silver? I don't think Erebus can actually have the performance of last game and have things go well. I think you actually need this to be a pretty breakout Silver game, because with the comp that FPS Lounge is gone, the heroes that can actually do damage, they need pretty heavy contribution. I also think, you know, when you've gone Kelvin, Dynamo, going the Calico on top of it, I see a lot of ways that, like, if this is even into the mid game, that FPS Lounge is struggling to do damage, even though in theory they have like a bunch of good team fight ults. Whereas Floormen, they have a lot of really obvious win cons. Mirage gets ahead of the game, Wraith gets ahead of the game. Even Demov like has a really strong Apollo into the mid game and like creates a lot of problems. I just see the win conditions flooding in a lot easier for Floormen than FPS Lounge between the two teams.
Some of our Bulgarian friends inform me that Demov may be playing Rem in this matchup. If that is the case,
I've seen him. I think he played it before, actually.
Can you run the Rem Shiv with double decay? Does that help having the same item on multiple people?
I think stacking the decays doesn't work. I think it just refreshes the duration. But ultimately, there's 6 enemy heroes to target with decay. People buy Dispel Magic, so it's not even that bad. And even Shiv, maybe Shiv just doesn't buy the decay this game. You can invest more in your tanking as your frontline. I think I have seen Demov actually play the Rem before, and I believe it was a style in which they just all in. They left like a carry and a support in the side lanes for like 20 minutes. I mean, they just kept pressuring both side lanes permanently, and it was just too much map pressure for the opponent to deal with. I think they won that game. So will Floormen be able to bring that style out again? I think that's what they're telegraphing, right? With this double hard carry setup. FPS Lounge, they're going to need to punish. They're going to need a tempo in the early game.
Shout out to Shopify. You can see them all around the Cursed Apple, sponsor of episode 34 of The Night Shift. Join us every Wednesday starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. This is your NA Final. Floormen taking on FPS Lounge.
All right, Jake, we'll get a look at the lanes here. And, you know, I look at the Floormen comp, I feel like if anyone is likely to get starved out a bit, it's probably going to be the Wraith. Like, I think you still give the most nutritious meals to Mirage here, but it is going to... Wait. AVG on Apollo? Demov Shiv? Okay, we brought this up in draft that could be a thing, and Demov did play a lot of Shiv, but I was not expecting it actually to happen here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll be enough for them to like pull this together. I think a lot relies on the early game and their ability to actually get things started on the right foot, right? Especially for Wraith and Mirage. You want to be able to participate in these like things like the buff fights at 5 minutes. You need to be relevant there.
Also, in other swap-ups, it's not going to be Erebus on the Silver this time around. It's actually going to be Lefa on the Silver. So learning a little bit more on hero pool and selection priority. Kind of interesting. I think I like this more than Erebus on the Silver, because I didn't think Erebus Silver looked that particularly impactful, whereas Peak Lefa is still just deadly at playmaking. And if you have that on Silver, I mean, things can get out of hand.
Definitely a scary combo to be grabbed, right? We talk about this Silver Kelvin combo, though, as like something you would be willing to take with your first two. That being said, it's more about the ult tempo than the early game, and the early game looking pretty rough for Lefa as he gets down to just slivers of HP. Luckily, Hydration's Kelvin should be able to restabilize him on the lane, but you talked about the importance of Silver having Lefa on the character. I think that's doubly true.
It's also a Mirage Apollo lane. Like, we didn't really get into it yet, but I think about lanes that you go against, you just know you're in for a bad time. Apollo Mirage has to be, like, top 5 worst combinations to go against. Apollo himself is a lane monster, and dealing with Mirage ever since his changes it's a pain between Scarabs and just general poke damage. Like, this is not an easy lane to deal with at all, and if Floormen is going to have a lane that runs away with things in the beginning, it probably would be the right lane.
Yeah, definitely. Erebus on the Drifter, too. I mean, Drifter is a wild character to pick, right? This character is pretty much untouched in competitive Deadlock. I think for the last few months, we saw it a little bit, but other than the ulti feeling powerful, it just didn't feel like an effective character. still, if there was a game for Drifter to work, right, when you can punish solo side laners, Wraith and Mirage could be that. That being said, it relies on you being a significant threat on Drifter, on having a good enough game to where you actually can show up in 1v1 those side lanes and be dominant. If he's just going to be a pure old bot this game, I guess I'm just a little bit more worried on what that means for the game overall.
Also, hero pool-wise, it's low main on the Dynamo. So low main gets Dynamo priority over Hydration, who ends up defaulting to the Kelvin. I mean, somewhat, it was going to get a little bit weird because you had two supports there anyways, and obviously, like, Hydration isn't playing both Kelvin and Dynamo at the same time, but pretty big difference in play style. Change up from low main, going from the Abrams to the Dynamo.
Nice little slate of nukes here to find on the side lane. Snakes being active all over the map. A lot of lane swaps going on early. Looks like a little bit of lag as D-Mal is going to cop a quick pause. Looks like we're going to be right back into the action, though, ZP.
Is it the proper response, Bulgaria?
I'm going to say no, actually, in this instance. You know, but we did clock D-Mob's ping last week, and D-Mob's ping is around 120 to US Central, which is, I believe, where we're playing. I don't think we changed
that is not as bad as I would have thought. Like, that is not the end of the world. I mean, I don't want to say it's not that bad because it is pretty rough, especially in some of these like instant interactions. But I think that is more playable than I would have expected from Europe.
Honestly, you know, the internet has improved over time. You try and run this 15 years back, probably been more 250 ping. Also, in the middle, things are looking a little bit spicy here. Looking at the health bars and the mini-map going to and fro, but it's Erebus that's kind of on the losing side. Just walking forward his Rocker.
Rocker takes a lot of heat on that trade, and Geist is still healthy in this side, or in the mid lane rather. So Geist has gone for triple early regen items, so all in on the ability to sustain and trade here. But taking some big cards from Wraith, and that could be called into question. DMB has had a pretty hot streak here on the night shift, pretty much since its inception. See if we can continue that here with the unconventional double carry Wraith pick.
Also, Zeno getting super low on the left. D-Mov contesting for buff. Not, well, actually, we can look who got it. It was AVG. Ends up getting the buff. And D-Mov able to take down Snakes at the end. And I think I know why they went Rem here, Jake, is I think it's specifically for Rem Shiv, where you do get like pretty positive synergy as, okay, quick little parry at D-Mob's expense.
Erebus finds DMB, maybe another kill in the mid lane. And it's for Geist as well. Big kills and characters that really want to find this early snowball, where FPS Lounge are getting it in the mid lane. League, though, also finds Lefo, so not out of the woods yet, FPS Lounge. League is getting a really hot start to this game.
Is it going to be enough, though? Looking at Rokane, okay, Rokane's at 5.2k. Or rather, it could be enough for FPS Lounge, where Geist is the main winning lane for them so far. Okay, a quick little charge from Abrams, looking for the punish. In off the telekinesis, and Geist was just going to shop. Was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, great punish on the small camp there. It's a nice find. Kind of saving Wraith, frankly, in this lane. Like, the two of these guys taking deaths was pretty costly, but they're able to punish Erebus for doing some box running, do some rotation, and get the kill on the real prize of the lane in Geist.
Headed to Broadway.
Oh no, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you're a little bit worried the way that this has begun, because just having Geist with an okay lane and getting a bit rolled on the other two lanes, it is not looking good, especially when, you know, a super farm D-Mob on Shiv or League on the Mirage. These are not easy things to deal with, Jake. Like, this is one of those things that can get out of hand early, and is Lefa gonna die again? Lefa already in a bit of a rough spot, but Lycan Curse pops. But it doesn't pop in a way that's super meaningful. I mean, Lefa's gonna leave the curse here, be at half HP, and once more, the pressure's gonna be on from this Apollo Mirage lane.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sustain, though, from the Lycan Curse, right? Even when it does get forced out, you don't feel that bad about it. I like that he's rushed the Resto Locket in this lane, sort of punishing Apollo. I've seen a few more players be willing to go for that item first recently, and I think it is nice. D-Mob also with his trademark all-in Spirit Rush on Shiv has gone straight for that 4.8k spike, and it's nice with Xeno by his side. He kind of has the leeway to skimp on the survivability and the regen. He's full health in this lane.
Yeah, the Rem Shiv game plan seemingly working out, and looking here at Apollo Mirage, I mean, there's just not too much to be done. Itani Losan into the back, provides enough cover to take down the Guardian, and I mean, Lefa's kind of low HP here, not to a point where you can actually walk up on the Mirage.
Little bleeds found from Erebus. Here comes the charge in. Does get the connection, but he's a little bit too worried about that to go for the heavy melee. Still, the lifesteal from this book is absolutely ridiculous on Abrams. 660 in that trade, and I think even FPS Lounge are a little bit surprised about the level of success from that. Slamming over the top from Abrams. Speculative, was hoping to guess on Erebus' position, but he read the play well. Now with the darkness in mid, makes it a little bit scary to stick around.
Meanwhile, on the left, things still a little bit back and forth, but I just don't see at this point, given that they're a bit ahead, how you meaningfully threaten D-Mauve and Xeno, not without calling for rotation at this point. I think it just hit the point of no return. Rokane also gonna get caught in middle. Rocker on the engage.
And I mean, I will say this is some of the success we've seen from this Rem style in the past, where you really just stabilize the lanes. I mean, very little rotation from Floormen. Like, they have essentially stayed in their lanes, maybe grab buffs, maybe grab boxes, but they do not roam to assist each other. They're just kind of winning all 3 lanes, which is a recipe for disaster, frankly, for FPS Lounge. Given the tempo heroes, they need to start grouping up and finding these team fights. But I mean, the cost being exacted on them is pretty massive here. Like, Mirage, very aggressive build for him too. TP's into the singularity there, but still has a bit to fight for. Could end up being an overextension with snakes around.
Also, Jake, look at the map. The Mirage Apollo lane went basically as expected. I think if you've had the misfortune of playing against that lane, it's difficult. Like, you have to do everything right and hope that the other side makes a few mistakes. So that lane getting out of control of the Floormen, not super surprising here so far.
Now with Sinners online, right? It's definitely a key prize that you got to start thinking about contesting. Xeno just being super annoying, really tough hero to punish, right? Because he's just going to go jump to his ally after trading with you a little bit. But I like that he's constantly harassing Lefa there, right? Like, this is one of those key players for FPS Lounge you're looking at to have a good game. You can kind of just annoy him early, deny that little bit of farm here and there. It starts to add up.
Buffs about to spawn. Floormen looking to contest to and fro. Charge in onto Dynamo, and survival buff gonna get picked up by Rocker in the middle of the melee. One of the best people to have it, so long as you can stay alive. Geist trying to go in the chase down. Abrams just takes the rope, walks up, and out of danger. Can't quite say the same for Rokane. No soul exchange at the ready. It's Hani Losan coming on in. That's the end of Geist.
Just gets popped there. Looks like the kills are going to continue to come in here. Darkness not dissuading Floormen here as they pick up 6k soul lead. Going to maybe clear out some Guardians now.
Floormen getting earn control off the early lead, and I look at FPS Lounge. I think for FPS Lounge, you're looking for a trade here. I really don't think you could do much to contest this earn. I think if you contest earn, what is a mild lead right now gets much more severe. Especially given the fact that you don't have Singularity up at the moment. You're about to get Frozen Shelter, but I don't know. I don't love the idea of FPS Lounge contesting earn. I think you want to look for something else in that, but I don't know if they get meaningful trades here, Jake. Dunk and Jake, are you still with? Nope, Jake is not still with me.
And I was due to TP. Now this is as we got.
I just thought it was dramatic pause from your end. I'm like, all right, dramatic pause as the dunk goes in.
Wait, hold on. This is actually looking pretty good. FPS Lounge finally into the team fight they've been looking for. A 2 for 2 already. Now a 3 for 2, so not ideal. With the dunk coming in, it's still going to be a win for the Floormen, especially if they're able to find a couple more of these kills on the trade. Snakes out of gas. Abrams just a brick wall here.
I'm looking at this now, Jake, wondering, when does it get better for FPS Lounge? I mean, Geist can be a little bit scary to the late game, but Geist, I don't rate her as scarier than Mirage. I don't rate her as scarier than a Fed Shiv. And the tempo of all these fights has just been so solidly in Floormen's favor that, you know, nothing is over quite this early, but Jake, we may be a lot closer to that than people realize.
For me, I think it's about the team fights, right? It's about those earns, especially, right? Because that's what's going to proc a relatively early game team fight. Maybe at a Walker defense, like that's where FPS Lounge are at their strongest. But in terms of something you can actually force a fight, it really is the earns. So to even get out of that with a draw might have been good enough for the Floormen. The fact that they get the win is pretty significant for them in this game. DMB too close for comfort there. The bola hitting like just after the blink goes through, but they're going to push a Walker siege here. Could end up being a trade for mid, but kind of like FPS Lounge being willing to force engagements around the team fight, right? You do not want to challenge into this Dynamo singularity.
Yeah, the singularity is one thing you have to respect. However, the ability to just lay down a lot of poke damage is pretty significant out of
Two
Floormen.
daggers. Actually,
so they can create their space.
trouble.
He's taken down. Erebus also in a bit of danger, taken down by AVG. Because AVG just easily gets additional damage here onto Walker. That's mid-Walker being the first to fall, Jake. That is a just terrible outcome for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, he's gonna grab the heal creep and just parry his way out of there. I feel like AVG's just gone. Hydration just couldn't do anything to stop it. Beatdown continues here. FPS Lounge in trouble. Even a blink and aggro here from the Wraith, willing to take this challenge into Levo, who's trying to move his way out of this, but the damage continuing to pour on. Rocker grabs the finish and looks for more, dives deep under the Walker. Might be a little bit much here with Lowkey holding on to that singularity.
Jake, you know what this game is? This game is a reminder to all the people that try to say, guys, early game doesn't matter. No, early game does matter, because I'm thinking about how we got to this point, and Floormen, their side lanes were both brutal. You had Shiv Rem in one lane that effectively wasn't taking damage for most of the lane, and then you had Mirage Apollo on the right lane. And FPS Lounge, they have just been behind from laning phase and have never found a way back into the game as a result.
It's a tough spot to be when, especially when you're facing down carries like Wraith Mirage, where, you know, I think for FPS Lounge, the urn spawning in 40 seconds is going to be a very big moment in this game. With the soul deficit where it is now, it's like, you know, and your team comp being what it is, where you really need to find these team fights, this is a crucial moment. They need to get the urn pickup itself. They need to be able to control the tempo of that next team fight, but already looks like Erebus may be caught here, although there's not going to be a commitment from the Floormen. They just don't have the numbers to send it here. So that sleep is essentially wasted. Could be costly when it comes to the urn pick.
Possible, but we're also at the difference now stat-wise where League shows up to the fight and is essentially activated server admin. Like, the Mirage is now a really, really big problem. The front line also, I mean, the engage that you're going to get out of both Rocker and D-Mob is wild. Sure, Leffa gets a little bit of good fortune there, gets a survival buff, but...
Oh, it's big.
Wait, do you get Walker? Are they giving this up for free? That's... Wow. I don't think that had to happen for Floormen. Like, that is really weird that they got in this position, even just for urn pickup.
And they're just really prowling the urn pickup, but is that going to be worth it? I mean, you need to be able to capitalize. I will say I kind of understand
it's advantage urn right now. I think they're waiting to see if it flips to non-advantage urn. That's the only reason why they
don't want to lock it in.
Yeah.
And at around 10k souls, I think it is like kind of right on the border here.
It is.
And maybe that's why you give up the Walker. Maybe they thought they'd give up the Walker and try and get it back to an even urn to kind of win that dunk.
You give up mid-Walker of all Walkers, and are they about to give up left Walker while this is going on?
They really want an even urn TP, like more than you can imagine. And Silver's going to grab this. I mean, this is all well and good, but now you're in a spot where, like, hey, if you actually lose the urn dunk fight, this game is well and truly difficult for the Floormen. FPS Lounge, still a lot of team fight ultimates available. They don't have the frozen shelter for this fight. And it is going to be an even urn, but it's a hell of a price to pay, ZP.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here, like, my face is, like, going in, like, it's contorting in weird spots, like, do you value even urn at 2 Walkers? Like, what the heck, man? Like, that...
I mean, the urn is pretty valuable, but yeah, I will say, like, that map control is never coming back. You know, the Walker's never returning to you. And you did all that, you know, in exchange for an even urn. Now you must win this fight, right? Like, now you invested so much into this.
It's so bizarre. And
maybe the dunk is going to be good, though. Yeah, it's just a little bit too quick from the round. They're trying to get in and punish us, trying to contest into it. Dynamo may be looking for the ulti. The big curse, though, just to leave Snakes out of the fight. This could be a route here. FPS Lounge just trying to escape, but Shiv now chasing deep in. Telekinesis picks up Abrams, tries to catch him for more. Demon even continuing to disrespect the potential singularity under a tower here. It's hard to blame him. There's a real advantage here for the Floormen. They want to press it with the players up.
Also, League has a 1v1 versus Rocane on the right. Actually, an interesting one, because Rocane is at 21k, League is at 19k. League a little bit underfarmed, but it's an interesting fight. I mean, it kind of depends, can Geist land a swap? What's the level of poke going down? And in the end, neither actually commits, but League is able to defend the Walker just fine.
Leffa Might think to go more on this. Still, I mean, chasing down an Abrams with a Ram on his back is a kind of a wild move. Still, he's incredibly tanky, so he's sort of willing to take some risks here, willing to trade his HP away. Maybe more players coming into this. Could turn into a key team fight, but this is so deep on the Floormen side of the map. I think they're going to be very happy to find this. And yeah, Erebus tried to get that kill onto Xeno, thought maybe the 1-for-1 would be worth it, but instead gets nothing.
I mean, Floormen, the way this game has been going, they're still in a better spot. As much as I'm still recovering from the very strange macro that we saw, I think presumably they thought they could also get a walker, so it'd be like walker earn for 2 walkers, which debatably even, I think giving up mid is probably still not, but it's better than what they ended up with, where they get no walker and they just get earned for 2 walkers. But either way, the way these fights have been going down, like, barring the biggest singularity from Lowkey, I don't think they have that many great win conditions right now.
Snakes is getting kind of styled on in this 1v1. AVG just running him down, takes almost all of his HP away. It's can pretty much just send Calico back to base. I don't really see how you can stay on the map after that kind of a trade. AVG is just aggroing them, man. Super fearless right now on Apollo. Really confident the way he's positioning and playing around the map, and that's creating space. Now there's a push on both sides of the map simultaneously.
I mean, this is risky.
Down
yeah, I was gonna say, you can overload one side if you're FPS Lounge. You'll give up a walker in exchange, but we'll see. Can they get a little bit more? They got a pick.
They're committing for the walker finish, but it's actually going to start to get kind of awkward. Erebus is here alongside Rokane, the most farmed hero here for FPS Lounge. See if Rokane can force this fight. Maybe they're just lacking the catch. Xeno, they're trying to get to Xeno and maybe save him on the Rem, but in the end, it's just going to, I think, feed an isolated kill. Surely Drifter finds him. Yeah, the blood scent is going to be way too much to try and juke your way out of that.
Smells like rat. Yes, he's not actually a rat, but I mean,
hasn't really found the stacks this game to really scale on Drifter, though. He is going for the scaling build, though, and I do kind of like this build, even if you're not necessarily finding the stacks, because you need to, at some point in this game, threaten solo side laners and make them scared of you. And Wraith Mirage, right now, I'm not so convinced they would be in a 1v1.
All right, FPS Lounge staying in the game after a pretty tough start. I mean, out of laning phase, this could have been a lot worse than it ended up being, I think in part because of how the macro game has turned out. But AVG looking for a little bit of a piece here, and might be too big of a piece. It's more in the way of choking right now, where AVG needs to get out. Still might have Riposte available, but is in all sorts of danger. Looking to escape Calico. Decent mobility on the chase down, but however, Apollo, pretty good movement at AVG here so far.
Oh, somebody shot him from their post.
Yeah.
Nice escape, but DMB once again in trouble. Doesn't have the Dispel Magic just yet. Is able to blink up to the high ground, get that shield, and get out. And it looks like the rest of the fight has gone well for the Floormen, at least to start FPS Lounge, though. Still a lot of health on the cards. Lefa brawling now, has the gun buff on this Silver. Gotta respect that threat. But Abrams holding down the front line looks to be, once again, just too much to get through. Rocker been a real solid component here for the Floormen this game.
Another earn control for Floormen, where they've valued the earn above all else in this game here so far, and based on the lane status,
I see the enemy.
We'll see if FPS Lounge goes for a contest. I don't really think they're in the greatest spot to contest. Yes, Lomane is going to be back up again. No, Singularity is not going to be available. And they still have to push up the wave, so this is feeling like a quicker dunk. We'll see. They're starting to rotate some people over. I don't know if FPS Lounge just goes well for them if they contest though, Jake.
They want every fight. It does get meleeed away. Nice find there from Lowkey. Drops the urn out of Mirage's hands. There's still something to fight for here on the map. FPS Lounge need to find some kills here quick. AVG is down, not able to get the ultimate off. It's a lot of damage you'll be missing in this team fight. Lefa, though, not in this engagement. Maybe needs to TP over, come into this one. In the thick of the fight, the urn is captured. Souls traded to both squads. And it looks like the Floormen are just starting to overwhelm the stats a little bit too much. Lefa coming back into this one late, but it might be too late, ZP.
I wish we could get a replay of just the mini-map action there, where Lefa was just around on the left side, completely unable to get to the fight for the longest period of time. If Lefa's there, that's a winnable fight for FPS Lounge, but Lefa was just nowhere to be seen, Jake. Takes the teleporter, but it's far too late to actually have an impact on the fight, and as a result, FPS Lounge, they lose the urn, they lose more players there, the lead goes more up in Floormen's favor. The only silver lining here really is that it's not a decisive enough fight to immediately lead to a mid-boss.
Yeah, I will say, you know, Leffa being there later into the fight, yes, that's a big cost. However, he does crash both of the other side waves into the Floormen base, which means they're not really going to be able to take any objectives off the fight win. Obviously, you'd still rather have both, but FPS Lounge showing that they can definitely still find the fight. And I believe that fight was without the Kelvin or the Dynamo ulti. So,
correct.
You know, I feel like this game, it's gone well for the Floormen. They're still in the lead. They're still winning these fights. But after that, you know, earlier massive trade, giving up 2 walkers, the map is a lot more closed out. It's kind of harder to press the advantage now for Floormen. I still feel like this is anybody's game to win, especially as we get down to some major late game team fights.
I think the problem is the execution requirement on FPS Lounge has gone pretty high here. Like, you need a ridiculous play of your Dynamo. You definitely don't want your Dynamo to get caught like this! Off in the jungle! You get low main down for 40 seconds and potentially a little bit more. The charge in from Rocker right thereafter. Still hungry for blood. They get the Geist! A 53-second respawn timer, Jake, and that is a price you pay for DMB. You're absolutely okay with this. Do you get Leffa as collateral? Leffa in the wrong neighborhood at the wrong time. You're still in the Wolf, and you get the Frozen Shelter, but does it turn into something in your favor now?
Are there any enemies trapped in here trying to be able to maybe find some kind of a kill off of this? They're trying to get down Rocker, who's starting to drop low despite being on the Abrams, but as that dome ends, I think so too will the team fight. Floormen keeping that Abrams alive is going to be a big deal. It means they might like to go to mid-boss, but once again, it's hard to keep pushing that tempo, although hold on, a big catch. Looks like a bait now. Snake's trying to get people to chase him, but bit off more than he can chew. Rocker's going to chase. He's going to chase him all the way to the grave.
You still can't mid, though. Like, you have the Dynamo that has Singularity back up. If you slam mid, what's going to be 5v6, it probably doesn't go well. The most you could do is fake it. So even despite those pickoffs for Floormen and some relatively scrappy play, it still doesn't involve in a way, Jake, that they can go for a free mid.
Refresher queued up here for hydration. I mean, the impact we saw from Frozen Shelter, I think, is very, very real. I also feel like DMB is just getting like picked off at the start of these fights every time. I feel like there's like an absolute hatred for the Wraith. They want to ensure that Wraith does not get to pump her damage. Mirage is, I think, a much harder target in the fight, so I think they're wise to choose the Wraith. It's led to DMB, I think, falling off from where he had, I think, a pretty better spot in the game to now he's really just right in the middle of the pack where Wraith wants to be significantly ahead of the game. That said, it's still, what, a 15k soul lead? Absolutely good enough here for the Floormen to still feel confident about the outcome of this game.
Also, if you had to choose one of the two to be behind, you'd rather Wraith be behind than the Mirage. Like, you do have a lot of faith in Mirage's late game carry, especially if you get ahead. And okay, telekinesis, grabbing a little bit of Calico. You see the fall throughs there right now. Just DMB, D-Mob, turn in, throwing a few knives. Not quite sure how many hit. Got the backup from Leffa in the middle of the fight. And this could be turning into a longer, scrappy fight, Jake. You look at the map and a little bit deeper. You got Silver now diving in on DMB. DMB able to get away. Other end of the map, you got Abrams diving at the same time as Rocker looks for something. But Rocker's super low at the end of the dive, and so is Leffa.
Leffa gonna get burned down here. The knives from D-Mob just too good, even through that Dispel magic. Floormen living across the map. Now they're all here together in this team fight. Execution comes in, just closes the distance here on Calico. The Singularity popped elsewhere. ABG is down. Is that going to be enough to turn this fight? Darkness comes out and jumping a layer of chaos into this FPS Lounge. Down in a 3-on-4, but Rokane is still healthy. Flanked by both Dynamo and Kelvin. This is a monster Geist fight in a low numbers engagement.
Another fight where Floormen come out a little bit ahead, but it's not decisive enough to flip it in the middle here just far, but they want the Urn control. They don't want to give up advantage Urn and let FPS Lounge back into the game. Mirage getting all sorts of healing back, and it's League now on the fast break, but also doesn't overextend. Jake realizes that as strong as you are, even with the Beatles ticking, that could have went badly. It was all about creating space for the Urn pickup.
Man, an incredibly closely matched group of teams here. Like, this really shows in these late game team fights. The soul lead is there for the Floormen, and they, like you said, they're getting just a little bit more out of these team fights. The lead did, I believe, grow in that team fight, but by what, 2,000 souls? I mean, it really is a tiny margin between these squads, and like that, honestly, I'm more worried for the Floormen when you find that that's the game. I think they do want to be ahead of the game significantly, and like, it feels like AVG isn't really able to play the game anymore. He's just getting hard shut down by some of these powerful team fight ults. Kind of the weakness of Apollo, like towards that later aspect of the game. And they're going to say, hey, you don't have those big team fight ults. We're just going to full send it on the mid boss. A risky move from the Floormen in the 6-on-6.
Yeah, and there's no nap time either, so this is going to be done without a lot of the standard team fight ults. Rejuve down. Here comes the Dust Devil. AVG able to grab 2 of them off the distraction from League. And we'll see if that's enough for the Floormen here. 2 Rejuves to 1. A full team fight now in the middle. Frozen Shelter about to fade. It's Honey Losan dropped by AVG. Hit a bunch. Team off on the fall through. 2 down for FPS Lounge here so far. And Floormen actually looking really, really healthy here, Jake, even with the double Frozen Shelters out.
D-Mob on the 11 kill streak now and looking for more as they look to run down these fleeing FPS Lounge players. FPS Lounge trying to cut their losses. They're going to lose Lowman on the exit. Looks like Drifter and Geist are going to get away, which is nice salvage. I will say that the wave position is quite bad for the Floormen, so they got a lot of map to clean up. But in the end, I think they should just get a dunk for free. Erebus might try and, you know, do some cheeky soul denying here, but the lion's share of the prize is going to go to the Floormen, developing probably their most significant lead yet so far in this game 1.
And truthfully, Jake, that's probably it where we're at right now, because FPS Lounge, they don't really have a lot of comeback potential with their comp beyond, again, the mega singularity, but Floormen are probably too good to give up a 4 or 5-man singularity unless Lowmain is the sneakiest dynamo of all time. And even if you're sneaky, the other team has to give you the moment for that to actually happen. Like, they all have to decide we're going to go together. Again, unless, you know, there's somehow in a realm where you get Vortex Web. I don't know. The point is, the fact that I'm even in this conversation, Jake, means that the ability for FPS Lounge to bring this back is whittled down to nearly nothing.
Yeah, and I feel like AVG finally, of the last few fights, got to have a fight where he really was able to contribute. Hit a big Italia Lasan. D-Mob is like dashing through everybody. You know, getting those chain repeat dashes is massive. And now Rocker stealing away the enemy doubles. I feel like this is always a sad state of the game when you know this is happening, but you can't necessarily punish it. I will say he's kind of on an island here on Abrams. But with E-Shift, Warpstone, Dispel Magic, this guy looks unkillable to me.
We need 2 things here, courtesy of Tracklock. We need to look at our golden statue update. That's number 1. Like, I'm curious where it's at after nearly 30 minutes. And then I just want to look at the damage for the game, because I have this feeling that D-Mov and League have gone wild, Jake.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see the golden statue buffs. I think that'll be really interesting always, like, when you're this deep into the game.
Good lord.
And, like, all those urns, right, that FPS Lounge has been able to successfully dunk, started to pay dividends. look at
52
Zeno,
on Rev.
52. The Rev is like heisting the sinners across this map.
That, you know, classic Rem. The funniest part is where people are just like, oh, it's only a pub game thing that Rem is able to steal. It's like, no, Rem actually gets steals off at all levels of play, as it turns out.
DMB, I mean, he's gotten ganked a bunch of times in this game, but it's just Wraith with Ricochet, right? At some point, this character gets out of control in the game. I don't know if we're quite there yet. You still have something like Singularity to potentially shut him down. The Unstopped have not yet come out for the Floormen. A nice little cheeky melee from Snakes, going to slow things down. A big lift. The Telekinesis throws Snakes away out of the fight, allows you to keep control of this urn, but FPS Lounge are actually going to look for the team fight. The Darkness pop makes this one a little bit awkward to fight into, but I think the disengage so far has been good for the Floormen.
I mean, for FPS Lounge, you have to make the attempt, but there's very little you can do here. Maybe a Singularity, and nope. Rocker just gets dunked.
Everybody's sleeping. Abrams out of the E-Shift now into the fight. The Kelvin Dome gonna start to expire. Here comes the huge Singularity. It's absolutely massive from FPS Lounge. Is it gonna be enough though, Floormen? They still have these regions. They're still fighting D-Mob. Gonna be the first to fall, but FPS Lounge low across the board. The chase down comes in. AVG feasting now, healthy, continuing to hunt down enemy players. And even Erebus cannot escape his wrath. FPS Lounge routed back to the spawn once again. Massive that Snakes, Rocane, and Leffa can live. Unless Wraith's still looking for that last second burst. I think the players do make it back into the fountain, but open season here on the FPS Lounge base.
Jake, we got reality check it though. If you're not winning a team fight with that big of a Singularity, yes, even with Rejuves in play, it's probably over. Oh my word. Look at the damage here. Rocker has been pumping. I did not expect Rocker to be having that much on Abrams this game.
He's been a huge factor. I mean, you really look across the board, everybody contributing, right? It's not just one player above the rest. D-Mob, AVG BDR, just a little bit above the rest. Objective damage really coming down here now from DABs to farm up that stat. But without more rejuves, with everyone spawning from FPS Lounge, they make the wise call it back off. Still open to a fight, though, if you'd be willing to give it. AVG on no HP whatsoever. The tag along the Divine Barrier, it looks to be just enough to save him. And it's huge to be able to get out of this without losing any exit kills. FPS Lounge, a little bit desperate, but they might want to chase this. They might want to take that risk.
What do you lose if the risk doesn't pay off here? Oh, you're still pretty much as behind as you are. Like,
I mean, probably the game, but also, to be fair, you're down pretty bad with the patron drop.
Yeah.
So it's time to take some gambles. Really well executed by the Floormen, though. They keep everyone alive. They get the full reset on the map. They can, you know, spend their souls, bring all that cash into the next and more than likely final fight. This is a scary comp to try to end into without the rejuves, as we saw. But Lowkey's still, what, like a minute and a half until that next Singularity's online? And that's going to be a potential window for Floormen if they want to take it.
I think if you're Floormen, you're not in a particular hurry because the later this goes, you're still running with Wraith Mirage. You're not under time pressure here, but you'll gladly take any gifts here. In this case, the telekinesis on the snakes into nap time. The full treatment being applied to snakes, and don't believe snakes will get out. Killing blow though doesn't connect. And the frozen shelter out here, giving a little bit of hope to FPS Lounge. As
Maybe
small as it is, there's no singularity to be had here. It would have been huge if there was. AVG super low in the middle of the fight. Rocker though on the slam down after the second frozen shelter is out. Gets the melee thereafter. They lose Demov and Xeno. Okay, FPS Lounge making something out of nothing here.
That frozen shelter, obscene value. Rokane still does not help to fight this one out, but AVG somehow stays alive through the burst. Lefa trying to fight this one out. Viking Curse has expired. Now it's more Mirage's turn. Tornado all over the map. Rokane does go down, and DMB and Lee standing tall here. Looks like the final members of this fight. Lefa just trying to do whatever he can on the movement. Does grab that Resto Locket to live just a little bit longer, but this Mirage is just too big. The gap between these two teams just too massive, and that is going to be GG on game one. FPS Lounge, well fought, admirable game, to be honest. Like, despite the L here, even that last fight goes down to the wire with the 70k or whether the 50k soul disadvantage.
And I'll say this, as Floormen defend map one, lanes, Jake. I think the Floormen, they got a ridiculous advantage in laning phase, and from there on out, they never really let it go.
Finally, someone takes down Silver, Jake. Happen to be paired with the Lady Geist. Shiv on the other side looking pretty darn good in the hands of Demov, eh, boys? 120 what ping ZP? Doesn't matter to the Bulgarian. They called him the Bulgarian King, the Prince of Shiv, whatever you want to call him. He's finding dubs no matter what region he plays in. But was he the MVP of that game?
Was he MVP of
That's a tough one. I mean, this game, really, it felt like the full team effort here. I guess you'd maybe highlight Rocker as having particular impact in a lot of those early game moments. Like, the Abrams first pick felt justified this game, you know? Like, what put the Floormen in the driver's seat in the first place was more often than not was the Abrams, his ability to impact that early game to sort of set the game on the trajectory you wanted. But I think you're right, CP. Ultimately, it really felt like a team effort because it came out of essentially a 3-lane domination. It wasn't a huge gap, but every lane winning just a bit. And I feel like for Floormen, staying in the lanes a lot longer than we see many teams do, right? They stabilized things. They kind of kept them rolling quite a bit deeper into this game.
Well, particularly when I look at it, the Mirage Apollo lane. That lane did run away with it, and it is also just objectively one of the most difficult lanes in the game to deal with. Like, it's an absurd amount of poke. You have to play perfectly, just not get run over. And I think for Floormen, I look back at this draft now, and it makes a lot of sense. I think they really prioritized having two really strong side lanes, and you still have Abrams in middle, so you have options. Like, they were playing a little bit more defensive, and Rocker was able to find some punishes in mid. So every lane ends up going well for Floormen, and it's just too big of a hole for FPS Lounge to dig themselves out of in the end.
Was the Dynamo Kelvin too much? Can you run that and find success? The Drifter didn't seem to be the answer they were looking for, Jake.
Yeah, I kind of put this more on the Drifter of the Dynamo Kelvin because I think some of those late game team fights really did show, like, hey, if that was not a 50k soul deficit, I think you win that last fight of the game, you know? Like, the Kelvin Dome did crazy work there. The Singularity even had some big moments as well. So I don't mind the Dynamo Kelvin. I think ultimately it came down to the fact that it comes down to the wire that late in the game with that soul deficit is actually a kind of a credit to the draft that it has that ability to actually fight despite a disadvantage.
ZP, we got a lot of first-time viewers. One of them is Zima Blue 04 who says, "Oh my God, Puckett, I watched you in Halo, man. Can't believe you're doing Deadlock." everyone's finding this game. Everyone's trying to learn. What did you learn from the Floormen? What do you need to replicate if you want to win this best of 3 going into the next game?
Look, I think laning phase matters. It becomes a meme at times in the Deadlock community. People are like, oh, does lane matter? Yeah, it does. And if you fall too far behind, your path to victory is difficult. Floormen, you know, they drafted for lane dominance. I think for FPS Lounge, the first step to change things up probably begins in the draft. And I think part of that is you probably don't want to let both Mirage and Apollo go at the same time because it generates that lane. I also think they got caught off quite off guard by Rem Shiv being as strong as it was. Floormen, they had a really, really strong draft plan for that phase of the game. And I think for FPS Lounge, you have to recognize that and draft in a way that you don't get hit with strong lanes to that extent.
Low Main and Rock are making me want to play Abrams, the big boy doing the work, but Goober was calling out Xeno's performance. If you're looking for a potential Shopify sidekick, that man was doing quite a bit of assisting. 30 assists to finish the game. Goes along with the 0 kills and only 4 deaths. That's the support you love to have, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also look at players like League, 0 deaths on Mirage. I mean, untouchable, right? Stayed alive through the whole game. I think that's what makes Mirage such a strong carry pick. I think for FPS Lounge, you kind of, yeah, maybe the Infernus would have also been a problem, but you just could never find the answer to actually catch and kill Mirage this game. And you know, that really starts to add up from the macro perspective. Also, look at Demov. I mean, 1 death.
Yeah, 53,000 player damage and 1 death. That's a frustrating game against a Demov. Ridiculous stuff. 44 kills to 15 kills, and that is just game number 1. We have a best of 3 as you guys take a look at the final builds. Anything to note here, ZP? You had an awesome segment between EU and NA where we broke down some of the best from our players.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at here, I think the interesting thing is, as I look at the builds here is, you know, Floormen, all in all, you know, there's some memes where people are like, guys, can we do the Gun Apollo? And AVG says, no. We're sticking with Spirit Apollo. We're keeping this down to the basics. Same with Demov, where I think Demov actually got to play a greedier build than normal just by pure virtue of Xeno being supportive in the lane phase, where if you get that much dedicated healing, you could actually turn Shiv into more of a damage monster early on. So you definitely had some build adaptations in that lane in particular, purely based on who your lane partner was.
As Ask Josh, she says in the chat, Lady Guy sucks. Her win rate will say it. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. Someone's going to play her. She's probably going to win. We'll get our words. Or not.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
They may have just lost, but at least they're not the Jets. FPS Lounge still in this best of three. The Floormen up 1-0. Before we get into this next one, Jake, though, we're going to be taking a look at something special from one of our sponsors. Tracklock has been helping us level up our game. It's going to help you as well, and you've got a little sample for the folks at home.
Yeah, so just want to show off the app, guys. I mean, the biggest thing is the app completely free to use. You guys can just download it at home, check it out. So just flexing my stats a little bit. The rank's doing okay. But I think where the app really, for me, has actually become interesting and kind of like part of the way I play the game is I've been talking about this before, but it's the scouting menu. So I've got this replay pulled up of our first challenger match here in North America. You can see essentially like how it works, right? I saw some people complaining in the chat about this app. Guys, the app just gives you timers that exist in the game. There's a timer here, and it just, a helpful reminder of what things are coming up next. I also think that the things like the souls per minute, last hits per minute, these things, being able to compare these with other players, being able to sort of keep tabs on a stat like this in the game, get a feel for what do the numbers look like when I'm having a particularly good game, an average game, a weak game, and kind of, trying to adjust from it. And of course, the permanent buffs timer. This is one of those things that I'm pretty convinced that permanent buffs tracker is going to become like a part of the base game at some point, but it's that huge aspect of the game that like is really hard to be aware of. In the typical game, you got to download the TrackLock app to be able to utilize it. I'll just, show off some of how these timers actually work when we're in game. If I can get my replay to not crash, as I think I've just crashed my Deadlock.
Oh, too much going on. We're on Discord, vMix, trying to track lock all at the same time. Guys, simply download your desktop app.
That goes entirely on Deadlock,
crash.
by the way. As someone that's had to record more things out of replay, anytime you unpause a replay or do anything within a replay, you have at least like a 25% chance of crashing.
Yeah, the Deadlock replay system leaves a lot to be desired, but I will say the app itself has never caused me any issues playing the game. So I confidently with UZP, any source game, anyone who's used like the demo system in a source game knows that it's pretty suspect.
Also, though, on the bright side,
segment, now we have to refund the money. Track lock, please. We'll do better. We'll do better. I promise.
Look, I'll just say this for Deadlock. At least we got replays before the game's even released. Should talk about that. Many other games that don't, even to this day.
Yeah. Speaking of games, are our players done with their potty break? Are the nervous bladders gone? Because I'm ready to rock out when we is. We got Jake ZP and somebody special in my ear tonight. Guys, can we show some love to Lowkey Dev in the chat? Normally he's flirting with you guys, answering questions and updating graphics. Tonight he's pressing all of the buttons and he says, you know what? Jake's computer sucks, but mine doesn't. Let's take a look at it again.
And my Deadlock crash. I do want to show off. This is the feature I was talking about before. This is the thing I actually have come to be like, I kind of just check this every game when I load in, of seeing like, I mean, obviously, all these players are super good players. This is from the replay we were just in, right? But being able to see, okay, who's on a win streak, who's on a loss streak, who's strong in the early game, who's going to farm for the late game. I mean, this type of info, I think, is like really, really cool to have. In the end, like, this isn't going to be, make or break for your game, but it just allows you to have that like next level approach to improving at the game, to being able to iterate a little bit quicker, being able to, see things like in, your given matches, like how has your performance been, right? Have you had an actual strong game or a weak game? What did you, what should you have done more of, less of? Look at everyone's item builds. And more than that, just to have an always up-to-date player profile. If you use the app, this is always going to be updated as you play games, which, as many people who've used the stats API in Deadlock know, it is also really unreliable. So using this app, you can actually see what happened in your recent games immediately, have that data and all of it available for you to look at and study to help you improve at the game. So I think it's a great tool for people who want to improve a little bit more quickly, right? And just invest a little bit more time into really studying the game and understanding those statistical nuances.
710 wins. Jesus, Jake, he is Eternus for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. You can check out his stream when he's not on our show, but right now you got to watch the real pro, Z Pizzle, who is getting banned out first. And does my man with the fire boots make it in?
I think for FPS Lounge, maybe you're considering getting rid of the Mirage this time around, or at least even Apollo. Like, I don't know if you want to do it as first pick, because I think that maybe giving up too much power, but I don't think you loved how the last game went on. Okay, they're going to ban the silver, so it's a situation where they don't want to give up the silver to AVG, because AVG is quite good at it, but they also don't necessarily want to run it again themselves, and this way, we'll see.
I'm done with that, bro.
They're also first pick this time, right? So it's a little bit of a different scenario from a drafting perspective. You might, I think if you don't want to take silver first, which I can understand, it's like, look, you don't want to give up the silver +1 where it really sets you up for like a really nasty frontline combo. It's the Dynamo last game, but they got down to Calvin later. I still think silver Calvin is a really strong 2 to draft. Although I don't mind like seeing the Dynamo more. I still think it is actually impact from this character. They will get the Venator first, which is this the first time Venator's made it through today, or maybe one other game it's been played? It's certainly been banned
out.
It got played in Melee Creeps. John got to play.
Oh, of course.
They lost, but yeah.
In EU, I feel like people really first ban Venator now, though. It's like super...
Mirage?
Oh, you need a monster hunter.
All right, D-Mob, let him cook. All right, and you know what? I won't even question it. We're talking about D-Mob. As Puckett said, the Prince of Shiv. Let this guy play Shiv. I don't care what the draft is. Just put him on the Shiv. Give him some support. Hell, take the
53,000 player damage.
Take the lane. Give him the Rem lane.
Give him his Rem.
Zeno.
They sealed the Infernus. Okay.
Wow, Infernus really is top priority. I mean, FPS Lounge, I think they, first banned it last time? And
you want to make sure
indicates
Lefa
it
doesn't
to see
have
take it so early.
Yeah, I'm actually with Puckett on this one, and I think it is entirely, it's not that he's good, but it's also Lefa is really good at it. So there's an element of a deny here. Now, in terms of FPS Lounge, you can do something like rip. Okay, they really highly value the Dynamo. So I was going to say you could go Mirage here if you want. I mean, Mirage Ven, you're stacking both, and there's a little bit of overlap there, but I don't hate it. I actually think, though, Apollo, because I think the laning phase was a really big problem for FPS Lounge last time. And if you get Apollo, you're ensuring that at least one of your lanes is probably going to be good. I think you hit the Apollo here, but instead they go Mirage. So
okay, Mirage deathless last game though, so I still think Mirage is crazy.
Mirage went 20-0 today. Yeah,
the macro presence is crazy. He's only had good games. Maybe the nerfs just weren't enough. I agree with you though. I think if Floormen are smart, they're going to take the Apollo right now because I don't know that they're going to get another chance. I will say, I really like Dynamo. Go for the Rem. They really value enabling D-Mob, which I also can't argue with. But I actually think Dynamo should be a good matchup into Infernus because, number one, you can like hard lock him down with the Singularity, which is nice, but that's pretty much good against every hero in the game. But I think if you max Quantum, right, it has a Dispel inherent in the kit, which is an AoE Dispel, which I think is the only AoE Dispel in the entire game. So you could really save your allies from Infernus in a way that they don't rely on building their own Dispel magics, which I actually think is really valuable for FPS Lounge in the draft.
They got to ban Apollo. Because Floormen has first pick coming out mid-stage bans. I actually think you have to ban Apollo here. And okay, they do. But that is the proper call if they want to get the lanes into a better state than what they were last game.
And AVG had a crazy hot start. Even when he got shut down in a bunch of team fights, like eventually he made the adjustments and then still had some big impact team fights deep into the late game where you might think Apollo kind of falls off. And it felt like those curses were really having impact. Big fan of the Yamato though from Floormen. It's like one of those characters that can really run it down on Dynamo and like finish him off when he's low without fear of being potentially turned on with the Singularity. So
do you have to take Kelvin to avoid the Shiv Kelv? Or is that not a threat?
I actually don't. I think with Rem, they probably won't play Kelvin, right? I
say that because of Hydration found success on Dynamo, but then they put him on Kelvin and they put Lomain on Dynamo and they didn't have a good time. Do you think it's going to be a necessity to bring out new heroes here, ZP? Because we haven't seen Yamato yet in this matchup.
I mean, for Floormen, absolutely. AVG didn't get the opportunity to play the Apollo again. And okay, Erebus, we get Erebus on the Bebop where, by the way, the wind-up changes of Bebop were not insignificant. Like, he gets a lot more damage out a lot more quickly off that change. It's one of those things where you skim over the patch notes, you go, oh, it's small. No, I think he is better than teams have been giving him credit for, and Erebus also is kind of a transcendent Bebop. So if you're going to change things up when you're facing elimination, I think the Bebop switch up here is pretty good. That being said, you've also given up a 5th pick, like 10th pick overall Geist. That is unreal value to get Geist that late in the draft. And I know people go, what, the Geist win rate? Well, that's because people have been picking Geist super early in the draft. I've always been saying, I don't think it's a hero problem. I think it's a valuation of hero power problem. And getting Geist this late in the draft while also maintaining higher value earlier in the draft is a very different situation. But also, IV plus Rem is weird.
I agree with your logic, ZP. Statistically, she's awful. Bebop, though, is worse, and he hasn't been played in 5 weeks. And Jake, last time FPS Lounge brought out a Drifter, so they're going with some weird comps here that have not had any statistical success. How confident are you that we get to a Game 3 now seeing Billy, Bebop, and Mina joining Mirage, Dynamo, and Venator?
Oh, this Mina pick is really interesting to me. I feel like this is quite the greedy draft from FPS Lounge, but hey, I also felt that way about Floormen's draft last game, and it ended up working out for them. So I think FPS Lounge have kind of listened to UZP. I think they're way more focused on the lanes, on being able to like tempo and find that, fighting potential. But it's definitely a lot of risk in the draft. Even Mina hasn't really been played that much recently, so I think it's a little suspect, frankly. Preferred over the Drifter, even though I did believe in the Drifter when it came out. I got to own up to that. It's a weird draft. Like, by the way, was Billy contested in the last few games? Like,
no.
I feel like he was just completely ignored.
Been picked all day. Yeah.
Which,
just
in fairness, there's like 4 frontliners banned out. So yeah, you're going to go deeper, but it's kind of surprising. I didn't even notice, but Billy fell pretty far from being like a #1 pick with the bullet for weeks.
Yeah, and I also think it's probably... Sorry, go ahead.
No. Finish up Billy and then tell me about Bebop. Who do you pair him with?
Okay, so for Bebop here, I mean, generally speaking, when Bebop has had most success, you put it in middle, so it's probably going to be a Ven Bebop lane, if I had to guess where you're going to go. I mean, you can also play it in side lanes. It depends, like, how much farm they're going to get the Bebop, but I don't think you're going to try and do, like, a farmed gun bop this game where, I was talking to the greedy draft part, Ven needs a lot of farm. Mirage needs a lot of farm. Mina, her early game isn't what it used to be. She's also a farm-heavy character. Like, when Mina has been used to success in any region in the last few weeks, Mina is usually gobbling up farm. Well, I got news for you. Mina, Mirage, and Venator, but all 3 cannot be simultaneously rich unless you're just running away with the game anyways. So that dynamic is a bit of a problem, but Bebop is an X factor. I think Erebus is one of the very best Bebops in the game, and Hook in MOBAs is just one of those abilities that can warp the game to its will.
Bam! Time to find out who wins the draft as we get into the Cursed Apple. It's FPS Lounge trying to force a Game 3 after winning the Challenger match over the melee creeps. Floormen, though, see the money just a few moments away. We get into the game with ZP and Jake on the mic.
Thank you very much, Puckett. And as we get into this one, FPS Lounge, brink of elimination here. This is their first chance in the money match. I think they really want to fight back for a Game 3. But like you said, ZP, I think a lot rests on the shoulders of some unconventional picks. Big pressure in particular on Erebus to show that Bebop still a playable hero at the highest level.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if anyone's going to make it work, it's probably Erebus, where, look, if you went away from Deadlock for a while, you'd be like, wait, North American Bebops, what about John John? It's like, yeah, John John hasn't played the robot in a very long time. You have to go back to Trolley, I think, to actually get the last John John Bebop, but Erebus... making that good, and as expected, Jake, we do get the Bebop Ven lane, which makes sense, because, I mean, Bebop usually likes to go middle, and NA puts their M1s in middle, so...
Wait, this is a nasty combo. You put down your trap on Venator, and you hook somebody into it on Bebop. Hold up. Think about it.
Or just hook them next to a wall and shotgun. Like, I mean, you can also trap for extra damage on top of it, but between the hook and the gut shot, you're probably dead in a lot of cases.
Still, I think it's a relatively weak and passive lane against Geist Yamato with some really aggro tempo they can put on the game. So definitely gonna need to be dodging some of these early spirit nukes, I think. But man, you really do feel that Bebop change, right? He feels a lot more effective on the lane, I think, than I'm giving him credit for. The way he can, spin up that quickly. You got to remember, Bebop's gun has like a crazy rate of fire, true hit scan. There's a lot of attributes to it that are quite powerful, even if the spin up isn't ideal.
I think path to victory here for FPS Lounge as far as laning stage goes, probably the Mina Mirage lane, if nothing else. Like, the Infernus Ivy lane, it's not weak per se, but of the lanes here where I can see, modes of victory, that is probably the most likely to fall. But we'll see.
AVG, instant kill, though, off the rip onto Snakes. Big place to find first blood. It's actually... It's D-Mob on the Rem.
Yeah, D-Mob Rem.
Okay.
Wait. Hold up. That feels illegal.
No, I'm telling you, I've seen this before. He did it in a game where I think they had a double hard carry set up, and he actually was good on the Rem. It's a wild move because it just feels like D-Mob's such an insane player. You kind of want him on a little bit more of a carry hero. But I'm kind of here for it. Let's see what he can do.
Does D-Mob VPN the queue on NA nowadays? I haven't been watching his pub activity, but presumably he takes efforts to do most of his pub play on NA.
I don't think he's in QAnon.
I feel like Rem, in a way, it kind of makes sense too, because like it's probably the best hero in the game to play on high ping. I mean, like most of what you're doing is like strategic decision making, movement around the map, and then like pressing active items on your allies and enemies. Which ping is not going to be too much of an issue for you on those. Compared to, even like Shiv, right, where you kind of need to hit these key skills to make the hero feel impactful.
What I'm curious on here, Erebus, last time we saw him on Bebop, and it's been a little bit, Erebus did get very active, like more roaming. NA hasn't been doing as much active roaming this week, as far as I can tell, but even still, pretty good poke in lane. I'd like to see Erebus, though, get a little bit active if it's doable without putting Rokane in danger.
By the way, I thought this lane was going to be weak, man. It looks strong. Look at that pressure on the Rocker. He can't even step up to be able to get these Crimson Slash trades and heal up. When you find yourself in that spot getting boxed out on Yamato, you can actually feel really weak. I think Yamato, strong hero when she's on the front foot, but maybe I've underestimated the threat from this Bebop.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's looking pretty interesting thus far. And I think, again, we kind of talked about it there. It was no exaggeration. If you're going to get, like, reasonable things happening, you got to look towards a Bebop here where it can warp the rules of the game. It's just one of those few heroes where if your execution is better than expected, wild things can happen. But this Rem Shiv lane is just doing whatever it wants, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the nature of it. Wow, Snakes is going to come in for this trade. Really confident. Has the Dynamo behind him, but a couple daggers in. I mean, this Billy could find himself in trouble. He's going to get quantumed away. The dash doesn't quite connect. Is the vault going to be good? Yes, it is. Rocker's actually here to finish off Snakes. Big rotation to assist the Rem Shiv lane that's already dominating, but Dynamo's sending massive damage back the other way. You do get these double kills, but it's expensive in terms of HP, and what else is going to be the cost across the map? By the way,
maybe DMB.
First item reactive of mid.
DMB just trying to buy time, but not the easiest thing to do in the world where both the Bebop and Venator have just decided to hold W at you. But all in all, seen as a cost of doing business, which I don't know if it's entirely worth here. I mean, Rokane getting ahead of the game is one of the more primary win conditions for FPS Lounge. But maybe they just realized the mid lane was kind of heading to a bad spot anyways, and that's why they decided to go for a little bit more active rotations and make sure that something else was going right on the map for Floormen.
I mean, it looks in a way like a good rotation, but then in the end the cost is pretty steep, right? You lose DMB in mid, and Mato, still low HP, right? Still struggling to be aggressive on the map. We join in with League here on the Infernus. It looks like the proc from Mirage just canceled his heal right. So actually that's gonna be kind of rough for Infernus. He is gonna be low for quite some time here, and pretty significant burst on this lane. Catch from Snakes. He looks to take this fight. Looks like D-Mob's willing to take it too, but maybe is bitten off more than he can chew. The Rem heal is big, but will it be big enough? Hydration looking for that next stomp. 3 daggers though in Snakes, and he's lucky to dodge that 4th. I think that would have been his death.
Durability of Shiv on display there when backed up by Rem as AVG. Any other hero, Jake, even with the Rem support, probably dead there. But as Shiv, a little bit of bloodletting, good as new.
Yeah, hard to burst him down in that spot. Erebus coming back into this. You're trying to push, you're trying to put some pressure on, but see if Bebop can find a hook. This could be massive. You do have that ultimate, but Yamato is hooked. Reactive barrier is going to tank him up for now. Has the ultimate to pop and wants to run away, but he is under huge pressure. Doesn't want to pop the ult for nothing. He's actually going to go in. Oh, gets trapped by the X-Line trap. Forced into an ult, but he's low. Iradomini is available, but he's not going to need an Erebus with that.
The trap hook combo. You called it, Jake.
Well, that was a self-hook, though. That was a flying strike into the trap. Like, he just did flying strike and threw himself into the hex trap. Like, that's brutal. And it's also, I mean, it's part of what helps Venator, too, is that can you rely on always getting a trap hit like that? No. Do you get freebies here and there, no matter what the level of play is? Yeah, you do. And in that case, Rocker served himself up on a silver platter.
Some good early fight wins here. FPS Lounge showing real fight here in game 2. They might be down 1 on their tournament life, but they're willing to take a risk. And already, I mean, the eye test is telling me, like, this Bebop is legit, right? Like, it looks good.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's pure hero specialist when you look at Erebus' history. Also, a little bit of jungle gathering here. Snakes feeling confident enough to go deeper in the Floormen jungle. And, I mean, it's not unexpected. Infernus Ivy, even when we were talking about lanes at the beginning, it's not the strongest of lanes. And even if Mina's early game is a little bit weaker than it used to be, it was still enough backed up by the Mirage. But Erebus going in once more. That's not a healthy Amato by any means, is absolutely burned down.
Okay, double heavy punch does drop Erebus down with the help of that nap time. But Billy's here. He's looking to take this fight. Snakes already has his gun spike, has rushed at 4,800, so has a lot of damage to bring to bear here. Looks like Lowkey, though, taking the brunt of the aggression, finds himself in real trouble. The pillow, it does miss from D-Mob. It's one of those things you gotta think maybe Ping has something to do with it. The nade thrown in, but can't be caught. Now Geist caught in the shadow. She does have the health swap. But it's pretty, I mean, what are you going to do? Stay in there all game? DMV has no HP.
Yes.
Like, this is he might have to. I mean, he's got to make a move.
Whose mental is stronger there? Because if you don't have anything that can actually splash Geist, she is just going to walk out and exchange your soul.
She's taking this. This is her territory now. Well, there's coming with low HP, though. I don't think he's going to waste. Okay, he does throw the swap, and it's the parry on the Snakes, but the counter parry is there. Low main holds it down. Picks up a 4 streak, by the way, quietly contributing some key kills on this Mina.
Elsewhere on the map, Lefa low HP on the right-hand side, but otherwise completely okay. Interestingly enough, Jake, with all the back and forth that we've had, and it's a back and forth that has felt more FPS Lounge favored, the game is still relatively close, and we'll see if there's a difference in Bebop's endgame, but generally speaking, the reason why Bebop comps fell out of favor is that even if you do well early to mid, Bebop has a little bit of the holiday problem in professional play where he falls off as you get super late into the game. So I do wonder if there's a timer on FPS Lounge. But on the same note, they also have Ben Mirage, which is kind of the anti-timer.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. Hard to say who's going to go deeper in the late game. I think even the teams maybe aren't going to be that confident with it. But this early game already looks strong for FPS Lounge. Chiv tries to get his opportunity to come in for a kill, has a lot of block damage from the bloodletting, but is really getting cooked here in this trade. Lefa seems to have gotten out of this one. He's still going to put down what poke damage he can from range. But across the map, Ray, it's just they're getting boxed out. They're getting bullied. Floormen really can't stand toe-to-toe. The gun pressure from FPS Lounge is just way too high.
FPS Lounge need the lock-in neutral earn while it's still neutral. If they get another kill or two, this earn easily could go to advantage. And okay, look at how they're positioning here, Jake. Immediately there. Also, in terms of just unfortunate RNG, Billy with the... Is that casting or movement? I think that's
like
casting.
Movement.
It may be movement. Yeah. The color gradient is on this UI is like pretty similar. Movement ability.
Yeah. Got confirmation from production. This is the movement buff. I might be blind, ZP, but I'm not colorblind.
I'm sorry to question if I am on there. I'm saying there's like... looks more movement off the icon, but it also kind of purplish.
I also wonder for this Bebop, right? Like, Bebop has fallen off, right? But that's in, like, the Spirit Bebop. Old back in the day, right? You think, like, the full gun bop carry build, that was a late-game carry build. And it sort of makes you wonder how much of a fall-off will it really have. Nice Quantum, secures another drop, and a beautiful hook, catches the IB Erebus. Making his money's worth there for the team, but Floormen have a lot more players here backing this one up. Snakes caught with the nap time, punished. Numbers advantage here pays off for the Floormen, but in the end, 1 kill for Earn is absolutely a good trade for FPS Lounge. You would have loved to not give up that kill, but it's still a win.
Yeah, and the more I'm looking at it, the one upside of having 3 characters that are greedy is that if this goes turbo late, having to deal with late game Ben, Mirage, Mina probably compensates you for whatever fall off Bebop might have, which we're not even clear if it's going to be as big of a
I kind of think they have like 5
Gunbuff.
scaling heroes. I think Billy.
Yeah. Wait, Jake is roboted out, or I've roboted out. I don't know which of the two of us is still here, but good practices would indicate. I'm just gonna assume it's me that's still here. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you're
it's
doing
Jake.
Okay,
Jake
I
just
think I'm
muted
back.
himself
Test. Check.
You're back.
Okay, good. Yeah, my feed lagged for a second. I think it's my internet.
You're not
My
even in
PC's
Italy. You
dying
don't have
under
an excuse.
Under the weight of the Deadlock replay viewer.
In any case, FPS Lounge working on a 5K lead so far, and on the allocation, Jake, it's looking wonderful. Rokane at 15K on Venator. I mean, this is where you're far enough ahead on Venator that you pop your Domini and you're two-shotting someone like D-Mob if you have clean hits.
I also really like to see a player like Lowkey on Mina. I think this is a really nice player hero combo. You remember how he was playing Abrams in game 1?
Yeah.
that's kind of the style Mina played, right? It's a different hero and you know, different abilities, obviously, but in terms of a hero that's like always active, getting in your face in these fights, you know, in the EU, sometimes people play the more hard carry Mina, but I really want to see what Lowkey can put together in this game. Already on a hot streak. Not necessarily playing like the pure farm game, but with Toxic Bullets,
more farm than Lefa, actually. If there's one downside to FPS Lounge right now is that your Mirage is not rich enough in souls to buy Wyoming at the moment. I don't know if there's a state you're going to qualify as cheaper than Wyoming by population, but yeah, it's not looking great in that respect, even if the overall game is pretty decent. But once more, Erebus getting active, drops a bomb on the DMB.
That bomb hurts, and that's like 0 spirit investment. Tornado from Lefa. He's getting dove now under the tower. This is a deep dive under Walker. You might get that stun, but you're really going to chase this far. League getting that burn online, but Mirage looks relatively tanky still. Shiv overwhelmed. Hold under the tower, though, by Billy. The stop is going to be good. It's going to connect. You do find Lefa, but he is not that far from Mirage. That price is not that big. Getting the counter kill on League is going to make this very worth here. Good hold from FPS Lounge.
League actually was more farm than Lefa, even though FPS Lounge has more team-wise. And all those calculations, it's based, in this case, a little bit more on the individual, but off we go. Oh,
Harry's coming in, Burger Box.
Yeah, it is full Burger Box here on the side, but it's one FPS Lounge they're willing to take.
They lose
Rokane, though. Losing Rokane is massive. That is painful. And Floormen, maybe a bit more of an opportunity here. Erebus starting to get a little bit low, just getting sliced up point blank by Yamato and Dimov. And hold the phone, Floormen, making this fight start to work.
Yamato pops the ult on basically no HP, but I don't know that Lowkey can stick around any longer. They're trying to do that last bit of damage, but the heals are too good. Rocker lives to tell the tale, and it's a winning fight for the Floormen. Hold on to their Walker, get some favorable trades in the kill feed there. Rocker really contributed well to that. Took basically every ult here on the stack for the Floormen. Snake's now brawling with AVG. Does have that Dispel Magic. There's also an Infernus here. This one's getting kind of wild. Gets an uppercut under the Walker, though, and the Stomp is going to take him down. Snakes assist the kill. League, though, may have done enough, right? He dies for it, but he does drop the Walker, which, from a farm perspective, is not so bad for Infernus.
It's still in Infernus at 17k, and we're kind of at the mid-game spike where Infernus starts being a big problem. And Jake, no matter how much you slice it, the last few minutes have been a bit of a disaster for FPS Lounge. Like, the entire tempo of the game has swung. Floormen now have real opportunities, and as soon as League is back up, they have some serious kill power on top of it.
Oh, big hook.
They don't get earn control. The hook from Erebus stops it, and this may be a very dead Rocker, but hold on.
Oh, the
Able turn, maybe no.
Big, because not only does that get the hook right, but it pulls the urn into a much safer location. Now you're going to have full control. Yamato should be up and ready for the next team fight on the urn drop, so it won't be necessarily free for FPS Lounge, but it's a nice trade to kind of stifle what felt like Floormen building a bit of momentum.
We'll see if they get the urn turn in. Okay, looking at here, Floormen, I think they just want to get League pretty beefy. Well, you take a look at how they're positioning here. At most, they're going to delay, but they are going for the Walker trade on the right.
And Lefa's kind of have to hold it on his own. Is he really going to be able to do that? He's cutting the wave behind them, though, which is kind of a nice way to approach that. The Quantum secures a free dunk there. Well played by Hydration. Once again, really ready for that. Here comes the Singularity. Big enough onto 2. The front line, both caught. Rocker already down. AVG has enough health and vitality buff to maybe play his way out of this one, but a big catch onto the guy. She does get the swap off, but feels like she's still caught in a rough spot. Erebus just running her down. The bomb finishes the kill. DMB out of the fight. Erebus is just doing everything here in this mid game.
Also, the macro play may have been enough for Lefa. So Lefa, that was a sacrificial play. As you called out, he cut the wave, but it bought a lot of time on the Walker. It's enough time that Rokane has made the swap over. Iradomini locked and loaded, ready to go. One shot onto Infernus. Gut shot, not enough to save the Walker, but maybe get the final shot here towards the end. Nope, airdrop, goodbye, see ya. Rokane not actually able to defend the Walker nor get the punish, so Lefa's heroics, not quite enough, Jake.
Still, it's a big fight plus an urn dunk on the other side of the map. Now a hook onto AVG. It's caught in a rough spot, getting beamed down by Erebus. Look at this Bebop hook, man. Like, I think the Shiv is just dead, right? He doesn't have the regen. Surely he's dead to his own bloodletting here. Hydration's going to pull them up to the high ground just to ensure that Erebus can grab that last hit. The Hunter's aura really escalating the damage you take. Caught in an isolated spot is not where you want to be against this Bebop, but of course, that's where he's going to put you.
Also, Hunters are in general. I just think the more sources of shred on your team, the better, and you still get value out of it in some of these more skirmishy fights, even if you're not getting the
They
double benefit.
oh, and another one. Okay.
The patience from Erebus, Jake, actually paying off. Now is Dimov going to be able to find a way out, just getting a bit shredded by the gun bomb. Has to pop nap time to buy some room, and okay,
nice
the saving hook on top of it. Erebus just Bebop masterclass, win or lose, it's always a joy to watch.
Okay, I've seen enough though. Like, his character looks legit. I mean, maybe it was you weren't certain about the pick, but and it may be a bit of just Erebus styling on it, but the hero feels strong. The gun is hitting hard, and that's like on characters like Shiv that are not easy to kill. Looks like a big catch here in the side lane. Infernus has a lot of tankiness with that infuser pop. He's gonna start life stealing up, trying to stay alive. Of course, the heal reduction from Vendor really started to bite, and who's here but the Bebop to secure the finish.
Yep, getting the extra stacks too with the bomb killing blow. For now, Leffa, Leffa's been kind of sacrificial Barrage this game here, where Leffa goes down, but what greater cause are you serving? Not they went down this time, but it feels like that's been the trend of a lot of these fights. Rokane able to add on another walker for Rokane, and 27,000 souls. This Venator is now a walking force of destruction, Jake, where if you're FPS Lounge, it's about to be 20 minutes. I think you go a little bit easier on the farming for Ven right now. You actively seek out a pick if you're Rokane here, because if you get a pick with this level of being ahead on your M1, you can slam mid-boss if it's clean.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having the Dynamo also makes you more willing to take that bet. I feel like against Yamato, there's always a chance, and so you really want to get, especially that Shadow Transformation, at least utilized before you go for the flip. Also, I think League is going to be a pretty crucial player. He's 22k in this Infernus, the standard bearer right now for the Floormen. DMB has had a pretty rough game in like, with respect, right, to his position. He's supposed to be way more farmed than this. It's actually League who needs to kind of carry the day for quite some time more.
Buffs coming up in 5 seconds, and everyone wants a piece of left buff. We'll see who's going to be the one to get the melee onto it, and frankly, what it is. It looks like it's a gun buff to Snakes. Movement buff off on the right, not being had, and Floormen decide not to go for the engage. Of course, Erebus can kind of force the issue with one good hook, if landed.
Yeah, it's so scary to go for the Earn Touch, but it looks like League kind of wants to bait it. They don't want to get hooked in deep, though. It's so important, and Erebus is just sharking around, looking for an opportunity. Snakes thinking about starting the fight. Some big trades, goes for the wide heavy, does manage to connect it here on the Shiv. Infernus, though, getting into the backline, getting active, already drops low. Heal reduction, the Holy Grenade is big, he gets shotgun there. Stunned, Infernus going down would be brutal. He has to fully bail out of the fight, and he ends up getting cleaned up. Erebus finds the finish. Now Snakes is slept, but I'm not sure Floormen really have the firepower to stick around into this one. FPS Lounge, brawling, looking for the big fight, the finish to this game, too.
Erebus picks up a second kill off into the back. FPS Lounge surgically eliminating Floormen piece by piece. And it all started with the isolation on the League, chased down by Erebus. A full team wipe, Jake, and that could be it. That's a 20k lead now, and it's going to be earn control and likely mid-boss on top of it, where the Bebop is shredded, by the way, when you take a look.
It's got to be a free mid. Yeah, like look at that graph, man. Spiking out of control here. The lead only getting bigger. Everyone on Floormen is on the deck. Leffa's farming up while they do mid-boss. I think they get the Earn Dunk for free too, although that one I think is a little bit more uncertain. Even Hydration going to get up to full HP with that Rejuve last hit. All coming up wins here for FPS Lounge. They're in the pole position to secure game 3.
I mean, do you want to contest at this Earn Dunk spot, especially versus Dynamo? If you're Floormen,
I mean, they're still low from the engagement. Oh, it's risky. They're going to bring the Earn in. Could get taken away.
All or nothing. Floormen looking the reverse course. They get the Earn pickup that is immediately dropped, courtesy of the bash down. Billy just maintaining control over the Earn. Still at low HP. It's real risky. Likely about to burn a Rejuve charge as a result. But if you're FPS Lounge, you're okay with this. You got money to burn. DMB, meanwhile, so low. And so is Zeno. FPS Lounge just poking from afar. Rokane, I think, is just tearing up damage on top of it. Where, by the way, can we get a look at the damage? Because I think it may be Erebus that's leading.
It kind of feels like game over right now, CP. They are just rolling over them. The gun bob does not fall off. So it would seem right now. The guaranteed dunk there. Quantum entanglement from Hydration. He's been doing that all game long. I mean, this is, I think, a big reason why teams are hard cryoing that pick early. And you are right, ZP. Erebus leading the game right now on Bebop in his damage. Snake's also pretty massive contribution from this Billy, who has been no stranger to getting aggro, forcing this frontline engagement.
Also, it's kind of funny because there were players that were, talking to us behind the scenes saying is like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the problem with Snakes is that, Snakes kind of relying on getting Abrams. You get Snakes on Billy, he's not as good. And even if that was the case in the past, it doesn't seem to be the case now. Did a little bit of Billy homework.
Yeah, seems very prepared for this match here. And with still 2 rejuves available, a lot of farm on the map, like Lefa's going to be gobbling this up. I think that's what makes Mirage so particularly good is the moment you have a lead on Mirage, not even you individually, but your team, and you have some space to farm, you can just free farm. You no worry about actually being there for the team fight because you're just going to teleport in. So you are perma jungling, always just gobbling up the backside of the map, and the rest of your team is attacking those enemy camps, ensuring that they don't have the space to farm comfortably themselves. And combination thereof is just really brutal when it comes to the advantage. Unstop available for hydration. That is going to really be rough now because you're relying on things like Stone Form and Infernus Ult to cancel the Dynamo and maybe limit its impact. But with Unstop, that's just not going to happen.
Also, the statue difference between the two teams is pretty significant right now, Jake. I mean, you could throw another 10K onto the total to represent the golden statue difference right now, and it would probably be accurate. I mean,
yeah.
Having Rem having the bulk of your golden statues and then your Yamato, your Geist not getting a part of it, it's really not optimal at all as far as, balancing out the power of your team.
Yeah, it's definitely a really rough spot for the Floormen. We'll see how this squad handles adversity, right? This has been the first time, well, as I say that, ABG's already down, kind of a Casper curse. It's the first time in the night shift where this iteration of Floormen has really found themselves with their back against the wall. But it feels like we're going game 3, ZP. I just feel like there's not much left in terms of Floormen's ability to fight it out in this game. Maybe a little less than a minute on the rejuve, so you could clock that out, but I mean, Hydration's already into the base. He's starting to hit this shrine. He's forcing the issue.
Well, again, for Floormen, what are your win conditions at this point? You don't really have them. Like, you don't have the ability to generate picks. Things that would otherwise be strong just aren't because of the income difference. We haven't even taken a look at like how many Dispel Magics there are, but I assume we're kind of at the point where, if you're up against Shiv and Furnace, you get more Dispel Magics. Like, it's going to be difficult for Lead to get meaningful damage. And yeah, the DMB just got completely dunked by Rogaine, who still has one more shot in the tank, nearly takes Infernus's head right off.
Yeah, and he's caught in a rough spot here on Infernus, getting flanked and ganked by Erebus. The sleep from D-Mob does slow things down. The rejuve's just about to expire. Snakes does go down, actually. Had already lost the first rejuve, so it goes down for real into this one, and actually could be a bit of a fight here for the Floormen. FPS Lounge still strong, still ready to shoot back here, so Floormen, not much time to work with. Hydration securing the retreat of the squad. Kind of want to get out of this one. Ivy goes in deep, but Zeno, where's the follow-up? Where's the rest of the team? Floormen need to find a decisive fight here if they want to get back into this one.
Floormen looking for anything to get back into it, but losing Deem off immediately, probably not going to happen. You got airdrop to leave, but at this point, Floormen, you're hoping for the miracle. Also, a lot of positive comments, people wondering, how in the world do we have these stats in-game? Well, that's courtesy of Tracklock that, have just really helped us level up our game here at Deadlock Night Shift.
Yeah, being able to have live stats is pretty sick in this context, as we can see statistically just how dominant FPS Lounge are in this game. As desperation for the Floormen, the bluff is being called, FPS Lounge turning now, starting to siege more forward back towards that base. I believe they still have to drop the first layer of the Patron, so the game may not be over just yet, but it really does feel like the dregs. It's really just been all FPS Lounge in the feed for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, as I look at it, it's almost hard to do the mental exercise of what does a comeback look like? It doesn't happen. It's kind of like, what do dinosaurs being resurrected look like? And I can make a more realistic scenario for real life Jurassic Park than I can for Floormen coming back in this game.
Yeah, especially because Hydration still has Singularity online, and Lefa has emerged from the jungle now. He is ridiculously farmed. He's like right back, I think, where you would want to be on this Mirage. Venator, I think, still the standard bearer here, but this is sort of the way that this team has played with Lefa and Rogaine. Like, Rogaine plays the true hard carry, but Lefa is able to be a lot more active on a character like Mirage in this style, and it's sort of similar to how we've seen him play on Infernus. So it's really making this draft look great for the squad. That it really feels like this is the FPS Lounge saying, okay, we lost game 1. We're going to draft something that only our team would play, right? Like, that's our style, our way of approaching the game. Erebus has been just a monster on the Bebop this game. I feel like you have to ban Bebop in game 2.
Maybe. I think the Bebop was so disruptive here. Do you want to lose to this Bebop again?
GG, man. GG. Wrap it up. Dynamo, singularities on 3. Even Rocker with the ulti is not going to be enough. Snakes just soaks that Infernus ult to the face. No issues. Going to grab the Urn Dunk here in the chaos. But yeah, with that, 3 players down, maybe even more to follow here. Definitely going to be going game 3 for this one, ZP.
Also, Jake, think about, put yourself back in the player bucket again if you were losing to this. You've got to think the comms are, we don't want to play against that hero again. Like, you're not even naming Bebop, you're just saying it in hushed whispers because it was the Erebus show. And we knew it was a possibility, and man, oh man, did FPS Lounge and Erebus deliver.
Yeah, monster.
What
monster
a game! We're going to a game 3, chat. We did it. FPS Lounge clutching up with the Bebop and proving that robots do have a place on the cursed apple. Also, I think you guys nailed it. There were a lot of haters in the chat saying the Billy's getting bullied. Oh, he's just inting. How about my boy Snakes dropping some bombs towards the end of this game? We take a look at the highlights. ZP, where did you know FPS Lounge had it all locked up?
I mean, it was in question for a while, but it was after the full team wipe fight near the urn. Yeah, it was the urn where you wipe 6 people, get urn and mid-boss. It's done, but it wasn't looking good when every team fight was just Erebus pulling magic. Over and over again, Erebus, right hook, right time, started in the lane phase and just continued throughout the game. And if Gunbop is supposed to fall off, Jake, we didn't really see it.
Yeah, Erebus did not get the memo that he's supposed to fall off here. He forgot that part of the game. He just kept farming throughout. I feel like, for me, when I really felt this game was over was when Erebus just went on a tear across the map. He had like 4 or 5 hooks in a row, it felt like, just constantly being successful, winning so many key picks and fights, and it just felt like Floormen couldn't really play the game after that. They had to give so much respect to this Bebop. They couldn't really play the way they wanted to. Also, got to give credit to Snakes, as you were saying, like, he was absolutely in the thick of it, constantly in the action. Hydration found some very massive singularities, which we have seen is not easy to do at this level of play.
I think he's the best Dynamo. Like, you look at the difference between his team when you're playing the same character amongst different players. Same thing can be said about the Rem. With Xeno flexes over to the Ivy, I feel like D-Mob did not have the game. The Shiv did not have the same outcome either for the Floormen.
Also, hold up, did we just get a massive donation from Deathy? I was looking at the chat and I did not see it on screen, but I'm seeing a lot of just Deathy spam going on here. So we need a clarification. Did Deathy just drop a massive hit to the prize pool?
Holy Deathy! I'm reading chat, I'm catching up as we look at the highlights. Deathy, thank you so much for stopping by. Goober in the chat as well. We got Shio from the Fortnite universe. We've got the great Liz. And of course, a game 3 after the FPS Lounge drops 36 kills to the 13 for the Floormen. We are going the distance. Who is in your MVP running? Clearly, Erebus having the best game on the Bebop if you're listening to the chat.
Dude, I mean, I will say Erebus is getting like mega style points for this kind of play on Bebop. Top damage in the lobby throughout the whole game. Crazy scaling from him. Also got to give a lot of credit to Hydration, though. Like the setups, the quantums, the getting the free urn dunks, big singularities throughout the match. Huge fight. Like you said, I think he's the best Dynamo right now. I think there's a reason FPS Lounge are prowling the pick early. And with a game like this, I kind of don't want to see them stop. To your point, ZP, it's like, did Floormen really ban Bebop? After one game, do you really ban Bebop? I mean, if you give it that much respect, that hurts, right? That limits your options drafting. That first ban really matters.
It matters, but on the same note, I just think you're in comms saying, do you want to lose to it again? And the answer is probably going to be an overwhelming, no, we beat these guys with anything other than Bebop. Like, you almost disrespect the fact that Bebop did that to you. Also, I have no idea if we read it out earlier because I was doing some errands at the beginning of the stream, but, I'm looking at the donation thing. While we did not get a massive donation bomb from Deathy, if it wasn't read out yet, excuse the double readout if it was. We got Dr. Theo with $5 saying, got my tax fund, send it to some of you all. It is tax season.
Hell yes.
Chrysana 14 often supported the stream with $50 saying, what's the over under on Yamato keeping her forehead when she gets the visual update? That's a good one. Kamenom 22 just dropped $5. Thank you for the support. And Madeline saying, greetings from Belgium. It's around 2 a.m. here, but living the life.
Oh my goodness. It is a late night here in Ohio as well. In fact, I need to go help my wife with the little one who is throwing up apparently. So it's time to wash some sheets and watch you guys on the big screen. Game 3 is loading up though, and this one will decide our NA champions. Jake, for anyone who's just tuning in, why do they need to check out Shopify?
Guys, you got to check out Shopify. They've done huge things. We have our biggest prize pools ever, and it's thanks to Shopify. They've come into support Deadlock esports in a huge way. It's a great set of tools, and they've got the cutest little mascot of all time, Shoppy, here to sing the praises. Shoppy, he hustles behind the scenes. He makes magic happen. And the ultimate thing, ultimately, is the real mission for Shopify is to empower you, right? That anybody can start a business. Even, maybe you never thought you could before. You sort of, maybe you don't, that's for someone else. That's too hard to do. It's never been easier. Shoppy's here. He's got your back. We've also got, of course, Sidekick to make it easier than ever before. Tools fully integrated into the Shopify platform. So anybody can start a business, guys. Anybody who's got any kind of dream, any kind of motivation and wants to accomplish something, change their life, it's possible. Check out Shopify. At least take a look, guys. It really supports us, supports the partnership. If you take a look at that link, we've got it. Panels below the stream. We got ! Shopify in chat. Or you can just go to shopify.com/DL Night Shift. How's that for a read bucket?
Dude, you crushed it right there. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are going to a break. I'm going to be washing sheets unless one of you starts a laundry business with your new AI sidekick from Shopify. When we come back, those two handsome gentlemen will be breaking down the best from NA. Does the robot get through? Do we see Mirage, Silver all in the same game? Stay tuned to find out. It's shift number 34.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
Welcome back to the night shift. Just me and Jake finishing out the night because Puckett has to go be a good dad. But Jake, we have been blessed with one heck of a series here so far. What a way to round out the night. And, you know, we spun the narrative of, hey, Erebus is better than the average Bebop. And he delivered in the last series.
Yeah, to put it mildly, huge breakout game from him, and a breakout day really for FPS Lounge, where they have been in the doldrums here in the night shift, not making it out of the challenger match. Now, not only do they make it into the money match, but they force a decisive game 3. You know, for this one, even if they do end up falling today, I still feel like this is an impressive showing from the team where we really get to see the potential that this squad has, right? Like they've been talked up and you know, stated as all this hype around the team. And for a while, we hadn't really seen it come to fruition, at least in our competitions. Now we've had that opportunity. And honestly, the momentum from game 2, like, I would not be shocked to see them come away with the championship today. That being said, this Floormen squad, you got to give them credit. The individuals on this squad are extremely resilient. They've got adaptability. They've got flexibility. There's a lot of adaptation that they could make in this draft.
Here's a question, Jake. Do they open with the first ban Bebop? I think it's less likely given the fact that they went first pick, because if you first ban Bebop, you give away 2 ultra premium picks. But if you don't first ban Bebop, let's be realistic. FPS Lounge is going to pick it before the mid-stage ban, so this first ban has a lot of value. And okay, they rightly decide the ban Venator because that was the other element of the game, given what Rocane was doing on the character.
Yeah, like Erebus had these big highlight plays, but in the end of the day, Venator was like that big dog just coming down on you with, you know, 40, 50k souls near the end of the game. And, you know, he is, I think, the best carry with a bullet right now. So if you're not going to take him in your own first pick slot, gonna ban him out. And FPS Lounge, I kind of like that they banned the Abrams. Floormen have shown that they really do give this hero like top prio.
It's a little bit interesting though, because it destroys the narrative that the early pick ban from Floormen was we don't want low main to play it, and puts it firmly into, no, both teams just think Abrams is that guy right now and is that strong. But it is giving up the first pick silver. FPS Lounge now, in turn, you have to think after the last game, with Venator being off the table especially, Mirage comes in as one of the 2, and probably the Dynamo. I mean, they've taken Dynamo in their first 2 picks every single game.
Yeah, and last game in particular, I felt like we had like the best game yet for Dynamo. Okay. They prioed the Infernus position 1. Actually, this is something I was sort of sensing from the way the drafts were going. I think people see the Infernus as a counter to Silver. Mostly because Silver, you could just like burn her. Like Infernus is probably the best of the carries at kiting and like running away and like outlasting you and putting you in a long fight scenario. Silver is that character that needs to chase, needs to run into melee range, and that is a real weakness into Infernus. And so I think they grab this not only because it's a Lefa special, but also because it has a great matchup against some of the top meta heroes right now. Even League last game, right? Like they didn't win, but it was a really big game on Infernus. So this first pick, things have really shifted in the meta, but it doesn't.
You're under my protection now.
Also, I'm gonna go on a limb here. Yes, you like Shiv. Yes, you like Rem. Get the God lane. I actually think you go Apollo. FPS Lounge has shown that they are going to ban Apollo if it goes mid-stage bans. I really do think like you could do a different side lane. Mirage Apollo is such a good lane that I would love to see them go for that one more time. But they go Calico. I don't love it. Like maybe I'm just a Calico hater, but I feel like Calico has not been the most impressive here, but it is something that FPS Lounge themselves have liked to play. So there's an element of deny, but for me, I would have liked the Apollo, Jake.
Yeah, I think FPS Lounge, they really like the pace. I mean, they played this in the challenger match, that Infernus plus Calico pace lane, and they grabbed the before the mid stage bans. I think this is a perfect pick. I think for sure this is where it would have been banned, Floormen, after what Erebus did for game 2.
I know why. It just dawned on me why they wouldn't have gone the Apollo. It's because they picked Silver. They didn't go Silver Apollo before, and I think AVG wants to play the Silver. And if AVG is playing the Silver, he's not on the Apollo. Yes, they could have had Dimov play the Apollo, but they've been playing Dimov more. Well, okay, Dimov was on Rem, so who the heck knows? But they did have him on Shiv previously.
I'm kind of a fan of the Rem ban. I think Rem is really good against heavy spirit damage teams. And as soon as you pick an Infernus, you're relatively committed to being pretty spirit damage heavy. That said, if it's gun bot, maybe that sort of does balance it out. And then a ban comes in, so they're really attacking Snake's hero pool. I mean, 3 of the characters that we've known him for, right, is Abrams, Billy, and Calico. So he's gonna have to go deeper into the pool for this one.
I don't know if Snakes can go deeper into the pool. Again, a lot can change over a few weeks, but the most common criticism of Snakes from players when he's newer on the scene, I ask people is like give me the scouting report on Snakes, and the common reception was he doesn't have the deepest hero pool. And you're right, this is a full frontal attack onto it. However, you've given up Apollo, and the lane situation could be kind of deadly here. I think if you're Floormen, you're kind of looking towards things that can shore up your lanes a little bit here, and Yamato makes sense. I mean, not only do you get it for the front line, but also, one of the more reasonable laners in the game on top of it.
Yeah, pretty strong frontliner. I do think, like, the way it played out last time, though, the matchup into B-Boss is a little scary, because Yamato, you want to sort of posture aggressively on the front line, like, you're willing to take any kind of fight. You're like too scary. The enemy can't come near you.
I'm duty bound to
But by playing that far forward, you get hooked by Bebop. Now suddenly you are too deep, and actually you're not so scary anymore. You're the one who's in trouble. I like that they get the Warden alongside it. I think Warden actually could have been a good pick for FPS Lounge this game with that silence trap. I mean, on the Yamato, you almost like must buy Dispel Magic against that silence trap Warden, which can be an annoying item to be building. But FPS Lounge are like, okay, we'll get the Geist. We're not going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, but I do think Rocane, like, relative to playing even Warden or playing Mirage or certainly playing Ven, I don't think Geist is as strong for Rocane in recent memory. So they're getting Geist on, or rather getting Rocane on a lower priority hero. They're getting Snakes on a hero that he may not be all that good at. Especially, like, if this is Snakes on Shiv
Probably
has a lot...
right?
You would think, but also if you don't play a ton of Shiv has like one of the more unique hero learning curves in the entire game. Like, you don't want to just throw out a Shiv if you haven't put in a bunch of time on Shiv movement. But Floormen, they round things out with Kelvin. They get the Kelvin Silver combo, and I don't know, Jake, as I'm looking at it here, yeah, you got Erebus on the Bebop again, but on paper, if it's not another Bebop masterclass, I think I like the Floormen draft a lot more thus far.
Dude, I'm totally opposed. I'm like an FPS Lounge believer. I think this Bebop has been slept on. I think watching that game was like, wait, this is like legit. Like, this is gonna be a meta hero again. The damage was really real on the Bebop, right? The hooks were huge, and the fact that he's hitting so many is massive. Definitely, like, maybe you need to have that kind of a strong game, but the key differentiator is like when actually push comes to shove, and he was just like bullying out a Geist Yamato lane in the early game with the Bebop gun, just shooting them in the head, like he's owning them. That to me was like, wait, this hero is legit scary. If you can lane dominate early game and then tempo out and still scale into late game, it's like, wait, where's the weakness? Where's the weakness on this hero? I'm kind of a Bebop believer right now.
Here's my two counter arguments here. Number one is that even if the hero is like home to you, you still have to work around your team. And I think the FPS Lounge on a team level got attacked in multiple facets in the draft, particularly Snakes and Rocane. And number two, as good as Bebop is, when you don't play against it in a while, it still has that surprise factor where I feel like the first time you pull it out of a series, it's going to be more effective than the second time you pull it out of a series where people are like, oh, wait, like, let me realign my mental and not get hooked 8 million times. Let me actually give this hero the respect that I should give it. So I think, like, you do have a lesser effect at times the second go around. And for me, when I look at, how this draft is likely to go in the late game, I really like the part that you got Kelvin Silver together. I think the fact that we haven't seen it as much earlier in the game is like, or earlier today, is a little bit wild because it is a really powerful combo. And late game scaling wise, I think if this goes late, I vastly prefer Floormen's comp. So that's why I'm putting it for Floormen, but I think you're very right to point out, it's like, hey, Erebus could just be that guy again, and it wouldn't be surprising.
I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling this one is going to be exciting, regardless of who ends up coming out on top. FPS Lounge, certainly with a bone to pick with some of these top teams in NA. They want to win their first night shift win as a team here under FPS Lounge. So not only their first chance here in the money match, but you want to be able to seal the deal in one, be able to hold on to that championship spot and defend next week. Shoppy might just be a believer. Shoppy came up on the FPS Lounge side, and I choose to take that as an omen, ZP.
Okay, that's fair. Trust in the guidance of Shoppy if there's a dispute on the desk. Although now I'm looking at here, who's Dimov playing in this game? Is Dimov going, like, I can see a world where it's Dimov Yamato, but Rocker usually was playing.
Oh,
Yamato.
true, yeah. Or I mean, maybe it's like a Rocker Calico. It's like Yamato, Calico, and Silver. I think it's just Calico or Yamato, right? Like one of those two is going to be Dimov, the other one is going to be Rocker. But I kind of could see it either way. I mean, I remember Dimov's just played everything, right? Like over the history of Deadlock, he's been a top player in so many different metas. He sort of, you know, had a little taste of everything. And I think anything in that like spirit nuker aggressive category, you're going to feel pretty confident about Dimov's ability to pilot.
You know, I was placing my channel points where my mouth is here, and I saw a comment in chat as I was doing it, and it's actually, I think, a really good point, is that in terms of draft, overall, you don't have a ton of super ideal hook targets on Floormen. Like, you hook Mirage, you're going to get double Dust Devil later into the game. You hook Yamato, probably instant Shadow Transformation later in the game. You know, Kelvin has ways out. Generally speaking, your ideal target is you want to hit Warden. But a lot of the other hook targets, especially as the game goes on, are not guaranteed kills in the way that like some other drafts could be. So I think there is an element where you look at the Floormen draft too and go, nothing is truly completely anti-Bebop, but it's not bad if you're going to be going up against a Bebop.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a rescue beam built this game, something to maybe mitigate some of these hooks coming in from Airbus. I just feel like him not hitting hooks, I'm not really factoring that in based on his performance last game. Choppy's dancing. We're sending this one to the decisive game 3, the decider of tonight's shift here for North American Deadlock. Floormen 1-1 with FPS Lounge. Floormen trying to hold on to what was a dominant win last week. Now they really have to fight for it.
And don't forget, at stake, one of the largest prize pools we have ever had, courtesy of Shopify. Just letting us bring even more money to the players. Really, really appreciate the sponsorship. And all right, Jake, we got to get it going here. We got a silver Mirage lane on the left for Shiv Dynamo. That actually is a little terrifying. Looking at our mid lanes, to no surprise. Gonna have Geist Bebop versus Calico Warden. So again, M1's standing strong in the mid.
Lefa got burger boxed on wave 1. Man, he is down low. Got kind of smoked in a trade there. And wow, he's actually going to go down to that. So Xeno, big dive alongside Dimov to shut down a player who is often key to the success here for FPS Lounge. And the first blood doesn't necessarily decide anything, but certainly a hot start here.
Disengaging Sigil and a bit of counter poke. It is wild to me how much damage Disengaging Sigil does in lane. Where it's just like, wait, how is this ability of all things? You walk up, draw a sign, and I just took like what, nearly 300 damage once you get a few items on. I was like, oh, hold up.
Monster rounds bought by low main. Usually it's gonna be low main on the ship. Really curious, and it's actually interesting. So it's Snakes on the Apollo and low main on the ship. Sort of the opposite of what I would have expected. Definitely excited to see what low main can do, though. I think he's always been a really fun player to watch. Makes a lot of these like individual playmaking opportunities happen for the squad.
Well, talking about getting active early on, you go to the other team side, go for a few box steals, and you know, a little bit of a stomp in your direction.
Takes a lot of damage in the trade, which will help out in the mid lane.
I'm curious about Erebus, though. Like, I'm wondering if Erebus is going to be able to replicate what happened in the last game. I'm staring at my minimap going, where's Erebus going to go? Because Erebus has played a more active Bebop in the past, too, and the right lane rotation, it's looking pretty tempting right now, Jake, and I wonder, is Erebus going to go over there? So far, maybe not.
I think it's always hard to say. You know, it's like you keep your options open in these like 2 to 3 minute box routes where you're going to go grab a bunch of boxes and then, hey, if it sort of looks good, you might end up ganking the side lane, but you don't necessarily need to, you know, like just getting the boxes, going missing from the map. Already that, you know, against strong players is going to sort of impact the way they approach the game. League, though, really great start for him on the Mirage, putting that lane bully effect in, and everybody's grabbing boxes. The value, of course, of the Calico pick is that lets you get access to like a whole other slate of economy that the other team just can't get to without a rep.
On top of Calico also being one of the better heroes at showing up out of nowhere, especially early in the game. But so far, teams have been behaving themselves, Jake. No actual roam ganks here so far, and you know, it kind of has that game 3 energy where both teams are kind of avoiding unnecessary risks here so far. But as I say that, Lefa in on the flame dash, saying, get away from my tier 1 camp.
Calvin's a long way from home here, getting kind of cooked. Surrounded, hit from all sides. The burn does end. He's trying to grab the kill creep for himself. Nice parry there from Snakes, though. Reads that he's going to go desperation melee to try and get that creep. And that not only equalizes this lane, I think it brings it back in favor of FPS Lounge.
Over in middle, Erebus in a little bit of a rough spot. Lower HP, and while not dead, if you're up against Calc on the other end, you got to respect that. And it's being respected to the point that Erebus is going for the full heal, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, it is Geist in the mid lane, so I don't think she's going to be too mad about her lane partner being missing for a wave, you know, able to pick up some Soul's advantage. Looks like Snake's going to hit a quick pause. Definitely don't want any lingering lag or ping issues to affect, of course, this crucial game 3.
We get audio, his mom. Why did Erebus say audio?
Weird glitch.
Well, while the players debate, can we go to some of our track lock stats and see the damage done so far? Like, we haven't really called for it early in the game.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, things are so early. Right? It looks like we're about to get right back into it. Calico is just like living in the tunnels. I do not do damage to the enemy team. When we see that follow, that lane dominance you talked about, though, right? 2.5k on the lane already.
I buy Mystic Burst, walk forward, and cast Sigil. Your HP bar is gone. My name is Apollo.
Yeah, right. He's kind of a menace. Definitely is more of like a hunkering down for the very early game here for FPS Lounge. Sort of on the worst side of the damage trades. But in the end, it's like, I don't know how much this matters. As long as you're getting your economy, you're getting your item timings decently well. Big trade on the Mirage, who actually wastes a parry and gets smoked with some big melees. A double dagger on him. He really needs to get these heals up. I think the heals from the Scarab are going to be enough to keep him healthy through this. Headhunter is bot, which is going to really level up not only his poke, but also his lane sustain. So getting away with the Headhunter rush is a nice start for League.
I really do like Headhunter Rush if it works out for you. Just, it gives you so much more lane pressure and alleviates some. But okay, Erebus in off the hook. Ends up going down, though. The price is a little bit too high, and there's not a payoff for it either. So a very different start to the game for Erebus, where, again, I'll die on the hill of, I think second game against Bebop is almost always going to be better than first game, because you just get used to it.
Yeah, and DMB playing with full stam there, so like he gets hooked in, and then he just immediately dash jumps out and throws his full kit onto Erebus for the counter kill. Dome is forced out here. Tylosan held, face out the shadow transformation, still gonna hit that damage proc. Demov though, very tanky, but is he gonna be tanky enough as the shelter expires, trying to run for the hills? Leffa looks like got caught on some geometry, couldn't make the chase happen, and Demov is gonna be counting his lucky stars for that.
And when you know it, it's about to be 6 minutes, so that's a quick speed zip back and speed zip back to lane. So if you had to have your HP bar just get ruined, it's convenient timing, at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you stick around here a little bit too long, Yamato will be coming back in. Nai full strength has movement buff as well, so definitely an interesting choice here. FPS Lounge, though, they're going to be aware of the possibility of that threat. They're going to back off themselves, make sure they get their buys out, keep their souls on the map. But Yamato and Kelvin popping the ults there, not fighting kills. There's going to be a window here for Leffa with the concussive combustion to maybe find some counter punish.
Xeno getting chased a little bit, but instead just backing off while Demov takes down the chapel. And now, does Demov like what he sees here? Goes for the flying strike. Loss advance mostly over. Concussive combustion off on the other side of the lane. Going to hit Kelvin, but Leffa, it was a suicidal concussive combustion. It was basically gone, just tried to do a little bit of damage before the end.
Yeah, good rotation in here from ABG's Calico. It's another hero that we really have seen him have great success on, right? Like finding the right moments to be in the right place. As you said, coming out of nowhere. You know, cleaning up those boxes and then appearing for key kills now. Shows up in the mid lane. Proving to be some harder targets here, though, as it's going to be enough to defend the tower, but not enough for a kill. Erebus and Rokane both healthy here.
Taking a look on the left. Barrage Silver pressure not to be underestimated.
Oh, big
parry comes in, and that could be enough. Rocker in a bit of danger. But the damage just isn't there with this lane combo, especially with no stomps available.
Romain is nice on the shift, though. Like, just when you watch this cam, man, he is sharp with those knives. Putting out a lot of threat here. Oh, hook pulled in. Calico went in for a little bit of a damage trade. Doesn't have the ulti here. Kind of hooked and caught in a rough spot. Does guys have enough damage for the follow-up kill? It seems that the answer to that is no. enough movement from AVG to slip away, but Erebus puts him on notice.
Erebus, of course, going gun bop once more. Early headshot and slowing bullets, which is going to turn into probably a pretty quick headhunter, but also in real danger. Last Stand just gets run down in lane. The answer to the bebop this game so far, Jake, has just been run at him.
Yeah, I do think Warden is a really nice matchup because you have this huge hitbox on Bebop, really easy to flask you. Your stamina is pretty low in general, so a lot of vulnerability getting trapped and just being down by Warden. But both Rokane and DMB have been having an identical but strong start to the game. So both carries, I think, are going to find themselves with a lot of responsibility in terms of the outcome of this one.
Floormen starting to get a little bit of a lead going. Most importantly, DMB at 7.5k, though matched by Rokane at the same point. 1 minute away from buffs and Urn, where one thing we've learned here today, Jake, Floormen, they value the Urn above all reason and logic at times, as we got the Urn for 2 Walker trade, which, probably wasn't intentional. They were trying to get a Walker themselves, but it was kind of testament that they value the Walker, or rather, they value the Urn.
I also feel like, Hydration's Dynamo has been getting tons of, I think, basically every dunk that they get is essentially guaranteed secure from Hydration with the Quantum Entanglement. Bit of an attempt here onto low main, but you're not going to go that deep with Hydration close behind here, ready to support.
So Urn is going to be spawning on yellow, which is the left, though we don't have lane colors here in Observer mode. And you take a look, Floormen's already stacking the deck towards the left. You have 4 people ready to move, potentially 5, depending on like how hard Silver wants to rotate. 10 seconds until buff, and where FPS Lounge is set so far, I don't know if they're going to contest Urn pickup as much. You do have Erebus rotating, but they give up the buff. And this time around, it is casting buff on the ABG. The tone of casting movement are actually like shockingly similar, but you just got to focus on the icon. As small as it is.
Luffa grabs a Vitality buff, which will be nice for Infernus at this moment in the game where you really want to kind of go in and put your body on the line. An attempt here onto the Calico, who slips away up to the high ground. That casting buff could really help out. TPN from League wants to get involved in this fight early on the Mirage. Of course, Urn buff on the line. The laser from Erebus, though, is kind of zoning players away, slowing things down and letting FPS Lounge get in the position they want for the team fight. Urn pickup goes to League.
That was a 5-man rotation for Urn pickup from Floormen. FPS Lounge only brought over 4 and then quickly rotated off to middle, saying, okay, we're not going to be able to get Urn, but at the very least, we're going to take down middle Guardian in exchange. And still a little bit of scrappiness happening here on the left. Finding Word ends up hitting on the snakes, though. There's still Apollo. You still have ability to get out. And FPS Lounge, they're going for Walker right now. It's a full dash onto the Walker, but so many Floormen are rotating over. I don't think they get this one here, Jake.
It's a big bleed here on the Silver. She's getting pretty low. She's going to be able to get this ult popped. It seems the answer is no. Erebus finds that finish. Nice parry by the Shiv on the heavy melee. That's going to keep him alive for just a second longer. Low main. Hitting everything here. Should be caught dead to rights, though, as here comes DMB. Farmed up on the Warden, trying to get active, trying to get a solid cleanup fight with an Urn hanging in the balance. With Hydration going down, you'd think surely that'll be the dunk for the Floormen, but full aggression from FPS Lounge. This time it gets punished, but it is on the opposite side of the map. So in the end, the cost is mitigated somewhat. And I think FPS Lounge actually still going to fight this.
Yeah, the thing is, spawn timer is so low that you get another crack at this. Frozen Shelter, though, in from Xeno. Healing up people that are starting to get a little bit low. Trapping in 1.
Oh, he's in trouble. League. It's enough of a front line around him where FPS Lounge think better of going for that kill. But look at Leffa, man. Really to get into the thick of the fight. Still helping with that Vitality buff. Starting to box out Kelvin. Running out of gas. No skills left. Cooking now. 2 Leffas in Furnace. Trade has come in onto Snakes.
Hello.
Is there going to be another kill for low main? This trade on the Yamato is really crucial here. Yamato trying to maybe bait out some skills here, play around that Dispel Magic. Shiv finds himself in trouble, trying to just make as much time as he can. Eventually, that Power Slash takes him down.
I was just staring at the health bars the entire time. FPS Lounge was so incredibly low. They're still throwing bodies here at the Urn, but Floormen has been working from a position of advantage, and even with the low spawn timers, I don't know if you get another wave out here before the dunk happens, but all the way, Hydration comes on in, does the stomp, does the quick melee, does the singularity, Snakes is back into the fight after a death, takes down League. It is scrappy. The respawns have come on in, and the Urn still on the floor now, about to be picked up by Xeno. Is the dunk happening now? And is. So the respawns not enough for FPS Lounge.
Here's back.
They get some consolation prize here, Jake.
I mean, DMB is a hell of a consolation prize. If there was a kill to find, it's probably the most valuable one on the map. Potentially another dive here to be had. The Malice stacking up on Calico. Bomb connects as well, but thinks better of it. Mirage here to assist out. I think Rocane should be okay, although Mirage actually going to chase this one down into the sewer. Rocane might have bitten off more than he can chew, does not have the swap available, so yeah, Mirage is just going to hard chase this one. Erebus finds the kill on Xeno to punish in the meantime, but that's a very big solo kill for League to pick up.
Also, it's kind of the eye test. Like, League has looked decent for us in the past, but when it comes to today, there's like such a world of difference between League and on Mirage versus League on Infernus. And there we got a little bit of a net worth tracking here. You know, you can see it at the top, but why look at the top of your screen when you can have neat bars brought to you by Tracklock?
Yeah, it's nice to see how closely matched it is, especially for the top farm players on Floormen, right? They're very, very even with one another. It's huge that ABG is having such a strong game on the Calico to be commensurate with like the hard farming carries, because he's going to be central to these early game skirmishes that FPS Lounge has shown that they are more than willing to continue to force.
Floormen still working with a small lead, and you know, Jake, we had all the drama and intrigue of the last turn. Now I got news for you. In 30 seconds, we're going back, and this time it's going to be on green on the right side, although it's already turned to a bit of a skirmish. Yamato Warden ending up fighting here. DMB, if he goes down, it would be huge for the next Earn fight, but he is so tanky at this point that, you know, even a little bit of damage here doesn't really dissuade him.
Leffa may be in trouble, but I think he's gotten out of that one with the Flame Dash. Both teams really brawling before even the buffs and spawn, but it seems like Floormen have kind of won the day, at least getting this space in the map under their control. And with both a spirit buff on D-Mob and a gun buff on League, they're going to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, right? The soul lead is pretty small, but those two buffs at 15 minutes, it really does matter to your team's fighting power.
I think the key, you don't want to misplay around Hyper Beam. Bebop Hyper Beam on Earn pickup, actually a little bit scary. Erebus likely about to let rip, but Leffa's already almost dead. Leffa got chunked at the start. Now DMB, last stand going to be used as a Hyper Beam comes out from above. Walking forward is the Warden. Leffa already gone. Demov also having the retreat and gets caught by snakes. 1 for 1 here so far, but still a healthy Warden that gets to hold W, move forward, and the Hyper Beam's long gone.
Does give you Earn control.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big fact when you have this Dynamo to potentially secure a dive coming in, but Snakes disengaging Sigil is going to do just that, get him up to the high ground and get him out of there. And Walker goes down, and was that just a solo take by Rocane? If he goes down for this, it's not going to feel as good. But it looks like they're going to back off the chase, look to just try to contest this. The dunk is coming in, and Calico can't quite be there to contest. The hook was perfectly timed by Erebus to ensure that he just was stunned for that moment when he would want to get the quick melee. And FPS Lounge are in and out of that one. What a heist.
Iced is the right word. I mean, the team fight was still going on, and the call just had to be, okay, disengage, disengage. Hydration got the Earn. Doesn't get intercepted by a leaping slash from AVG, and it does flip the game a little bit. It was a mild lead for Floormen, now is a slightly smaller lead, but for FPS Lounge.
Definitely going to feel impactful, especially because Hydration is holding on to that singularity, man. Like, it really does put that pressure on you, that he's able to have impact in these fights and be a significant force with the quantum entanglement, saving people, and those stomps, like disrupting the enemy front line. But he's saving the singularity for when it really counts. Interesting Hunter's Aura for AVG. I mean, really wants to amp up his team's gun damage. So but it's kind of a little bit of a self-sacrificial buy, right? Where you think you could have gone more individual burst with Spirit. Instead, he's going to prioritize ensuring that Rocker and DB can do max damage. Rocker, by the way, forced into an ultimate, but gets hooked on his jump out, I believe.
Pretty nice.
That cooldown, and the execution comes in. Low main ensures that finish on a Rocker. Low main, by the way, is having a crazy game. He has hit so many nasty carries in this one. I mean, we haven't even been able to talk about it entirely, but...
Well, we got Walker pressure for Floormen after that.
Tali Losan.
However, yeah, Tani Losan over hits 2, and that's going to put a damper on a lot of pressure coming in. Both Mirage and Yamato down the half, and ABG is all sorts of low here. Ends up getting hit by the riposte. However, the fall through is there. AVG actually still completely okay. It's Xeno making that a lot better after the Tani Losan got people low.
Yeah, and with that amount of help they have to bring to bear, surely they'll be able to get this Walker, but the trade has already come in. Lefa was already sieging alongside Hydration on the other side of the map. And actually, there just takes a little bit too long to heal up. They're not even able to stick around. Erebus coming in with the backflank here, getting a big punish onto Mirage. Puts the slowing X on so he can't tornado out after the hook. However, might have done a little bit too much. Floormen, they're still healthy here, and they want this fight. D-Mob has already shut down Rokane. Lefa's not here into this fight, so a bit of a throw from FPS Lounge, I think, being a little bit overconfident in this position. And Floormen immediately called the bluff.
It was live by the Erebus, die by the Erebus. I think Erebus thought he was back in the last game where you could do that and live. In this case, Floormen were retreating. They weren't going to get Walker. It was a, okay.
The kill on Yamato
jump pad
almost makes it worth it, though. I mean, losing Rokane probably isn't, but looks like Yamato's getting run down. Yeah, Lefa catches him on the exit. If he gets the burn, he has the... Oh, a rare mistake from Lefa, actually.
We're seeing D-Mob's movement on full display right here. This is absurd. You just hear the sound of ankles in distress. It's still being chased by Snakes, by the way. Snakes is immediately behind, past the turn, and no, I think is gone here. Tani Losan surely not going to be dodged. Hits.
Wait, it's getting weird.
Hold on. Okay.
And wait, DMB? Hold on, DMB going down as well to Rokane in the chaos? Somehow, that's another major mistake in this game. And FPS Lounge, in the chaos, they come away with 2 kills. I mean, I think they lost kills of their own for that. We could have forgotten since they're already back into the fight. But they're ensuring that whenever they do lose something, that they extract some kind of a blood price for it. Erebus, once again, looking to get active, rotating. The movement speed with this Fortitude is crazy. He can just be anywhere on the map.
The macro for Floormen is a little bit suspect here, where they had some trades that weren't trades, where they thought they were going to get left Walker and they don't. They still don't have a Walker, Jake, and it's nearly 20 minutes. We're about the point where slot tension becomes a really big issue, and you have to start modifying your build in less than optimal ways. Still, though, it's 20 minutes. Buffs are up. Earn back on yellow on the left. And we'll see how contested this Earn pickup is. And the answer, Jake, is going to be very contested. Both teams going in for the Earn.
Looks like a fight about to break out here. Erebus starting to put on some big damage in a mostly defensive ult from AVG. That does not feel good on Calico, especially when Erebus running you down. Slowing Bolt's going to secure that finish kill. Lowkey taking the rest of the aggression, but he's got the Vitality buff, and he is not even dropping low. Another speculative hook this time doesn't connect. Luckily for the Floormen's chances, because FPS Lounge are building ahead of steam in this game. They've got the Earn control, and they might even look for the advantage dunk with Singularity online and AVG down. Why not?
Kind of a blessing there. It was just barely at the threshold, and there's a world where that could have been a few thousand the other way, and it's a neutral Earn turn. But you're not going to get merit frame for this. But another hook, this time on the Rocco gets beamed down, Jake. Absolutely demolishing off the hook. Erebus starting to come alive and losing your silver. Surely this is going to result in a dunk. Quantum.
Wait, they kind of messed up. They got melee out. Blue Singularity. Singularity's huge. The dome, though, might be enough to sustain through it. He's trying to hold on to his Tally Losan until the last moment, see if he's able to get that damage in, but FPS Lounge seems to be coming away with the kills. Lowkey running rampant in the backline. Hydration now trying to play his life, trying to deny that counter kill. But the conclusion of this fight feels foregone with players like Lefa and Lowkey still healthy, still brawling this one. Snake's trying to get that Earn finally. He's been hustling this day in, day out. The dunk finally comes through, and still no trades in the fight. Even Erebus staying alive in this one. Lefa just running down D-Mov, who needs to try to slip away from this one. Takes a trip into the Veil, but try to go for the juke here, and maybe it's enough. Lefa doesn't have the HP to feel confident chasing Yamato into a small room.
Jake, let's talk about what's at stake here. We are on the verge of having a new champion. Rocker getting caught out. Mid-boss, now a distinct possibility, but FPS Lounge 25,000 souls ahead, getting the advantage and dunk directly in Floormen's face. And while it's not over just yet, we are quickly heading to that reality. And AVG again, and the Popper turned the shot pretty early. Actually, they want this fight. Only 2 knives stuck in him here so far. Taking the fight here versus Shiv, and this is a lot of Calico damage, but the knives are doing too much.
Yeah, I don't know about taking that fight to Lowkey. Great movement from him. Shotgun blasts are going to get him out of the Warden trap. And now, hey, DMB had to come in for that. He had to take a risk for that. Lefa running him down. If they're going to have the hook to get him out of the TP, Lefa just brawling, has the burn, has the combustion, even going to pop DMB. Looks like before that TP can even get off. So FPS Lounge now dominating here on the Cursed Apple, and maybe a mid-boss on the cards here, ZP. 30 seconds without an AVG or without DMB. I think you're going to go for it, and the answer is yes.
We had a new champion earlier today in Europe. We're about to see the same here in North America. It would be FPS Lounge first win of Deadlock Night Shift, and of course, in one of the biggest prize pools ever. They have put themselves in a fantastic position. No contest on the Rejuvenators, and what a day of Deadlock it would be, Jake. 2 new champions in the same day, and FPS Lounge finally living up to a lot of the expectations many have put on them.
Yeah, the players you need to have big games are having exactly that. Rokane and Lefa dominating. Lomain, honestly, Lomain crushing the series. Like, he has played 3 completely different heroes, and I feel like he's looked good all day. Like, every time we've seen him, he has been contributing key aspects of the success. The one weaker game was on the Dynamo, where it's like, look, let this guy cook. You know, give him the true playmakers and see what he can do for the squad.
I'm just thinking back to how we got here, Jake, and I think a lot of this, you have to go back to some of the macro decisions Floormen made where, Jake, it's 24 minutes and there's not a walker to be had, and Floormen had opportunities to go for walkers or punish FPS Lounge a little bit more for the trades. And now we're certainly at the point where your build quality is getting deeply impacted. Like, we haven't looked at League in a while, but, you know, there's a good chance League has had to sell some things that normally you wouldn't sell until much deeper into your Mirage build.
Yeah, Mirage. I think Mirage and Warden, they really like having at least 1 or 2 extra slots. Meanwhile, FPS Lounge working with a surfeit of extras in that regard. Xeno just popped and deleted. No chance at all. Cannot get away. He is too nice with it.
That is wild. Erebus is doing it again. It was a much slower start. It felt like Erebus was countered at the beginning of the game. Floormen, they were ahead out of laning phase, Jake, and it is just all fallen apart to a now 3 rejuve advantage for FPS Lounge, 30,000 souls, and it is truly FPS Lounge's game to lose at this point. Silence onto the Geist while the cage is going in.
He's holding
so the soul exchange is ready, but okay, do you have the movement to get over? You got the warp stone set up for you by the Dynamo. Singularity in from hydration. That's gonna be a dead DMB.
Yeah, and maybe more to follow soon after. Still 3 rejuves available. It just feels like you cannot stop FPS Lounge at this point in the game. Beautiful hold here by Rokane and Hydration. Fighting together to defend. I mean, yes, the Walker goes down. Floormen, they open up a slot, but you lose Rocker and DMP. It's incredibly expensive. You lose an Urn Dunk, and likely your base. Erebus is in there alongside Lefa, opening up for the first shrine of the game. And the way this guy's playing, man, he might find some more kills as well on top of it. You've got to be scared every time the hook CD comes off, and that is a free dunk coming in, fully secured by Snakes.
And now FPS Lounge on the verge of finishing it off here, Jake. They're in onto Shrines, soon to be on the Patron. And for Floormen, you know, this is part of the cast where we go, okay, what can you do? I don't think there's much that can be done at this point.
Yeah, it feels like the game is fully in control of FPS Lounge now. It's just a matter of securing it, stabilizing. Just thinking about buying a curse there. Okay, buys an E-ship. The wrong, like, portrait of a guy.
The wrong portrait of a guy.
I mean, I was like, curse would be a wild buy on Shiv. I mean, you know, you do a lot of damage on Shiv. I wouldn't want minus 10% on that. Doesn't necessarily need us. DMB. I see that health bar drop in. Snakes finds that kill. Looks like the base dive has already begun. FPS Lounge full confidence here. Hook available for Erebus. So many targets for him to choose from. And he manages to find Snakes, which I guess pulls Snakes out with relatively low HP. Not the end of the world, but... Oh, and hold on. A curse hit and a big power. Okay, Erebus. Kind of caught 4K on that one. Only 1 rejuve remaining. Floormen, remember, they're already down a player. Inside the Kelvin Dome, they seem strong, but the player's still alive here for FPS Lounge. Second Dome comes down. They're a fresher from Xeno. I think freshly bought into this team fight. Best fight in a long time, but it doesn't even enough. The massive swap from Rokane gets it down from a sliver of HP to absolutely capped. Erebus finds another hook to surely close out this game now as Floormen all hit the deck. The second shrine to fall. Patron soon to follow, and the Hidden King, ZP, I fear, is not long for this world.
The Hidden King has seen better days, but FPS Lounge is certainly not. Their journey to being champions here on Deadlock Night Shift in North America nearly complete. Jake, take a look. They are ready and raring to go. No retreat to be seen from FPS Lounge. Second stage Patron getting pummeled. And just like in EU, a new champion about to be born in North America. Floormen coming out to make it invulnerable.
Pretty strong
But do
fight
they
from the
have
Warden.
what's needed? Snakes is kind of low. Hold on.
Snakes, Tylosan out of the fight, just wants to disengage. That was a big fight from Floormen. They really held the line there. I think FPS Lounge thought if we could just end it here, you know? But hold on, maybe Lefa still can. He comes in, turning around with concussive combustion, thinking about recommitting into this one, but maybe thinking better of it. Hydration, though, has that singularity. You got to be worried about that as you also try to clear out your base at the same time still. It's desperation time for the Floormen. They need a big fight, but the singularity is even bigger. It's 3, maybe 4 man. Floormen hit the deck. 2 players remaining in FPS Lounge. Dominates the server. DMB soon to fall. And only AVG stands. The creeps, the Winions, gonna do this one on their own. Beautiful
What a return to form. Hydration once on Floormen in the past. The once former Hydra Nation. He's found a new nation here at FPS Lounge. A champion once more in North America. Deadlock, Hydration, and FPS Lounge on top.
Crazy series, so well played, honestly, by both squads, but you really got to give it to some of these players who really had their breakout moments for FPS Lounge. You know, Erebus had a crazy series when he brought out the Bebop. It turned everything around. Got to look at Lefa. That was like prime Lefa of the olden days, right? Dominating games, taking these 1v1s, winning his lanes. Snakes having a big game. People have been questioning him, doubting him as a player. Hydration with easily the best series of Dynamo games we've ever had, I think, on the night shift in terms of every single singularity was massive. He's doing everything right on the roll. It really feels like a great hero, you know, for his style, for what he plays. And Lowkey, I mean, crazy individualism from him. So this felt like we really got to see why FPS Lounge was such a hype squad. This is like the true potential unleashed in a game.
Yeah, and I mean, it continues a good week for them. Not only getting their first championship here, they go into the Death Slam Invitational this weekend as the #1 team at qualifiers. I believe, don't hold me to it, I'm pretty sure that's the case. And all in all, showing some adaptation, but also the secret weapon that was Erebus on the Bebop. In a way, it almost felt like it made the rest of the draft. It's like, yeah, that was a thing, but have you seen our Bebop?
Yeah, and Rokane as well. Just really, really rock solid carry performance from him. I mean, like all of this aggression in the early game really comes to fruition when Rokane starts to get involved. Really piloted it masterfully into some of these late game team fights. Secures the win for the squad. I mean, Erebus just put that dog on a leash, man. Absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and also, I think the impressive part for Erebus, too, is that it wasn't a good start to the game. Like, the early game was not good, and FPS Lounge dug themselves out of the hole. I mean, I think we'd have to go back and look at the VOD here, Jake, because to me, this got out of hand by Floormen making some very questionable macro decisions. Also, you know, we stopped checking in on it, but did they ever get a walker this game?
I think they got one, but they had to like die 2 players for it, and it kind of precipitated their loss. So it's like, yeah, they got one, but barely, you know, by the skin of their teeth. Full desperation to, they like all in. I think it was, you know, maybe the second to last team fight. They all in for one.
Eventually, you do have players like, gentlemen, I actually cannot play the game without another slot. Like, I require a slot. Okay, yeah, this was the slot they got, but you're right. It came at a pretty severe cost. Also, was late enough in the game that didn't really matter too much at that point, Jake. It was all over but the crying, and the heart of it all.
Look at this.
Erebus just hook after hook, man. Unbelievable work. But
I'm calling it right now.
ZP,
Bebop is back in the meta. Dude, the hydration ulting like 4 there, and Lowkey just spamming slice and dice back and forth through them. Like, you are done.
Also, we gotta give some credit to Snakes too. You know, going back to the draft, we called out. That was a pretty anti-Snakes draft. That was a we hate Snakes in particular draft. And Snakes at some point says, like, guys, it's not that hard to play Apollo. Like, I'll just play Apollo. It doesn't matter, man. And where we're at, but we do get the final stats of the game, and you know, kind of interesting because it felt at times like Lefa, you know, got sacrificed a bit, but Lefa still knows how to pump some damage on Infernus, Jake.
Yeah, right. He's always in there, and I think there's actually a great role for him as a player where he's not like the true ultra late carry where he needs to be super farmed, be really low deaths, be super stable. He can take risks, right? He can push those earlier fights when he's in that secondary carry role, and yet still have that huge game impact that you kind of really that people came to know him for, right? In an earlier era of competitive Deadlock, where Leffa was the best carry player, bar none, here in North America. I mean, the way they're playing right now, if they can hold on to this could be a real return to form for some of these former Hydra members now, of course, playing under the banner of FPS Lounge.
Now, we are waiting to get an interview with Snakes. I went out my way to talk to the FPS Lounge and be like, okay, who do we got for an interview? Originally asked Pure Content. He's like, no, Rocane wants it. And he goes, never mind. Snakes wants it. So we're going to get a chance, Jake, to go in depth and, get a little bit of words from the man himself about, okay, they tried to ban you out. They couldn't. How's that feel on top of all the, hey, you just won here in North America. How's it feel?
See if we can get him in. If we've got him ready, let's bring him on. Snakes, you're here with us?
I'm here. What's up?
Well, first off, congrats, man. Huge win for you guys. You guys were a very hyped team coming together, and I feel like finally now, kind of the doubters have been silenced. This is a huge win for the team. My first question is just, how are you guys feeling? Like, coming off the win, what were the comms like? What was the feeling like when you felt like you had it in that game 3?
Well, let me start with game 1, because game 1, things didn't go our way, right? We were even a little bit, but it was really, they had control the whole time. We had to rethink our draft. We changed some things up, and let me just say, when we had a 20K lead at game 3, we knew it was over. We knew it was done. The vibes were there. You know what I'm saying? Vibes carried us home.
Well, speaking of vibes and also just energy going into it, game 3, it kind of felt like you had a target on your back in the draft. We noted it, chat noted it, be like, hey, they're just taking all of Snake's heroes. And there were players in the community that, when going for a scouting report, because you're a newer face on the scene than some of the old hats on your team, like Hydration, right? You're newer to the comp scene, and a lot of comments around like, yeah, Snakes is a good player, but his hero pool is kind of shallow. And it felt like Floormen took that to heart and went, okay, we're going to test the hero pool. And you just said, no, I'm just going to play Apollo. It's fine. What were you thinking as the draft went down?
I had it in the bag. Listen, I have over 50 games of Apollo in the last week. Last week wasn't my best Apollo game. But can I speak to the haters and the doubters real quick?
Yeah.
Please.
All right, look. We're okay to cuss, okay? Are we?
No, actually.
No, prefer not.
I won't cuss then. Okay.
Okay.
All I got to say is, Fred the Finch, okay?
Okay.
Come play comp so I can whip your butt. All right, boy? Stop tweeting about me. You're a fan. All right? And frick whoever made that Melee Creeps video. That's all I got to say.
All right. I have no idea the context here, but I was expecting something about like Melee Creeps or, Ido's internet, but apparently Fred just, again, run down on the interview. But yeah, I mean, look, I think I've asked pretty much all I want to ask. Jake, you got any final questions where we let Snakes go and enjoy the victory?
Yeah, I'm just curious for the team. You guys, came together. You finally have had a real win here in Night Shift, and I'm curious, like, are you guys going to be able to defend this for coming weeks? Like, is this the new reign of terror of the new generation of Hydra Nation, or do you think that's just too difficult to promise in this era with how competitive top end Deadlock is?
Listen, man, it's difficult. We're getting, people are getting analysts. People are metagaming. They're studying every team's VODs. Man, it's hard. Every team right now could win next week. I mean, there's between, especially the big 3, Floormen, us, and Melee Creeps, it's a coin flip, man. Honestly, I can't guarantee anything. It's really intense in NA right now.
All right. Well, Snakes, thank you so much. It was a pleasure, and congratulations again on your first championship here in Night Shift North America. But Jake, we found ourselves a day of games, all in all.
What a day it's been, man. Great games in EU, but honestly, a slobber knocker here in North America. Awesome to see FPS Lounge really burst onto the scene. And like Snake said, right, it is that big 3 where, man, it has never been more competitive among those top slots. Just a crazy place to be here in competitive Deadlock. The scene is, I think, at an all-time high. We got to check out, of course, who our psychic of the match was, but ZP, come on. I feel like this one is a gimme. It's Erebus. I didn't need to check the chat. We all knew it. This guy was hooking people left, right, and center. You're going to have to be banning the Bebop now. No one else was playing it before he did.
Yeah, I mean, not only was he the Shopify sidekick of the match, he was the front kick, the back kick. Whatever you want to pull it, just kicks all around. You cannot tell the story of this game without giving your flowers to Erebus on the Bebop. Just an unreal performance. that helped put FPS Lounge over the top. And luckily, when Bebop's playing this well, we got plenty of fodder for the highlight reel.
Yeah, come on. He's a highlight machine here, just lighting it up with hook after hook, keeping the enemy guessing. I'm not gonna lie, ZP, I'm about to play Gunbot for like the next 3 days. I have been inspired. This hook alone, I was ready.
That is the actual true reason you cast here. It's not because you've been a caster by trade for many years or anything else like that. You just want to be in the front lines when the new OP stuff hits. But also, that's like half our viewers, probably. So
That's
you're
why
in
we're
good
here on the
company,
night shift,
Jake.
baby. we got the best Deadlock in the world right now, and North America is serving it up on a platter. So huge performances from Erebus, our Shopify sidekick of the match. Definitely going to be massive from him. I want to give a shout out, though, to our sponsors on this show. Shopify came in here in a huge way, let us double down on the prize pool, bigger prize pool than ever before, bigger stakes for all these players, all the effort and the grind that they've been putting in. It's a great way to start a business online. They got a great set of tools where anyone can do it. You guys support us and support the partnership. Get Shopify to come back and stick around and keep supporting the show by checking it out, guys. It's the link. There's panels below the stream. You can ! Shopify in the chat and just check it out. See what the product is. See if you're interested. Keep an open mind. It's really easier to use than you might think. Also, we gotta show huge love, of course, to the Patreons, to our whole community who has been with us since day one, right? Even though we have sponsorships coming in, we're able to do a bigger prize pool. The patrons are a huge part of our success. We wouldn't have made it to this point without the community around us.
So I just got word from Shoppy, who just showed up again on the stream, saying it's not over yet. We got to look at the Shopify team play of the day, Jake. And we got to wind back the clock a little bit to Europe to really tell what the team play of the day was, because sometimes you're ahead in a game the way Leviathan was, and Abraham's reminds you that they are the masters of mid-boss pit and flip things back in their favor.
This team historically, I don't know the data on this, but it just feels like they have the craziest, most consistent rejuve contest steals of any team in the world. Like, do not attempt this team has YOLO'd coin flip mid bosses since you were in the womb, man. Like, you do not want to take Abrahams to the mat in the mid boss pit. You need them to be fully team wiped before you go down there, because they will find a way to wipe you, take all the rejuves, and snatch the game back. I mean, the gold graph swing alone on that fight was tremendous. That went from a game where they were losing, like they could just be knocked out in one, to one where they turn it around, they stay alive, and then they go on to win in EU. So that's a huge moment for them on the day. Absolutely massive stuff for them.
All right, I wasn't sure if it broke today. A few things broke behind the scenes, but it looks like we do have our hero priority this week. And, some things were different here, Jake. Not the least of which is that we kind of called it at the beginning of the day, but Mirage and Venator did a little bit of switcheroo on who was in jail more often after some of the changes, but Mirage was still all sorts of effective today.
And wow, Infernus on that 7-pick slot. Infernus is back in a very big way, right? Copying a lot of first bans. I think NA probably prime him a little higher, but he looks amazing when he comes out. I am a big believer. I really think these characters are dominant. Abrams back. I mean, some really old hands are rising back. It's not just these new heroes. Venator and Silver still top tier, but some of the older Deadlock heroes are kind of rising. Even Warden looking respectable on the day.
Yeah, Warden's been in the weird spot where Warden will continually get the 3-pick bans over the course of a day. Will never be up there at 7, but is never fully gone, it feels like, over the last few weeks. A few heroes that have dropped off the face of the earth, or at least had significant drops. Billy's down the 2, where Billy used to be up in the 6-7 range. I didn't even do that intentionally. That is the worst. That is the worst part. I was actually just reading the top of the screen. God, I'm going to pivot from there and just say also F's in the chat for Paige, where Paige used to be a highly valued support pick. And, who knows why? Maybe it's because Puckett played it once. Maybe it's because it's Elizabeth's main character. But either way, Paige has just been down in the doldrums, Jake, where at once she was a mainstay.
We're in the Dynamo era, and ain't nobody complaining. Come on, Dynamo is too much fun to watch. I want this hero to be a mainstay of competitive Deadlock. I just think it's so exciting. It's so much like the PogChamp massive plays. Is even Choppy's getting in on the action, ZP. How dare you drag him so low?
True enough. Just wait. Who knows what Shoppy is going to do next? But Jake, it has been one heck of a day here on the night shift. Final words before we send it off.
Just an amazing day. Shout out to everyone watching, whether you're able to sub on Twitch, whether it be a member on YouTube or support us on Patreon. It's huge. But even the folks, hey, who just here every week watching, tell your friends about it, get them here next week. It's a massive way to support. Also, our co-streamers, all the people in the community, you know, helping us to rebroadcast, putting their own spin on the content. Really appreciate everybody. So that's open to everybody, by the way. Anybody wants to co-stream, hey, spin it up. We don't have a whitelist on that bad boy. Just be nice, you know, play nice in the chat. But yeah, just thanks to the community, man. It's the reason we got to this point, and it's awesome to be able to have big nights like this.
And speaking about co-streaming, we're not done yet. This weekend in the Deadlock community, Death Slam Invitational is going on in EU, and we're going to be covering every second of it here on our main channels, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube. You know where to find us. We'll be looking at all of it this weekend, even getting a little bit of NA versus EU action. But that is going to wrap things up here for tonight. This is Deadlock Night Shift, and we'll see you next time.
I see the enemy. Oh, you're getting the best of me, did ya?